Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Houston. Happy Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You could join us over the course of the next 4 hours, 713-572-4610 on the text line or YouTube and Twitch chats as well, where you can watch along. Happy to be back in the saddle for Sean as he recovers. Expected to be back tomorrow. But
yeah,
Seth,
he just had a little bit of a hitch in his voice, and we want to, in an abundance of caution before the real work begins, we wanted to be sure that he got a little bit of a break. So I'm very happy to have you back, Luke. Between you and Chris Partee, you guys have been doing an admirable job filling in, so I appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate the kind words. Always good to be here. You know, after the Radiothon, Reggie and Ron were both off that following Monday. And I made the comment sort of tongue-in-cheek that it was a vocal maintenance day.
Yeah.
And somebody, I think they were joking around, but somebody gave flack on the text line of, did he just say vocal maintenance day? Well, I'll tell you what, sometimes it's needed. Sean needed a couple vocal maintenance days, and then he'll be good to go.
Sometimes you got to go down to the 2-day IL because you have vocal cord discomfort.
Yeah,
all right?
Exactly.
Which, by the way, that was while you were gone, one thing that did happen was that when Mike Burrows was sent down to the IL, they gave the most specificity I can ever remember in an injury report in recent years. Because they said the elbow had something to do with the ulnar nerve or whatever, but they gave the actual term for it, which I said, you know what, good for you, Astros. This is way more transparency than we usually get.
Yeah, much appreciated. And a vocal cord injury, by the way, sounds like the type of injury, if any team were to have, somebody on the Astros would somehow have a vocal cord injury.
Oh yeah, they'd say vocal cord discomfort, and he'd be on the 10-day IL, and then all of a sudden you wouldn't see him again for the next 3 years.
Yeah. Exactly. Sounds like the Astros.
We'll hit this a couple times today, but I just want to be sure we touched on it at the beginning of the show. Most of you listening know that Janice McNair passed away yesterday, and we'll play some audio from former players and whatnot. But just from my own personal experience, everything that everybody has said about her is 100% true. At least in my experience, is just a very tender-hearted lady that from the very get-go, it felt like she was a team mom, you know, like she cared about the players, and she very much cared about the philanthropy and giving back to the city of Houston. And Bob and Janice McNair both, from the time I came onto the team in 2002, there was a very strong message to the players about how important it was for that team to give back to the community, and that was really the driving force behind why the McNairs made a push to get a team in Houston. You know, Bob and Janice felt like with the departure of the Oilers, they could feel that void in the Houston landscape. And, you know, obviously it's a great business venture, but they also felt like it was something important to do, and they there was a big obligation there, and it was it's nice. It's that there's still people out there like that genuinely care about their community, and I think the McNairs have continued that tradition for a long time, and a lot of it, most of it started with Janice McNair.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, certainly just thankful. Even the next, the new generation of fans, thankful that they made it happen and brought the Texans here. But, I know obviously when someone passes away, usually obviously everyone is always very kind and positive. I get that. But still, if someone's a jerk, people will be honest sometimes, or at least on social media, right? People can be jerks and say terrible things. And I'll say, I have not seen a single bad thing mentioned about Janice McNair on Reddit, on, social media, from people talking, just everyone seemed to, certainly she seemed to be beloved by people that knew her personally or fans on the outside. And so unfortunate news to get yesterday of her passing, especially with the anniversary season coming up.
Well, the first time I ever ran into the McNairs in nature, outside of a football event or something, my wife and I and Chris Brown, the kicker, and his wife, and I want to say it was Mark Bruner. No, Mark Bruner wasn't there yet. But we were at Maggiano's in the Galleria. And Mr. and Mrs. McNair were there. Just, as billionaires tend to do, just have a nice dinner at Maggiano's.
Yeah.
It's a nice place and everything. But it's not, 5-star white. It's, I just went over to say hello to him. And that was my first that was the first time I realized how down to earth they were, and that, you know, if you look into how Bob McNair made his fortune, he's a self-made man. He never had the airs of anybody, you know, people who weren't anything other than just, he was like any business person you know, except that he happened to do fantastically well. But they were just really, really down-to-earth people. And I don't think that she ever lost touch with that part of just being a normal human being and operated just with a sense of obligation. So really just a genuinely sweet and good and tender person. And yeah, I've never heard a single bad thing ever about Janice McNair.
Yeah, and it's something I said last week, too, even about Cal now. That I told the story of a couple weeks back being at a Starbucks. He just pulled up in like a regular truck, came in, normal dressed guy, grabbed his coffee. Like the whole family has seemed to be just regular down-to-earth people, despite, you know, the fortunes that they have in the NFL franchise and whatnot. So that's always cool to see. And certainly our condolences go out to the entire McNair family and Texans organization after the sad news of Janice's passing yesterday. Well, as Seth mentioned, we'll continue to circle back to that throughout the morning. We have audio to get to. But let's make the awkward transition to the All-Star game last night for Major League Baseball, where the American League got the win 4-0, first shutout in 13 years. Yordan 1 for 2. The lone Astros representative. If you're an Astros fan, you watched Yordan get a hit in his first at-bat. He goes 1 for 2, checks out of the game. And if you only cared about the Astros, you could have tuned out by like the fourth inning because that was it. Fewest All-Stars for the Astros in over a decade. But Yordan got the base hit, AL 1 4-0. And so I find it funny, for as bad as the American League is this year, historically bad, they still shut out the NL last night 4-0 and have now won 11 out of 13 All-Star games. So, I don't know, at least maybe at the top of the AL, maybe it's not as bad as it seems.
It's, I don't know, yeah, the Players Association would have you believe that, look, there's way more parity than people think there is. And, like in any given year, that there's a lot of teams that are lower payroll that are doing just fine, at least in the regular season. And, yeah, maybe the parity from league to league, at least when it comes to just having individual players and everything, that can swing at any point. I get stuck, man. I guess I'm happy that we still can talk about the Astros as a playoff contender right this moment. Yet at the same time, it feels muted because it's only because the AL is so weak. And yes, star players aside, and the performance of guys like Yordan and whatnot, it's a miserable state of affairs in the AL. But good job on the All-Star game.
Yeah.
What do we win? What do we win now because of what's the spoil now for winning the All-Star game?
Bragging rights for a year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's home field advantage.
There's zero any. I knew the home field advantage wasn't there, but there's zero anything.
Yeah.
You don't get a weighted coin toss or something if it comes down to a penalty kick.
I don't think so. I think
that's what they should do. They should decide it in penalty kicks. That's what we should do.
Well, I think they did the swing off. Was that last year because the game was like tied and things? Right? I don't really care for that.
No, I want actual playoff games, to be decided by penalty kicks.
Oh wow, that would be something. Yeah,
bring a goal out there and have at it.
I think because of the win last night, American League executives get to go first in the buffet line at the winter meetings. I think that's what they won last night. So Yordan, look, the Yankees. Of course, we've been having fun piling on the Yankees lately because of how bad they've been playing. But then those damn Yankees last night. Two of the Yankees drove in the 3 runs in the first inning. I was like, oh man, I have to be thankful for the Yankees because I still root for the American League. I still root, for our league in the All-Star game. But Yordan did start the rally with his single. However, go back to the introductions. Yordan, when he was introduced, the Philly fans, they booed the Dodger players. They booed, of course, players from the NL East. They booed Yankees, so good job there.
Justin Verlander.
They booed Justin Verlander. And they also booed Yordan. Here's how it sounded when Yordan took the field last night.
Batting second from the Houston Astros, the designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez.
When I hadn't seen the intro originally, and I saw all the tweets about it and everything. That was kind of a disappointing boo, honestly.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad, actually.
I felt like it was disrespectful in how muted it was, and that the cheers drowned out the boos very, very quickly. We'll all recall exactly why Phillies fans might feel a certain type of way of Yordan. And it all came courtesy of this little thing that he did in Game 6 of the World Series.
2-1. It's a high drive, center field. Veer leans back. This game is turned upside down.
Yeah, this game has been turned upside down. That was one of the all-time great moments in calls in a World Series. That was a really, really good moment. Now, that was at Minute Maid Park over the batter's eye, so Phillies fans didn't have to experience it necessarily firsthand. Well, there were a lot of – that was I can't remember if Game 6 – one of those games was played while the Texans were playing the Eagles on Thursday Night Football, if I recall properly. But yeah, I mean, there were a lot of Phillies fans there, but it wasn't. That was one of the all-time great moments of the golden era.
Yeah, and I'm not a big Joe Davis guy, but that is a really good call. That game, by the way, was on a Saturday, that World Series game, as I look it up here.
Oh, okay, so that wasn't it. Yeah, that wasn't that one. Okay.
Yeah, so it must have been earlier in the series, but
that game, Luke. It was weird. It was because there were just you'd go during the football game. The seats were like half empty. Everybody was up in the club levels or on the concourses watching the TVs, watching the World Series game.
Yeah, I could imagine. It's like what happened? Oh, that was I know what it was. Yeah, San Diego fans were given a hard time going back a couple years when San Diego State made a run to the Final Four, like surprisingly 3 years ago. And San Diego fans were given a hard time because they all went to like a early baseball Padres game and were watching the Final Four game like on the video board at the Padres game.
Yeah.
And people already give San Diego sports fans a hard time of not being real sports fans. So that was a story I remember a couple of years ago. But that's pretty cool. If you could go to like an NFL game and watch the World Series while at the stadium, that's a pretty sweet, quasi doubleheader there.
It was, you know what? It was interesting. I remember doing the pregame show for that, and it was, because the Eagles that year, the Phillies that year. It had just kind of been all of a sudden a surprise out of nowhere to Phillies fans, and it seemed like people were way more invested in the Eagles than they were. I mean, like obviously those are people who had traveled to Houston to go to a football game, but they weren't nearly as. It wasn't. I expect, honestly, because it was Phillies fans or Philadelphians, I thought that there would be more vitriol, but there wasn't. Usually I get way more. The worst treatment I get from fans in the pregame show is from Colts fans, and that's why one of the reasons I despise Colts fans so much. They're just rude, just unsophisticated, low-rent individuals in general.
Yeah.
Not to generalize.
Right. Of course not.
All of them, every single one of them.
That's right. Yeah. Take that, Peyton Manning. That's actually a segue. The idea NFL's king, right? So I wouldn't be surprised that there's more people interested in the Eagles than even the Phillies in the World Series, which takes me to we can use that as the segue because I don't know how locked in to the All-Star game you were last night, Seth. I kind of just had it on in the background.
Yeah.
It's not the same as I used to love the baseball All-Star game going back like 20 years ago. It doesn't feel. I still enjoy at least having it on, checking in. And they did this weird nostalgic baseball ad like in the sixth inning, in between innings, where it was the final commercial of the commercial break. And we've seen like the NFL or Major League Baseball, they do this where it starts as a commercial and then it turns into like live people at the stadium finishing out the commercial. Yeah. And so it started like a Sandlot commercial. Kids were riding their bikes and they were going door to door to get their friends to go play a baseball game, and they were all in old baseball uniforms. And then eventually those kids made their way onto the field. And it was like this nostalgic, like, hey, baseball's America's pastime. It started off kind of cool, but like in the group text with my buddies, I wasn't alone in this, that we were all saying, like, this is kind of weird. It really lingered way too long. The kids came on the field to stand with different players. Yordan, they showed him, like, trying to talk to one of the kids. Mike Trout is trying to give another kid batting tips. The players are holding sparklers on, like, the baseline.
Yeah.
Fireworks are shooting off for what felt like 10 minutes.
I didn't see this.
Oh, my gosh. Ray Charles.
So did it look staged, too? It looked like Trout was, like, trying to give batting tips, but somebody had told him to do that? Like, hey, he's going to stand here, and then you're going to give him batting tips, and we'll zoom to you? Okay.
Or he's just trying to make the most out of the situation, because they're just standing there. Like, you just have this kid standing next to Trout, and the fireworks are going off for, like, 10 minutes. This thing was going on way too too long.
Yeah.
So the players, obviously, they're trying to be nice guys. There's these kids here, so they're trying to talk to them and, like, pass the time. But it just seemed like the players weren't really interested. I'm sure you've been in these scenarios many times, Seth, where it feels like someone's just lingering. Yeah. And you have to, you feel like you have to draw out the conversation, but it's like there's nothing really to be said here, and they're just standing there still instead of walking away.
What's one of my biggest fears in life is that I'm going to somehow end up as an extra on a Hollywood movie set, and they're just going to tell me, now you two just engage in conversation in the background, and you're like, oh, crap, what the hell do I talk about with this person to make it look like I'm having a conversation? Yeah. That's one of my top 3 fears in life. The other one is having to stand on the stage of Saturday Night Live at the very end when you're just standing there after the host says goodbye and everybody just kind of mingles or dances or whatever. And then the third one is being buried alive. Those are my 3 biggest fears.
Buried Alive, those are good fears. Buried Alive was big in the 90s, by the way. They did all those films. I think they were made for TV, but my brothers and I always used to watch them, of movies called Buried Alive 1, Buried Alive 2, Buried Alive 3. And there was a good actor. I think it might have been Gary Cole was like the main character. And he kept getting buried alive. And yes, that was like my biggest fear as a kid growing up. That and Sixth Sense, where in Sixth Sense, sorry, my parents are probably listening to this at some point on the podcast or whatnot. But Seth, if you ever saw Sixth Sense, the mother poisons her son, and it's caught on camera.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a camera set up in his bedroom. I forget why. I think he was playing around, and then he jumps into bed, and the camera's still running, and it shows the mom coming in and bringing him soup, and then she puts it over on the dresser with her back to the son, but she's right in front of the camera. She doesn't realize it, and she pours something into the soup. Yeah. And so I had no reason to have any fear, but after watching that movie when I was 9 years old, I thought, oh, man, I'm going to get poisoned. And every time I would drink from a water bottle at soccer practice that felt like the soap residue was still in there.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is it for me. I'm a goner.
What happens.
Yeah, this is
not
poison.
to mention all the fake stories about what happens on Halloween. The movie in the 90s about getting buried alive that had an A-lister in it was The Vanishing.
Ooh.
That was with Jeff Bridges.
Wow.
If I remember correctly, Jeff Bridges plays the creep. And I might be off on that. He's either the hero or the villain in that. No, he's the villain, and Kiefer Sutherland was the husband whose wife is abducted by Jeff Bridges.
Huh.
I think Sandra Bullock's in it.
Wow.
And that was the one that creeped me out. They never really go into detail about the whole thing, everything that would happen when you're buried alive, which is mostly the defecation. That might freak me out more than the actual claustrophobia.
Really?
Is just having to sit there in your own filth while you're doing all that.
That's what you're more afraid of, instead of suffocating or running out of air. You're like, oh man, I got to pee my pants now.
That's why I carry a cyanide ampule around my neck that I can bite into if things ever get real. I can just go ahead and take care of it. Yeah.
Yeah. We've been working together now a couple of years, but I never felt comfortable to ask you why you walked around with that.
Cyanide? Why, Seth? Why do you have a cyanide ampule?
Yeah. I tried to ask Sean.
Shockingly high rate of people getting buried alive, Luke.
Exactly. By the way, speaking of some of the text line, and you can text us all morning, 713-572-4610 as we're off and running. Somebody said, Seth, I took your idea from last week and I started wearing a diaper. A week.
I forgot about that.
They said a week later I took it off and it was filled with Philadelphia sports fans. So
a week later you took it off. That's not how that's not its recommended use. Yeah. You got to follow the instructions. Damn it. Yeah, Philly fans are trash. The one fun part about Justin Verlander getting booed was that both he and his wife had just been giving the bird to anybody and everybody during that 2022 World Series, and that was all in fun. So Verlander getting booed was a little bit more of a probably lighthearted and fun in nature.
And tough week for Philly fans. You had Kyle Schwarber come up short in the home run derby. You had last night where their starter, their pitcher, Sanchez, was on the mound, gave up the 3 runs in the first inning in front of the home crowd. And having to deal with guys like Yordan and Verlander. So tough couple of nights there in Philadelphia for the baseball sports fans. Not that we mind. Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. The Baseball Talk continues because when we come back, I was thinking about this as I was watching him be the lone Astros representative last night. Will Yordan make the Astros break their rules? We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, if you want to win, whether it's an all-star game or just with your vehicle,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Will Yordan make the Astros break their rules? We'll talk about that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. Had the All-Star game last night. Baseball gets back underway fully on Friday, including the Astros. So we're in a bit of a lull here the next couple of days without the Astros and really without much to watch on TV. That's the biggest thing. I might watch that Buried Alive movie you referenced, Seth, coming up tonight.
Vanishing.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Or Vanished.
No,
The Vanishing. Also, and then, you know what? There's two things that have sustained me from the NFL side of things. The NFL Top 100, which I despise, and the ESPN rings, which actually I feel like they have a lot more validity, but there's a flaw to that too. But then also Netflix's series Quarterback, which dropped yesterday. And I don't like when things get dropped all at once. The entire series is out there because all of a sudden it feels like a chore. But I watched a few little snippets of it, and it looks like it's pretty good this year.
We'll get into some of that audio in a little bit. By the way, to your point, Netflix has found that their viewership from Season 1 to Season 2 drops off like 45%.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are saying, because it takes you now, people watch these shows in one weekend, and then you have to wait like another 2 years for the next season to be produced, as opposed to old school TV. You had one episode a week. It carried you for 8 months. Then they came back after the summer. So anyways.
So unless it's something that people really love, they just kind of forget about it and put it on a shelf. And then when the next season comes out, it's just too far gone.
Right, exactly. You lost the moment. People were into that show 2 years ago, you know?
You know what, real quick, what happened to me yesterday for the first time was on Netflix. I was watching some Seinfelds.
Yeah.
And as you know, I despise the stand-up portion of Seinfelds, but I still love the show. And when it went to the next episode, a little prompt came up that said, "Are you still watching this?"
Uh-huh.
And I was like, don't try to take data on me, Netflix, as if they're not already taking a bunch of data. They're trying to figure out which shows people are actually watching, or whether it's rather like they're going to act like it's for my welfare, you know, when they're just trying to figure out exactly. Wait a second, like which of these shows are people actually versus just let it go and they forgot about it and ran off. If that's what I need to go to sleep, you damn it, you just leave it on there.
I hate that reminder. That's true. I know. Then it'll wake you up in the middle of the night when the TV stops playing. I hate that reminder, and I hate the Apple Watch telling you to stand up once an hour. I hate.
I don't have an Apple Watch.
If I don't stand up, if I'm being lazy, I guess.
Guilt trips, yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching a football game on the couch, and it tells you got to stand up, walk around a little bit. That's the other worst.
You're supposed to claim you're in the flow state. I'm doing deep work here, and you're interrupting me. You're interrupting my flow state.
Exactly. Buzz off. Will Yordan make the Astros break their rules? So I was thinking about this as he was the lone representative last night for the Astros in the All-Star game. And as I said earlier, first time the Astros had just one All-Star since, I believe, 2015, over a decade ago. And Yordan was in the starting lineup, went 1 for 2, and hurrah. But he's going to be a free agent. You know, we talk so much about Hunter Brown. We talk a lot about Jeremy Pena. Yordan's going to be a free agent in 2 years. He has 2 years left on the deal. It's coming up soon.
Yeah.
Because you don't want him to go into a lame duck season, I would imagine. So, like, a year from now, you're talking a new contract. But he'll be 32 years old, which is still young for baseball purposes. But he's a DH, doesn't play the field. He's a slugger, which sometimes, you know, power can diminish as you get a little bit older. There have been some injury concerns in recent years. And we know the Astros don't love to extend guys long into their 30s, except for Jose Altuve is the one exception. And
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, it seems like Yordan would ease Altuve camp, but just the way we've seen the Astros operate and what I just laid out, DH, doesn't play the field, you know, slugger, injury concerns, might not age as well as even an Altuve or some other players. I'm just curious if even Yordan would fall into that box of the Astros of like, we can't give this guy $250 million or whatever it's going to be and pay him till he's 40.
I think I don't think there's a chance in hell that he gets anything longer than a 6-year contract, and if he does, I think that it ends up being like what they did with Altuve, where it's front-loaded, and it's, you know, Altuve's contract is the value goes down, the salary goes down as he gets older, which was good. I mean, and it takes two to tango on that. You know, it takes Altuve and the Astros to be willing to do that. I think there's a more of a chance that Yordan is that guy who's kind of wired like Altuve, that likes it here, wants to maybe, remain with the team without just doing as much as he can to get as much money possible. And I don't say that just, because I hope that's the case. He signed an extension early in his career with the Astros already that was a little bit of like, okay, I understand this is a boatload of money. I might be good. I'm giving up, a potentially ridiculously big payday, but I like where I'm at, and yeah, we'll take this money now. That I think he might be more willing than a lot of major league all-stars to meet in the middle somewhere. So I'd be just really astounded if the Astros ever, if they ever break that policy of not giving out these mega long contracts, but they might be able to come to some kind of an agreement.
He's on a current 6-year, $115 million deal, which, by the way,
it's a ridiculously good contract.
Right? That's probably the biggest bargain. I mean, it is the biggest bargain because he might be the best hitter in baseball right now. I don't think I realized how good of a deal.
It's absurdly good. It's really as long as he's healthy. Right. If you look at what he's making compared to what Aaron Judge is making, it's helped a lot. It's allowed the Astros to muddle through despite making some egregiously bad deals elsewhere. Not even short-term deals. Like having a guy like that can provides as much as he does, while having not having to pay him nearly as much as other guys of his stature. It's a good deal.
That's a good point in the fact that it's like a rookie contract for the quarterback, where you're not paying your quarterback all this money. You can spend. It is interesting. The Astros payroll is so large, and most people would probably assume like, well, yeah, because they're paying Yordan, $50 million a year, and they're not, and yet they still are throwing around a lot of money, and yet you look at the roster and it's like, this doesn't really match the $200 million payroll or whatever it is this year.
Yeah, no, 100%. And Chandler Rome did a nice article on Yordan a week or two ago, and it kind of just paints a picture of a guy who's just a simple guy in a good way, not like saying he's a simpleton. He likes fishing, he likes hunting, he just likes playing baseball and being around his family. And I don't think there's any part of him that yearns to be a huge, and you can see that just by the way he operates. Everything is just even keeled as could be. That might be one of those rare baseball players that's not seeking to just maximize his contract. And I never begrudge those guys. And I don't begrudge Alex Bregman for being a hell of a businessman and just, eking out every little bit of leverage that he has and getting the best contract he can. I just think that Yordan might be wired a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I think it was in that same story that you referenced from Chandler Rome that when there were rumors about Yordan potentially being moved, he did go to the front office to check in. It almost seemed like from a perspective of, hey, I don't want to be traded or I do want to stay here. So maybe you do get some sort of hometown discount, and I guess that would be what it would take. But I'm just throwing it out there, putting it in the mind of Astro fans because I was thinking about it. Free agency for him coming up in 2.5 years here, not all that far away. He'll be 32, which, again, sounds young. You think, Yordan at 32, of course, I'll sign up for that. But Kyle Tucker was 28, Alex Bregman was 31, George Springer 31, Framber, different position obviously, but 32. They let all these guys walk instead of paying them. And there's even obviously talks about Jeremy Pena right now. Are they going to be willing to pay him? And he's going to be 31 years old when he becomes a free agent. So Yordan is right in that territory of, in the past, the Astros haven't wanted to reward these guys with long-term contracts. Maybe Yordan is that one exception.
Yeah, I mean, the 10-year deals are just stupid.
They are.
And, I mean, like the Altuve's extension, I mean, that's as close as they've gotten to basically conceding that we're probably going to get the most out of you, but we love you and you want to be an Astro for life. So we're going to give you this extension that takes you into your late 30s. But even then, they accounted for, as did Altuve, the fact that, there's most likely going to be a drop-off as you get older, and we'll pay you less at the end of the deal than we will now. The other part about Yordan, because I'm not trying to paint him out as a saint of all saints or anything. They gave him that extension in June of 2022, which was his first big, huge breakout all-star season. A lot of agents, and I'm guessing his agent at the time, might have been saying, like, listen, man, all right, if you just push this to free agency, it's going to be an absurd amount of money. But Yordan, by that point in his career, had already seen, like just the frailty perhaps of the human body. He was playing on 2 partially torn patellar tendons before he got that fixed, and that was part of his turnaround. That I think he just kind of weighed the pluses and minuses of, look, it's always nice to have a huge wad of guaranteed money right now, even if you're foregoing a little bit more later on. I don't know if he's going to be any more of, cool and calculating now that he's already got his huge wad of guaranteed money, and that he could be as, I don't want to say greedy, but he could be, he could really go for just a ridiculously large contract. And I've always tried to put myself in this position. And, when you put yourself in that position, you always pretend that you're like the most rational and egoless person alive. And I've always thought, like, well, man, you know what? For one, it's not necessarily all that much fun, no matter how much, to be viewed by an entire city and fan base as a drain on your team, to be Pujols and just to be making an absurdly large amount of money for no good reason for year after year after year. I like to think that I don't want to make that exchange, almost like trading your dignity for a big wad of cash. But then I remember that I also do like big wads of cash. And that given that situation, that I probably would think differently than my hypothetical self.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You bring up a good point though about these international players. There's been a trend now, and I know we have to hit the break, but there's been a break. Yeah, well, that's what I've been saying. Ben's probably been sweating back there with me here in the last week plus because I'm a terrible clock manager. But there's been a trend in baseball where Major League Baseball teams have found a way. They found not a loophole, but like international players love signing these team-friendly deals early because they just want the money. Because they come from these third world countries where I worked in baseball, and I saw a lot of guys were set with their signing bonus. They did not care if they made it to the majors because they just got whatever. For some of the big prospects, they got $3 million handed to them, which, when they come from Cuba or Dominican Republic or wherever, Venezuela, like that goes a lot further there, obviously, and they feel like, hey, I'm set for life. Like, I don't even need to make it to the big leagues.
Yeah, when you're coming from a country where the average annual household income is just, in the digit category, it's a big deal just to get 6 figures in a signing bonus.
Yeah, 8 of the top 10 highest paid players in Major League Baseball right now are Americans. It's us greedy Americans where these international players like Acuna, like Yordan, they take these team-friendly deals because, like, $120 million? Sure, where do I sign? When really they could get a lot more. But
average, and now Cuba's a whole different scenario also because guys, it's not easy for them to go back and forth and everything. But like Venezuela, for instance, average household income in Venezuela, $300 per month. My God.
Whew. Sounds like what my grandfather used to talk about, raking in back in the day. Coming up, we'll get to headlines, including more on the sad passing of Janice McNair yesterday, and we'll do that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Trajan Wealth talking about, look, if you want to be making more than $300.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
That's right. Let's get you caught up on the biggest things in sports here on this Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. And we start with the sad news, which is the same way we opened the show earlier. But yesterday we got the news of Janice McNair's passing at the age of 89. She was put into the Ring of Honor this past year, so that was nice at least. But unfortunately, passing away before this anniversary season coming up. A lot of great statements. We mentioned this earlier. And Seth, obviously you were part of the organization. You were around the McNairs. As you said, you never heard a bad word about Janice. We haven't seen a bad word yet either. All the tributes are pouring in. Everyone has such nice things to say. But Janice McNair passing away yesterday at the age of 89.
Yeah, and this one just bounced, just one of the things that bounced on my timeline yesterday. Justin Reed, former Texan, who just had this to say about Janice McNair.
You kind of look at Miss McNair fondly as if she was your own, grandmother, you know? She was that motherly figure that was around and, quiet for the most part, but she always had a warmth about her. Just to open and extending arms and always look out for her guys. So, Houston's a bit of a sadder place today, having known that she's passed.
And from the very beginning, the McNairs that was just felt different to me from what I knew of just NFL owners and what you'd heard and read was just how genuinely focused they were on the community. And I think that's something that's, people give lip service to it, in every major league sports city. But that was like a driving force with Bob and Janice McNair. And every time I ever saw her interacted with her, it was usually with one of the Texans Foundation initiatives, or going to one of the local youth centers that they had started. That from the very beginning, before we had ever played a game, it was clear that was going to be a focus. And it's the McNairs owning the Texans, and really you have this with the three major sports in Houston, is you do have local owners, people that live in the community, and the McNairs are very much about being Houstonians and have a different kind of mindset than where you see with a lot of other teams. It's it's going the venture capital route, and it's going a much more just extremely streamlined and focused business-centric model. And the McNairs are really good business people. They do the business side of it really well, but I think they manage to have their foot in both worlds more so than a lot of other places. Yeah, so thoughts and prayers out to the entire McNair family and just Texans community as Janice McNair passed away yesterday at the age of 89. J.J. Watt on Twitter said, "Rest in peace. All of us who were graced with your presence and kindness are better for it." You can find online, they have, obviously D'Amico Ryans put out a statement, a lot of us as well. So a lot of tributes and kind words put out for Janice McNair, who passed away yesterday at the age of 89. Elsewhere in the sports world, as again we make that awkward transition, but Spain beat the World Cup favorite, I believe, France yesterday 2-0 to advance to the finals. So we have Spain in the finals. And we have today at 2 p.m. England versus Argentina. The winner will face Spain in the finals. Seth, I looked this up. If I'm wrong, soccer fans, if I'm wrong, sorry, blame AI. But Argentina, I guess, is the defending champs. Spain hasn't won the World Cup since 2010. Yeah. And then England hasn't won since 1966. Between Spain, England, and Argentina, is there a country you would prefer to win this thing at this point? I always go for not the underdog in a soccer sense, but for the country that doesn't have as much clout internationally or necessarily the history, regardless of soccer history or anything. So I'm an Argentina fan in this. Oh, okay. I'd say the old colonial overlords, Spain and England, they can all go wither away with their faltering economies and their misplaced self-esteem that they have from back when they used to rule the world. Yeah, no, go Argentina. That's right. That's what I say. Yeah, take that. So Argentina takes on England today. The winner gets to face Spain in the championship. 2 p.m. Central Time today. That match also started at 2 p.m. Central Time
yesterday. We were just talking about this actually during the commercial break, like time zones in other countries. So, Seth, you would probably know better than me. I don't know if this is to help out other countries, but that seems like a weird time, at least for the United States, where they're hosting the games 2 p.m. Central on a weekday for both semifinal matches. I know it's the summer, kids are out of school, but that just seems, at least for the hosting country, seems like a weird time.
It's Eurocentric. It's these colonizers over there. They want it prime time in Europe. So it's like 8 or 9 p.m. over there, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
They don't give a damn about the rest of the world.
Well, yeah, I mean, soccer is bigger in other countries than here, I suppose.
It's pretty big in Argentina. That's what I'd say.
Yeah. So go Argentina. Bring it home. It's been so long since the last World Cup championship 4 years ago, the last time they held the World Cup.
Well, plus Argentina, like the entire continent of South America is way further east than we ever realized. Like you always think of it as due south, and then you look at a map of the world and you got to remind yourself, oh yeah, that whole damn continent's basically east of the eastern seaboard of the United States. So it makes a little bit more sense for everybody except America.
By the way, I honestly just found out. Yeah, well, that's true, but
or at least everybody in that part in this hemisphere.
Going back to what I just said last segment, though, greedy Americans. I want that game in a prime viewing time for me. I wouldn't watch it anyways, to be honest with you. I just found out yesterday that they have a third place game in the World Cup. I didn't know this was a thing. I think that's pretty lame, to be honest with you. You just lost in the hairs about third place in the World Cup.
I don't like a consolation bracket unless there's a genuine. I don't like a consolation winner unless there's an actual like a consolation bracket where you go back into a bigger pool. So it always feels a little bogus. I always feel like there should be a team that, like maybe the second, a team that's actually the second best team in a tournament, but lost to the ultimate winner, that should have a chance to go back and at least finish third. But like sometimes it just doesn't. Like, sometimes those guys lose in the quarterfinals or the round of 32 or whatever. I don't like it when it's just taken from a pool of 4.
Yeah, it's lame to me. It's about winning the championship. I don't care that you won you won third place. Big whoop. The Rockets improved to 2-1 in summer league play. They beat the Sixers yesterday, 90-64, and Bruce Thornton had 18 points, made 3 threes. Real quick, Seth, are you starting to get excited about the rookie Bruce Thornton?
I am. I'm allowing myself to. Just because we talked about this yesterday. It's more times than not, like with Reed Shepherd, he had an incredible start to the summer league, and then it kind of fizzled out as teams started to attack him and realize what his strengths and weaknesses are. But sometimes the fizzle never comes, and a guy just so you just keep getting a little bit more excited each time it shows up, and as people start to focus more on him and get more of a feel and play against him, if he continues this, it's a really, really good sign.
Yeah, it sure is. So Rockets rolled yesterday over the Sixers, and Bruce Thornton's averaging like over 20 points a game right now, 3 games into the summer league. Oh, and by the way, I hate that we got load management now in the summer thing, so that's even worse than the third place.
You run these kids until their legs fall off. Yeah, right. Damn it.
Right. We used to play 5 AAU games in one weekend. Come on. Bruce Thornton can run around.
No difference there.
Yeah. Same skill level, I would say. Come on. Please, I was equivalent to an NBA Summer League player. That's
there is load management is. I'll be a grumpy old man all day long about load management, just because it's. I know that it makes sense. I know all of the reason it makes sense. I just don't like it. All right, and there's no amount of logic or reasoning that you're going to show me that makes me in my soul just hate load management.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hate it. So enjoy Bruce Thornton while you have it. That was my point, because at some point they're probably going to sit him down for the rest of this thing, because God forbid athletes play games. Coming up, are the Texans just this one thing away from actually winning the Super Bowl this year? We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one.
play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Are the Texans just this one tweak away from winning a Super Bowl? We'll get to that coming up here. Payne and Pendergast. Little dirty laundry from Don Henley bringing us back.
That's appropriate.
Yeah.
How'd you do that quickly? I was telling you during the break about how one of my former college class went to minimum security prison for some white-collar crime. And we were having such a good time on the group text yesterday talking about it. 13 of my college teammates, none of us were all that fond of this guy. I don't want to say that we were taking delight in him going to prison. I'm just saying that it wasn't a surprise to any of us.
Finally got his. Maybe just saying, maybe one of those guys was the one that tipped off the IRS. I don't know.
I don't know. One of those guys might have gotten screwed, but he's not allowed to talk about it or something.
Yeah.
This guy, the one thing about him, though, is that he's a sleepwalker.
Ooh.
Like, he walks in his sleep, like, pretty badly. And I'm thinking about, man, that could be a dicey proposition. Not as much in minimum security prison as in a real prison, but still, all of a sudden your bunkmate, wakes up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You're sitting on his bed.
Right? That's true.
Yeah,
I would hate that. I had a roommate like that in college who, when he would drink, obviously, I think that wasn't quite sleepwalking, but he would sleepwalk in the middle of the night after a heavy night of drinking.
Yeah.
That was the worst. I would wake up. It was creepy. I'd wake up. We shared a room, the two of us in college, and I'd wake up and he'd be like just walking into my closet and whatnot.
Yeah.
It was just kinda creepy.
Yeah.
And he was one of those guys that would urinate as in his sleep.
Yeah.
So
that doesn't play well in prison.
No, he was going to pee in my closet.
If you pee on your roommate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or cellmate, I guess.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm officiating his wedding next week, so I'll have plenty of stories.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So, Payne and Pendergast, I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside 703-572-4610 on the text line. That's why Ben is the best morning producer in the business. Queuing up the song at the perfect time. Hey, we got a lot of C.J. Stroud stuff. And we got a lot of audio, too. We'll try to get to as much of this audio as we can over the course of the next 3 hours here. But obviously, now that we head towards training camp, football, of course, is on the mind of many. It's taking over. I saw somebody say that the best thing about, waking up after the All-Star game, Major League Baseball All-Star game, is like, okay, now we can turn our attention to football. And boy, are we. And Stroud, obviously, is one of the hot topics in the NFL. So there's a lot of people out there right now talking about C.J. Stroud, especially with that top 10 quarterback ranking on ESPN and this top 100 list that is continuing by the NFL, and we're waiting to see if and when C.J. Stroud pops up on that list. But I did find some of this audio. Seth, you found this audio, and then I found it interesting after you passed it along. But Jeremy Fowler with some interesting audio and a word that I like that you pointed out earlier, because we say the same thing in broadcasting, that it's the word you never want to hear, and I guess it might be the same for quarterbacks.
Yeah, indifferent.
Yeah, indifferent.
And just to set this up, this is Jeremy Fowler, who compiles these top 10 position rankings on ESPN, talks to 70 scouts, executives, coaches, etc., to try to come up with these rankings. And CJ finished at best 18th in the voting, and really he only had one top 10 vote, only one vote, because the guys vote for their top 10. And he said, Trick asked him about C.J. Stroud and what some of these poll respondents were saying. This is what Jeremy Fowler said.
I didn't get enough responses on C.J. Stroud to get a ton of feedback because he really just wasn't a factor in the voting. But I think with Stroud, it's
and maybe that's the point of it, that you didn't get responses. That says a lot.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, honestly, I think he got one vote, I want to say. It just wasn't he wasn't a factor. But the ability's there. What happened last year, especially in the playoffs, it's certainly a concern. Some people wonder, like, okay, is that a byproduct of something that was going on behind the scenes all year, or just wasn't comfortable in the offense? I know it was raining that day and New England played well, but some of the decisions were odd. It's funny, though. He has a chance to be a fast riser because the tools and the skill set are there. And you talk about quarterbacks being able to throw over the middle of the field with accuracy. He can do some of those things where some of the quarterbacks ahead of him aren't as good. So I don't necessarily think like people are really down on him, or he's not a starter, or he's his job's on the line. I don't feel like it's that. It's just maybe more of a little indifference. I just didn't get a lot of responses on him.
Yeah, that's that was depressing to me. I think of the two main lists that are coming out right now, there's the NFL Top 100, which is really if you think about the way the balloting works, for the NFL Top 100, players choose who the top 20 players are. That's just, they have a ballot and they fill out who they think the top 20 players are. So to use that as a ranking for the actual, who's 50th through 100th, it's mathematically really dicey for a lot of different reasons. Likewise, though, with the ESPN Top 10 in a position group, it makes a little bit more sense because it's a smaller pool. You're confining it to one position, but one vote in the top 10 skews things a lot more. And then if you did have two in the top 10, the rankings for 11 through 25 can be swayed a lot by just one opinion. It's really notable that CJ has fallen in each successive year since 2024 to the point now where I think people are looking at him as he's definitively not a top 10 quarterback, other than just one person who put him in that vote. And so, yeah, when you're having a conversation about who the top 10 are, right now CJ's somewhere outside of that in most people's minds. And it puts him into that group of players who didn't make the top 10 on ESPN. But it's some of the more notable things. CJ Stroud being 18th, 19th, or 20th, or wherever he ended up finishing in the voting. That's notable, but Jalen Hurts being so far outside, I think he finished 17th or something. Mm-hmm. That's a guy who's won a Super Bowl, been to a couple of Super Bowls, but isn't looked at as the driving force on his team, and is not regarded as a top 10 quarterback. Eagles fans have a lot more, and I tend to agree with him not being a top 10 or being debatable whether he's a top 10, but I also understand why Eagles fans would be irate about him not being in the top 10 despite everything he's accomplished.
Yeah, for sure. There's one part in that clip from Jeremy Fowler where I did chuckle because he sounded so dejected when Dan Patrick said something like, I don't know, that's not very much or whatever about CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I know. He almost like Fowler was sad to admit that there wasn't a lot of thought about CJ Stroud in this whole thing.
This one is usually the top 100 is whatever. I've never liked that. I think it's just such a bogus poll. This one, the ESPN rankings, I think even if people disagree with it, this is the one where I felt from the fan base over the last few days just almost a deflation amongst themselves where we've been propping ourselves up, talking ourselves back into CJ Stroud and look, you just need this, you just need that. And I still believe in a lot of that, but it almost felt like confirmation. I would have rather heard people say, nope, he's done. I would have liked to hear executives or coaches say, no, he's done. He's never going to be anything. He's going to be trash. Because then I could be defiant against that. The fact that they're just indifferent and just aren't even really thinking about him, that's somehow that's more deflating and scary because it's I think it's the genuine reality of the deal. Fowler is trustworthy in my mind in terms of this is a guy that's got a good relationship with a lot of NFL people and they're giving him honest opinions and everything, and they're just flat out not talking about CJ Stroud.
Yeah, and different is a big buzzword. And I said, even in our industry here, that's a huge thing. You want to be, I guess, divisive for that classic from the Howard Stern movie where, they figured out that the people that hated Howard Stern listened twice as much.
Yeah.
So you either want them to hate you or love you, but you want them to have an opinion about you. If someone's indifferent, they're not even thinking about you. You're even worse off, I would say, than someone saying, "Oh no, he's not very good," or "He's not not good enough." If they're indifferent, they're not even thinking about you. It's like the famous line in the book, The Fountainhead, where there's an architect, Howard Rourke, and the newspaper columnist is very critical of this architect over and over and over again, and they finally meet. And the columnist says, so what do you think of me? And the architect says, I don't, and walked away. And it's kind of similar of you want to be thought of, and to hear that word indifferent, it's tough for a guy who, just 2 years ago as a rookie was towards the tops of the league.
Yeah, that's I I didn't know that. I wonder if that's where they lifted that. And there's a famous scene in Mad Men where Don Draper says, "I don't think about you at all," which was a lie because he totally thought about that character at all. Did he lift that from Ayn Rand? Was that a Fountainhead reference?
I guess so. It's
okay.
It's the famous line from that book.
I knew Don Draper was a libertarian.
I always love that idea too. Like that, I think that is the best thing you could say to somebody. Someone that's been critical or think that they're on your mind.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I don't think about you at all.
I think that part of it, you'd much rather your quarterback be hated because he's won so much. I'd love to be in a position where people are screaming about whether or not CJ Stroud is overrated, the way that people get in arguments about whether Tom Brady is overrated, because it comes from a position of people hating him because he won so much. And they're just not in that situation right now, particularly like even after last year. It's really, really easy for people to just put all the blame for that playoff loss on CJ Stroud and CJ Stroud alone. And, we've talked for months now about all the different nuances and everything, but the sum total is that, for whatever reason or explanation there is, the sum total of it all leads to your quarterback hasn't performed at the same level as everybody else. Whether he does now, Jeremy Fowler elsewhere in this interview did point out that, look, these guys move up and down every year. Jalen Hurts has been in the top 10. Now he's out of the top 10. Other guys, Jaden Daniels is still in the top 10. So didn't get punished for whatever last year was, or at least he's just outside the top 10. He's somewhere right around there in the periphery. But if Jaden Daniels were to stay completely healthy this year and then not be as impressive as he was his rookie year again, then there's a really good chance he slides out of it going into next year.
I'm going to circle back to Jeremy Fowler, but first I do want to get to this next piece of audio and get your thoughts on this, Seth, because Greg Cosell, who is considered one of the more elevated minds in the football space. He watches a lot of film. He breaks it down. He was on a podcast. Here we go again. I don't know what podcast. Don't ask me. But he was on some podcast.
He was on Ross Tucker's podcast.
Was that where it was?
Yeah.
I know he does a lot of appearances. Anyways, here's Greg Cosell where he made the case that watching the game is too fast for Stroud. Here's what Cosell said.
I mean, I can only go by watching tape. I don't know what's in his head. But C.J. Stroud has become a quarterback that plays incredibly fast. His mental and physical processes become speeded up way too soon. He perceives pressure that's often not there. When he can't play in rhythm, you can almost see his body language in the pocket. Everything becomes faster. I thought Troy Aikman spoke about it really well during the telecast. The last 2 years have been difficult. They've got to figure out what it is. If he's the guy, he's going into his fourth year. But the last 2 years, for the most part, with few exceptions, he's not been a comfortable player. Everything's happening too fast for him.
Yeah, I think that, for one, I saw that same tweet where that clip was, and this was from a while ago on the Ross Tucker podcast, and because we had actually played this a couple months ago or so, and it might have been directly after the playoffs, but the guy that posted it, he did that dirty thing where he posts a clip of a video, but then puts some quotes in it. He put some quotes in his post that aren't actually in the video. So this Scott Barrett guy, he put, quote, "The game is moving too fast for him. They need to take protections off his plate." And that's not what he said. That's not what Greg Cosell said at all. It was really weird. It's just that dirty little social media engagement bait thing that people are doing.
Yeah.
This was Greg Cosell also talked about this a few weeks ago podcast, in talking about the difficulties of handling a scheme change, going from Bobby Slowick's scheme to the New England style system.
They could not run the ball. Now, it's always easy to say, well, Stroud's not been great because the run game's bad. And obviously there is a correlation. I'm not going to sit here and say there's no correlation. But they brought in David Montgomery, and they revamped their entire offensive line. They're going to have 3 or 4 new starters. Okay, they brought in Braden Smith to play right tackle, Wyatt Teller, who for a couple of years there in Cleveland was as good a left guard as there was in the league, particularly in the gap scheme run game as a puller. Keelan Rutledge, who played guard, the rookie out of Georgia Tech, he'll probably play center. So they're going to have a brand new offensive line, and ideally at least a serviceable run game. And David Montgomery is one of those backs. He's it's so funny. People always talk about backs being special and all that. But you know what? You don't have to have a special back to have a consistent, sustaining run game.
Okay, I mislabeled that. That's not the quote. There was another one where he talked about the difficulty of transitioning to a New England-style system where you do have to, you are responsible for the coverages and everything. Sorry about that, Ben. That's my fault.
Cassell's just throwing us out of whack
He's
today.
just throwing it. Yeah. No, but that part of it. So the fake quote that the guy who posted that, I think was trying to paint that like somehow CJ's like, he can't handle this. He needs to take it. That's not what Cassell said at all. And I watched every Cassell interview I can find. I don't recall him ever saying anything like that. That's more the opinion of the person who posted it. The point Cassell has made is that it's not so simple. There was like Tom Brady and the level at which he operated. People love to throw clips of him from 2011 and later on where he is just this complete conductor of an orchestra at the line of scrimmage and act like that's what he was like back when they won their first couple of Super Bowls. And it wasn't. Like, that was a transition and a process, and it took a lot of time to get him to that point. And any quarterback's going to have some difficulties doing that. One thing that Josh McDaniels did last year in teaching Drake May that New England-style system was that he knew how to do it in palatable or, bite-sized chunks. That you can bring it along and you can do certain things, but you can't add too much to the quarterback's plate. And he's had a lot of experience doing that with young quarterbacks. Nick Caley hasn't had as much experience doing that with young quarterbacks. He's been, in the building in New England as they've worked with quarterbacks, but as an offensive coordinator, he hasn't been that guy. And then he went to the Rams, and he's working with Matt Stafford, what are you going to teach him? So I think that's a part of it. It's not just C.J. Stroud. It's Nick Caley working with C.J. Stroud, and those two as a duo learning a lot of hard lessons about how to teach and integrate that system onto an offense with a young quarterback. So that part of it should be better this year just because he's got time in the system, but it's not a guarantee that it's definitely going to be where it needs to be.
By the way, we need on all these videos because there's another one that went viral yesterday of C.J. Stroud talking about like the difference between women in Houston and California. But you could tell that one's old because he still has the long hair in that video. But
that was from after his rookie year.
Oh, wow.
Or it might have been before his rookie year. It was definitely like either right before or right after his rookie year. It was on the Boardroom podcast.
But it's been making the rounds again, like as if people think it's a new clip. But again,
even though his hair is long.
Right. So that's the giveaway.
Yeah.
So when Greg Cassell goes on the Ross Tucker podcast every week, you don't know if this is a new clip or an old clip. And when people share it around, like he just said this on his latest appearance, we need to put a date on every video on Twitter so this is from January when he said
Okay,
this.
I want to say, you know what? I want to say that clip, the first clip we played from Cassell, I went back and knowing that I've mislabeled some things this morning, take this with a grain of salt. But I want to say that clip, the first clip we played was actually from October this past season. So, he said similar things after the season, so it's not necessarily that doesn't date the reference. But yeah, that one with C.J. Stroud, man, you know what that was a reminder of? C.J.'s come a long way in just knowing when to shut up. He talked. I remember his rookie year, even before he had ended up, ranking himself in the top 5 of quarterbacks or anything, like even before his rookie season, I remember talking with Sean about how he's gonna get himself in trouble at some point because it's awesome that he's willing to talk, but sometimes as a quarterback, you just need to cut it off and not say too much. And then lo and behold, after that first season, he's talking smack. He's putting himself in the top 5 QB rankings and everything. There's certain things that as a quarterback you just don't have to answer or talk about. And I would include in that doing 2 minutes on why LA women are better than Houston women. And you know what the other part about that clip, though? I'll get retroactively upset about this. In that clip, CJ was talking about why LA women are better than Houston women, and he brings up the difference in options or whatever, and he brings up Inland Empire and he brings up San Diego, where I'm like, okay, it's cool, it's all Southern California, I get it, but then he brings up Oakland. Like, all right, well, wait a second. You can't go all the way up to Oakland and include that in L.A. women and talking about the diversity.
And now suddenly she's considered attractive.
Yeah.
And it's just like you just love all that attention and the spotlight. But it reminds me of Doug Peterson after he won a Super Bowl with the Eagles, wrote a book along the lines of like, how I won a Super Bowl. And he went on a book tour that whole offseason and was talking about how he beat Bill Belichick and how he was this great. And then, long story short, he went 10 games under 500 the rest of his career. It's like, congrats on winning the Super Bowl, but let's get back to work instead of talking about how great you are all offseason.
It's like when you see a 29-year-old write their memoirs. Just give this a little time, buddy.
Yeah.
You haven't even been addicted to heroin yet.
Right.
Yeah, like give me something meaty that I can read about.
Yeah, come on. You don't know what it is. Going back to Jeremy Fowler, because I did find this interesting. We are starting, despite all the C.J. Stroud consternation in the media, we are starting to get some national media members that are coming around pretty highly on the Texans, because I've been making the case all offseason that I feel like the Texans are still underrated despite the quarterback concerns. I heard Aaron Schatz this morning say that the Texans are his pick to win the AFC, which we played previously, but he has them ranked as the best DVOA team in the AFC. Anyways, here is Jeremy Fowler that's saying if the Texans can just figure this one thing out, they can win the Super Bowl this year. Here was Fowler.
I think the offense, he's had changes. You go from OC Bobby Slowick to Nick Caley. Like, they need to be able to run the ball and simplify some things for him, and once they do, his arm talent and his ability can take over. But let's be honest, Dan. I mean, Houston, and I'm doing this top 10 series, they have the best defense in the league. They have talent on offense. They've rebuilt their offensive line. If they can run the ball, they probably have, I think they'll win the Super Bowl. Like, I think they have that kind of team. And if they do that, then that changes things for C.J. Stroud in a big way.
Yeah, I don't. They say that, and yet again, there is Jalen Hurts ranked 17th or 18th on that list of top 20 quarterbacks.
That's a good point.
I don't know. All right, how much does it change? I think the most encouraging thing is at one point Fowler lays out just how there's so many right now. If you think about the fact that, like, whether you think they're good enough in the old school sense of the word or whatever it is, or whether it's just, teams need to be more complete and well balanced in the Super Bowl, the quarterback position doesn't matter as much as it used to be, that you look through any of the guys who received votes in this ranking of quarterbacks and you can see, okay, yeah, like you go outside of the top 10 and, okay, let's see, Sam Darnold finished 11th in that ranking. Yeah, I think you could win a Super Bowl with him, if memory serves correctly. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield. Like, I go through those guys and say, yeah, I can certainly see those guys in a certain situation winning a Super Bowl. If the Packers' defense improves, you do a few of these different, and those guys are plenty good enough to win a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts was 17th in this list, and he's won a Super Bowl himself. Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, C.J. Stroud received the fewest number of points in this poll. And Bo Nix, yeah, very arguably, if Bo Nix was healthy for that playoff game, that he could have been in the Super Bowl.
Here's the weird thing that I feel conflicted on, because as I've been saying, I think the Texans should be one of the favorites of the AFC, even if Stroud plays like they just did in the regular season last year. Even if it's just an average offense, they should be able to win the AFC. But then with these lists coming out, which Jeremy Fowler is, heavily involved in these lists, and he's the one that just had that audio that he even referenced. Like, if you look at these top 10 lists, but here's my problem. Here's where I'm going with all this. Is when you look at this, they have a linebacker, number 6, and yes, they have 2 cornerbacks in the top 11, and they have 2 defensive ends in the top 6. That's all great, but like Dalton Schultz wasn't on there, David Montgomery wasn't on there, no offensive lineman was on there, despite 44 offensive linemen getting votes. C.J. Stroud is ranked 20th. Like, we're not even talking about trying to be, or I should say, having average players on offense. These are guys that aren't even ranked. Montgomery was ranked outside of the top 20. Stroud was ranked, 20th. Like, these are theoretically bottom third of the league at their position. And yet, I guess it's a credit to the defense that I still feel like, yeah, but, this team's still good enough to win the AFC.
It's that good of a defense. I think that the part about it that's the part about it that I rankle against a little bit when it comes to, like, hey, you don't have to have a great offense or anything, the people will say, well, look at Sam Darnold. I'm like, all right, I mean, right, but Sam Darnold played a lot differently than C.J. Stroud last year. But going into last season, Jackson Smith-Njigba and Cooper Kupp were not thought of as all that electrifying of a number 1 and number 2 wide receiver on that football team. People didn't know what Jackson Smith-Njigba was going to look like when he had to play more outside, and it looked pretty damn good. That's where, credit Clint Kubiak for getting the absolute most out of those guys. Kenneth Walker was, he's too injury prone. He's not consistent enough. He's not enough of a receiving threat. Like, there were a lot of things about that offense that you could look at in the preseason and say, like, yeah, I don't know what they expect to do offensively. And the sum total of the entire unit was that they played pretty damn well. So that part of it, I try to remind myself of that. But also remember that, the majority of teams where you say, like, I wouldn't get that excited about these guys on offense, they don't give you any reason to get excited about during the season. Don't look at the fantasy football rankings if you don't have to. When it comes to the offensive skill position players for the Texans, just don't look at the fantasy football rankings.
I can't help it.
Just show up and let the computers make your selections, okay, on draft day.
I just read an article yesterday of fantasy football putting the running backs in tiers, and they had Montgomery in tier 7. I didn't even know they would go that far.
That's a really understandable one, though, partly just because of the two running back dynamic. You know?
Yeah, fair.
That's what I'm telling myself on that one.
Pro Football Focus just ranked Montgomery as the 26th best running back in the league, so that's bottom 7. So the rankings have not been kind for the offense.
I think honestly, Montgomery doesn't have to be a top 10 running back in the league. He just needs to be really good in short yardage situations, and he needs to be consistently getting positive yardage, and a lot of that just falls back to the offensive line. I mean, there's so many. I've usually got a rule of, like, okay, if once you get to the third, if you're really reaching, because it's that parlay thinking. It's how Bill O'Brien was a general manager. Like, well, if this deal works out, and if this guy exceeds expectations, and if we give this guy more money than we should, and then you get 7 ifs down the line, and you're like, okay, this is magical thinking here. It's like you can't rely on this many ifs on the Texans offense right now.
Absolutely.
But if I get it down to one if, it's the offensive line. And it's as simple as that. It's that if the offensive line is definitively improved, then everything else improves by extension. And without saying that, no, they become the best offense in football or anything, that's just simple logic that the offensive line made it a lot harder to operate for every other position on the field last year. If they are better, if they're genuinely better, then there aren't a whole lot of ifs after that. It'll be an improved offense.
And speaking of which, I found this interesting from Nate Tice, and this is on the Athletic Football Show, I think they call it, something like that. It's Nate Tice's podcast, and they do a great job. And Nate Tice.
No, that's not Nate Tice anymore. That's Robert Mays. Nate Tice left, so he's on something else.
All right.
I think Nate Tice's podcast is the 301. Football,
maybe that's what it is. I'm just going to continue this shtick of just
misleading. Now, he might have been on Robert May's podcast as a guest now. They used to be co-hosts, and then Tice left. So he might have been on Robert May's The Athletic Football Show.
Here's Nate Tice on the Steve Wilkos Show. He's talking about what makes an effective run game, and I think this is a good piece of audio. This is an interesting piece of audio when we try to compare it to the Texans. Here's what Nate Tice said.
Some of these top offense, Packers were in 7th, Lions 8th, Dolphins 10th. But you can't take penalties. And I saw that a lot of offenses, a lot of referees clamped down on offenses at the line of scrimmage, especially recently, especially this last year. And this is cheap yards, or losing cheap yards, I guess is the best way to put it, or giving cheap yards to the defense. And so I think it sounds stupid, but there's a lot to be said that some of the best running teams are the least penalized teams because they're the smartest teams, and they know what they're getting. So penalties happen when players' footwork. When I think of penalties, I just think of holdings and like false starts. Maybe it's my dad. It's just like I don't think of OPI, and anything like that. But it's like these ones that are controllable or at least manageable. And I really do see that the best teams are the ones not shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over. This is where I think the Bears, you could see the first 4, 5, 6 weeks, and the Jaguars, I'd use them as another example, work through their kinks and were able to get into this heavily, super, like hyper-specific game plans with a lot of motion, a lot of shifting, a lot of formation change, or like the Jaguars and the Rams, super packaged plays with long, wordy play calls, they were able to get better in the second half of the year and then not put themselves in such bad situations. So even teams that got better, I think that you can look at their pre-snap penalties and just see that get better, or just maybe their offensive penalties, I should say. But I really do think this is important. And I know this is old school, but it's something that's really stood out to me. It's like, it's frustrating to see a lot of teams just not know what they're getting with defenses and hold, or get illegal shift penalties and just stuff because the wide receivers don't know the second play call, which was the Jaguars in the first 2 months of the season. So it's very cool to see some of the teams get better and then it become tangible. And I think pre-snap and manageable penalties is one of those instances.
That was on the Athletic. We had about 30 minutes of conversation, or 30 seconds of conversation that we didn't need to have. I think the biggest thing about that is that I remember Dom Capers, that was one of the big things he always used to say, is more games are lost than won in the NFL. And people would be dismayed sometimes to go into a meeting room and see how many mental errors actually are, like how many times mental errors are the reason your team lost the game. Look, we saw it last year with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and some of his coverage gaffes. Ultimately, you find out through some very quick, very rapidly timed leaks in the media after C.J. Gardner-Johnson was released, that some C.J. Gardner-Johnson mental errors or technique errors or response to coverage errors were the reason the Texans, or at least a huge reason the Texans lost those first 3 games. On offense, I think that goes back to a lot of what they're trying to do offensively. It's whenever you add complexity, what ends up happening is guys make mental errors. You do have penalties. Everything that Nate Tice said right there about the Jaguars and those other teams, I think I agree with. It's that it's easier said than done, and it looks great on the whiteboard. But there are a lot of moving parts to be able to operate that way, and how quickly you can get it all working together makes a big, big difference. And like last year, things were just gunky. The best example of it was the Titans game when Jeffrey Simmons had that sack of C.J. Stroud. Remember, it was the fastest sack all year in the NFL because nobody blocked him. It looked like they were running. There were 3 different plays being run by different players on the offense. You had 4 offensive linemen blocking the other defensive tackle that wasn't Jeffrey Simmons. And that's the kind of stuff you get when you're just not operating pre-snap that well. And they got better at it as the season went along. But, obviously there was a lot about the offense that still wasn't ready. The hope is that, now that they've got all those kinks out, they can look more like a team that's not shooting themselves in the foot all the time.
So that's an interesting perspective, and honestly not what I had thought of, because obviously you know better than me. You played in the NFL. You were in these locker rooms. Maybe it's unfair of me, but I always hold, if a team is often penalized, I always hold that against the head coach. Mm-hmm. And it's been one of my biggest complaints under D'Amico, where I just looked this up. The Texans were 2nd in penalties his first year. They've been getting better, 5th in year number 2, 11th this past year in penalties, so still something that needs to be improved for this team. But I'll be honest, I never did consider the fact of, at least when it comes to those pre-snap penalties on offense, that maybe it's just more so about the new offense.
It's tough because whenever you slice into it, I used to do this as a player because Tom Coughlin was huge on the penalties, and everything that Nate Tice just said, like Tom Coughlin's probably would be aggressively nodding his head in agreement. And yet at the same time, he would always put up these charts where he'd show the least penalized teams. And you'd be like, without fail, there were at least a few of them that were bad teams, and then there were a few of the most penalized teams that were really good teams. Like, the correlation isn't as tight or as simple, but I think when you start breaking it down to like what Nate Tice was saying with the pre-snap penalties, and probably start finding out some more consistent trends. I thought the thing that he's mentioned in there about the pre-snap motion and the audibleizing and all of that, I think the big takeaway from that, and I'm glad he said it, was that we all want a boatload of pre-snap motion. We all want these modernized NFL offenses and everything. I think sometimes people forget that it's not as simple as just saying, hey, this is what we're going to draw up, and we're going to have 3 different motions before the play, and then we're going to check to the third play call we had in the huddle. Like, every time you add another wrinkle of complexity to it, there's also a much greater chance for a mental error or a penalty. And that's where it does come down to the coaching, Luke, but it's not as it's not as simple as just like, oh, you need to be more disciplined about this or you need to yell about it more. It's really about how well are you teaching it and how well are you practicing it. So when you get into a game, guys are relying on their technique and they're not overly thinking or wondering what they're supposed to be doing. That all starts with the coordinators and how they're actually operating in practice. The thing that still bothers me to this day was that that Tommy Togiai illegal motion down on the goal line at the end of the year. Do you remember when Tommy Togiai was the fullback?
Yes.
And after the game, C.J. Stroud said, we hadn't practiced at full speed. And, it was like we thought it's something along those lines. I'm like, well, all right. Like, are we really doing this? Really just throwing a defensive lineman back there at fullback and hoping for the best? I don't understand. And that kind of freaked me out because it makes me wonder, like, all right, what the hell is Nick Haley doing as coordinator that you guys are trying to add these wrinkles and barely practicing a play that ends up getting penalized during the game?
Right. I'm with you. I have a vague memory of a team. I don't know who it was. Cowboys, Bears, Lions, somebody. I think it was a national game because I remember texting about it with friends recently where they put like the fullback in to hand him the football at the goal line and he fumbled. And I think afterwards, after the game, he said, like, yeah, we never practiced that. Like we just put, not the fullback, I should say, a different position put in as the fullback to try to have him run it in. And anyways.
The problem is there are a bunch of stories also from guys like Tom Brady where they'll say, you know what? We ran that in practice three times and it never worked. But then we got in the game and it worked perfectly. And what people forget about those types of stories is that it's Tom freaking Brady. Okay, like that's there's a certain level of expectations you have with some quarterbacks, especially when they're veterans, than when you're a team that's just trying to figure things out. So going back to just the coach being responsible for penalties, that's always the hardest balance is how do you figure out how much complexity to add? Like, how much can my team handle right now? Because if you go out there and all you want is perfect execution and you say we're only going to run 2 plays because we need to have perfect execution. Okay, cool. You'll execute them well, but you're going to get your ass kicked because you're so predictable. But then you're like, all right, we got to add a little bit more complexity, but we got to be sure we can operate well. So it's always, I don't envy coaches for having to try to find that balance because there's never a perfect balance, but it's always like, all right, we got to execute well, but we also have to be diverse. Just how much can we handle right now? And I don't honestly, last year the Texans couldn't handle a whole bunch.
Well, that was a good old football conversation. Get into the depths of it about C.J. Stroud and this offense. Coming up, I might be a day late on this, but after watching the Home Run Derby, I worry about the Netflixification of sports. We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
But first, got to get you sleeping better. And I slept great during this vacation that I just had.
presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I'm worried about the Netflixification of sports these days after watching that home run derby. Payne and Pendergast, I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. Obviously, the home run derby was 2 nights ago, but I was not in yesterday, so I wanted to get to this.
No, I'm all
today.
for this. You know, we didn't end up talking about the home run derby as much as I thought we were going to yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And I'd love your take on the Netflixification of, because they had like a WWE theme for the intros, right?
Yeah.
And was Will Ferrell involved somehow?
Yeah, he was. That
What
was
was
my
he
problem.
doing?
He was one of the. They started it off with him, Luke Wilson, and that Jimmy. What's his name? Jimmy Tatro or something. The actor with the deep voice. They started it with those three guys as like the broadcasters. It was hard to hear them first off, and I didn't think they added a whole lot, and it wasn't really funny. And this is my biggest issue is, look, I know Fox used to do that too, like with the World Series. There'd be a random person from like the OC in the crowd, and they'd highlight them, or 90210, whatever Fox shows, and they would promote their own stuff. I get it, and that's part of the deal. Like, we're paying all this money. We want to promote it. But I think back to opening night of Major League Baseball where we had Bert Kreischer shirtless on the field, like pumping up the crowd.
You know what? Honestly, because I really enjoy Will Ferrell. But there's something that's gone on like over the course of his career. The problem is when these guys have these really successful long careers, you start to see like, okay, they're just kind of doing the same thing they've always been doing. Like it's a shtick and it's a good shtick. But like Mike Myers was like that when he was still doing a bunch of stuff. It was like, okay, he's got 4 or 5 signature body language things. And like that's about it, and you just get it feels awkward and feels forced, and then it also puts me in the position of being like these guys aren't that funny in this element in this moment. It's not doing it for me.
Yeah, Will Ferrell, love his movies. He seems like a great dude. You know, seems like he'd be cool to hang out with. But yes, to your point, honestly, when he does like appearances or interviews, and I believe this appearance was as his character, which is that's what he's been doing. He's been doing the media tour like in character. And I have to be honest, I haven't found him funny in those settings in maybe a decade. And to your point, it's probably because it's just like the same stuff over and over again or the same style. It just doesn't do it for me. But it's just this idea of, and look, it was the home run derby of a more fun event. It's not as serious of a broadcast, I understand. But this is Major League Baseball's first year. I should say this is Netflix's first year at Major League Baseball. I thought what they did with opening night, as I mentioned, the Giants-Yankees, was like an embarrassment. And it almost turns it into, it becomes like, kind of like the original XFL with Vince McMahon cutting promos on the field and The Rock is there. And it becomes almost like a caricature of itself. And as we get more sports on these streaming services where they just want to promote their own stuff, it feels like we're going to move in a direction where it gets away from the actual game or sport, and it's more about like, hey, here's this actor from the Netflix show doing this goofy thing, and here's this guy in the crowd, and it's like, okay, I just want to watch the game.
The most awkward one was, I think it was during the playoffs this year, in the NFL playoffs, was a comedian that I love, but it was just a bad fit, which is Nate Bargatze, because it was, he was the worst fit for his whole thing is like being super low key and just kind of dry and he's hilarious at it, but it's like the exact opposite of that, like getting hyped up, et cetera, et cetera. This is what I like. I like it when they have actors do a highly produced like 30 to 60 second intro where you have it really dramatic and they're saying something about, like the history of the team or whatever. They got Bradley Cooper doing the Eagles or something like it. I like those, but because it feels like a polished part of the intro and like a big production and everything. When they clown around, it's a little too much. It feels too much improv. Like it just feels like it almost detracts from whatever kind of illusion you're trying to create about how grand this event is.
Right.
You bring in somebody that's just kind of goofing around and everything, and it's just not so. And it doesn't end up being funny, and it also doesn't really lend any gravitas to the event itself.
No.
Let me guess. Will Ferrell either acted really dumb or acted really angry about something.
Yeah.
Did I hit it there?
Yeah.
Did he act like ridiculously angry about something? Like that was the character he's playing? Or did he act like he didn't know where he was?
Right. Those are his 2 notes. That's all he's got. But yeah, even like they did the NFL games for Christmas, Netflix did. And they had, again, Bert Kreischer, can't get enough of that guy, and Tom Segura, and Seth Rollins, because the WWE is on Netflix now. And it's like, we don't need these guys. We're trying to just watch the NFL games. I don't need Tom Segura talking about who knows what when I'm trying to watch the Cowboys on Christmas Day.
I feel like, isn't Seth Rollins, though? Seth Rollins is super eloquent. Right?
Yeah, he's good, and he's a
and
he's
he
a sports
actually
fan.
knows sports.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't minded him when he's in those roles because I feel like he's kind of taking it seriously, even though he's gonna do the whatever WWE stuff they end up having him do. I'm not a wrestling fan at all, as Sean will tell you.
Yeah,
and Sean's a huge wrestling fan. I find myself always impressed when the wrestlers do stuff like that, just because that's their job. Like that's what they do, cutting promos and everything. They understand the assignment, and I tend to enjoy those guys even if I don't know who they are.
I just worry that eventually probably all sports are going to be on streaming services in the near future, and this is what they're all going to be. Apple TV
because of the cross-promotional part of it especially, yeah.
Apple TV tried to have, Katie Nolan in the baseball booth because she was supposed to be like that cool connection to average fans or whatever. You're supposed to tune in for her insights. I don't know. It was a disaster. They pulled her out of there after less than a year.
Remember when they had Katie Nolan? Yeah, Katie Nolan on Apple was called the fun ambassador.
Yeah, something stupid like that. That's what I mean. Like, what are we doing?
Which is it's kind of insulting to Katie Nolan too, because she actually does know her sports.
It's true.
They almost brought her in. I don't like it when they bring women in, because as almost conspicuously calling attention to the fact that they're women, and hey, don't worry, guys. She's the fun ambassador. Okay, yeah. All the guys that just tend to just knee jerk not like women in sports are gonna love calling her the fun ambassador. Can you imagine if they brought Doris Burke in and they were like, hey, time for gal chat with Doris. We're like, no, she's a really good announcer. You don't have to label it anything other than what she is, which she's a really good announcer. Katie Nolan doesn't have to be the fun ambassador, and then you ask her to do fun ambassador type stuff, and it just reconfirms anybody that doesn't like women in broadcasting, sports broadcasting.
Yeah, it's the classic, but they have a great personality. So anyways, I just worry about where we're heading with these. Coming up, let's circle back towards this top 100 list that the New England put out. It's starting to remind me of a movie I watched over the weekend. Plus, I got a bunch of other thoughts on it as well. We'll get to that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we are in July now. We're in July.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's talk about this top 100 list. Starting to remind me a little bit of a movie I just watched. Plus, take it seriously at this point. Have you ever taken it seriously, to be honest with you? Payne and Pendergast, I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You could always text the show, 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610.
So this is my basic objection with the top 100 list.
Mm-hmm.
It's that the way that it works is players are given ballots where they list their top 20 players in the league. And whenever you do something like that, but then use it to create a list of the top 100, especially like in the back half of the rankings, those rankings are just so completely and totally meaningless. Like Bryce Young is in the top 100 according to the NFL player vote for this year. I'm guessing that means that like one Alabama grad or one close friend of Bryce Young put him into the top 20, where no rational human being or unbiased human being would put Bryce Young in the top 20 of NFL players right now. But any of the guys that like if if there was a way to say who the 21st best player was in the league or something, somehow like and nobody would vote for him in the top 20, and he's not on the list at all. But like Bryce Young, because he gets, I'm guessing, 1, maybe 2 votes or something inside the top 20, he makes a list of top 100 players in the NFL. It's such a stupid list. And yet, because it's a list and because people are suckers for rankings, we buy into it and we look at it as either a damnation or a confirmation of how we feel about a certain player.
Well, with that said, let me ask you then, with Lamar Jackson, that was the takeaway with him coming in ranked, number 69, which was a drop from number 2 last year to 69.
Yeah.
What a huge drop-off that is. My goodness.
In a year where he was banged up and injured the entire year. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, should you stop taking it seriously? If you haven't already, then by all means, yes, you should stop taking it seriously. Lamar Jackson is considered the 69th best player in football after being number 2 last year on this list.
Yeah, that was going to be my question of, should it make you feel better about C.J. Stroud if he's in front of Lamar Jackson now on this list? Or does it make this whole thing feel like, we can't even count it because how could you have Lamar at 69?
I hope C.J. Stroud shows up on this list just to further confirm how idiotic this list is. It's an insult. Think about, I guess, hypothetically, this isn't a real case scenario, obviously, but if there's a player that's especially interior offensive lineman or something, that if there was a way to actually determine, okay, this guy's the 40th best player in football and everybody agrees on it, all right, well, then nobody's going to vote for him in the top 20. But meanwhile, some of the more polarizing players or the high-profile players or what have you, or guys that played for big-time schools where they got a lot of friends who are also in the league, that might do a guy a solid and say, I'm going to put Bryce Young in my top 20. Those guys end up getting ranked well. The guys that are more consensus solid players have less of a chance of even making the list because they're definitively not top 20 players, but they're also the other part of it is that you're taking, guys are ranking out of a pool of 1,800 players. These are the top 20 in any different position. So they're going to heavily weight quarterbacks more so than other positions. Lamar Jackson being 69th on this or 69th. After being number 2 last year, that's all the confirmation I need that it's a bogus, stupid list. And it's not bogus in the sense that that they're messing with the votes or anything. It's bogus mathematically. It's just a stupid process.
Well, with that said, humor me here for a moment as we talk about this a little bit further. Say Stroud is on this list somewhere, and the next name will be announced in just under an hour, top of the hour, and then an hour after that as we'll sign off for the morning, and we'll see if Stroud makes an appearance today. But let's say he does wind up on this list, and he's ahead of Lamar Jackson. Now, this is done by, obviously, as he laid out, players in the league and what they think of their peers and, the fellow quarterbacks in the league. And as you also just said, it could be doing favors. It could be this or that. Politics come into it, whatever. It might not be the most accurate study or way to do this. But with all that said, say Stroud is considered by other players in the NFL as now better than Lamar Jackson, at least the time of this polling. late in the season. I have a couple questions. First one being, how big of a difference can we then say the playoffs truly made if around Christmas time they're saying, oh, he's a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson, but then after what we saw in the playoffs, now you have like even the NFL executives saying, oh, he's not even a top 20 quarterback.
Right. So because they vote before the playoffs begin. Like regardless of what the results are on this particular poll or anything, because like, okay, so Lamar Jackson is 69th because maybe he got a couple. Let's say he got 5 votes in the top 20. Let's say he got 3 votes in the top 20, but then C.J. Stroud gets 4 votes in the top 20. That somehow like that's a reflection of how the league at large feels about him. That's a little bit dicey. I do think that if there is a chance that C.J. Stroud is in this, because he's been in it the last couple of years, if he is in it, it was obviously before the playoffs. I think if they'd done the voting after the playoffs, I don't think there's a chance in hell that he's going to be as high as he might possibly be if he is in it. I want a maximum mayhem here, though. I hope he ends up. I hope that because he was being so maligned, even as the season was going on this year, and maybe people really felt like, no, I'm a ball knower. There's certain players are like, I'm a ball knower. I know that CJ's still the guy. That they put him up there just as a way to prop him up almost, that he ends up in the top 50 or even higher than he was last year. That's what I really dream of. Not because it has any actual relevance, but because it's going to piss people off. And then if CJ ends up ranked in the top 100 or even higher than he should be, I will go on social media and act like it's the only correct outcome. I will become the best troll ever and tell everybody. You see, this is exactly what people who are ball knowers say. That he's one of the league. Damn it.
Yeah. What would be the better story? If C.J. Stroud is ranked, say, in the top 30 on this list, or if he's left out of the top 100 overall? What would be the bigger story or better story?
Top 30.
Right?
100%.
That would be something.
Yeah, top 30, 100%. That's what America needs right now.
This list does remind me, as I said, of a movie I watched this weekend, which is called The Drama. Really good movie. I recommend it to anybody out there. And no spoilers. This is set up very early on in the movie. It's the whole premise of the movie. But they're heading towards a wedding. It's this young couple played by Robert Pattinson and Zendaya, and they really love each other, and they're writing their vows, separately, and it shows how much they like each other. Anyways, then they get thrown a curveball with one answer of a question, and it throws the whole wedding into question, and that's what the whole movie's about. And as I keep seeing these names come out, like we all thought it was a guarantee. Oh, yeah, C.J. Stroud's in the top 100, just like everyone thought it's a guarantee. These two love each other. They're getting married next week. And then with one little thing there, you start to question it. And as more quarterbacks come out, I still believe Stroud's going to be on this list somewhere. But when you see Lamar Jackson at 69th, it's like, oh, man, I don't know anymore. Now I'm throwing into question whether he is going to wind up anywhere in this top 100. This whole thing seems out of whack now.
This movie, The Drama?
Yeah. Great movie.
I don't think I'm giving away anything here. This is in the description on Wikipedia. I won't say too much, but basically there's a point where they start confessing horrible things that they've done in their past. And is that what ends up being the disconnect between them? They start thinking like, what the hell am I getting into here?
Yeah, so that's it. They're best friends. They're out drinking, so they're all drunk, and their best friends are a married couple. And they said, hey, before we got married, we had to tell each other the worst thing we've ever done in our lives.
Oh, screw that.
Yeah, right? So then they go around the room.
Wait, are they saying that a therapist made them do that or had them do that?
No, they want, before they could marry each other, like, I have to know the worst thing you've ever done.
Oh, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oh, my God.
So the four of them go around the room and share the worst thing they've ever done, and one of their answers really throws the rest of the group for a loop.
It's really, really bad. Oh, man.
I think part of the movie is to show like the lack of empathy. Like I thought they all overreacted, and
okay.
I don't think this is a spoiler to say it shows how how they treat people, but how they don't get treated back like the same way. Kind of shows it's like a character thing of how people are treated. So
yeah, don't say anymore. I'm intrigued enough right now. I'm going to go watch it.
I thought it was really good. I saw the trailers before it came out. I've been waiting for this movie. Finally watched it this weekend, and I'm a tough critic for movies. as I'm sure people can tell by now. But I really did like this one. I thought it was one of the best movies I've seen in a while.
Would you rank it in the top 100 of NFL players? Is it a better movie than C.J. Stroud as a quarterback?
I would say so. I enjoyed watching this movie a lot more than I enjoyed watching the Texans' offense this past.
That was okay. Oh, that's good. It made the NFL players top 100 players list.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah,
I'm
I
watching.
think so.
We're watching The Diplomat now, and we're in the third season, and all of a sudden, with no spoilers or anything, but I'm curious about people who have watched this. I'm at a point in this season where I'm like, holy crap! Like a couple of these characters are doing a horrible, horrible thing that I didn't think was. I didn't think about that. I thought that these people actually loved America and were like those public servants who genuinely just wanted to do right by America. But all of a sudden, they start doing a really, really sketchy thing. And I'm just waiting. Now I'm hoping that something happens within the final few episodes where this isn't the case. But I don't know if I can watch the next season if they kind of threw it in as a plot twist where I'm like, this is an awful, awful thing they're doing. And like the heroes of this show, who I kind of felt like they were set apart and at least like they were trying to do right by America, are just being completely self-serving. They're not in my top 100 right now. Like they fell in the rankings. Yeah. They're in my top 20 of citizenry, and like now they're not even anywhere close.
They're like Stroud. They started off in that, towards that top 20 list, and then the more you watch, it's like, I got to keep dropping them. Got to keep dropping them in the rankings.
These two young engaged people, where they start disclosing the awful things they've done in their life, which I think is a horrible, horrible thing to do. Did you go? I do feel like I feel like I remember. There's like when you're young, you feel like you need to know the entire past and history of your girlfriend, and it's just. And you just don't. You really don't. People don't need to know exactly who you were or your other was.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. As you get older, I think you realize that. What similar to the whole what mama don't know won't hurt her type of thing.
No, I'm at the point now where basically I've gotten to know my wife's high school boyfriend a little bit.
Yeah.
And the more I get to know him, and I've known him for like 20 years now, but I grow more and more disgusted with her that she ever dumped him. Awesome dude. Yeah. Like, how the hell? Like this guy is so cool. Like, what the hell's wrong? To the point where I'm kind of like, when are you going to dump me? Because if you could dump him, what the hell?
Yeah, it's true. That's high praise for you, though.
And they're like, are you jealous? No, I'm pissed at her for breaking this guy's heart.
That's high praise for you, though. That's the bar that was set, and you exceeded that bar.
It is one of those classic things of there's a time. Everybody's always young people. Again, they're sometimes concerned with like finding the one or your soulmate or whatever. Yeah. One of the big things about your soulmate is the time and the place and the setting in which you meet. And a lot of the stuff that comes, there's only that one time in moment in life where you might have met that person under the right circumstances. And then everything that happens after that is also incredibly unique. So it's not like there's always like one genetic blueprint person out there that's going to be perfect for you. It's always got to be the right time and place. I think if my wife had met her high school boyfriend when they were both 30 years old, it would probably be a completely different story.
Yeah, that's fair. That's the thing with a lot of those young relationships. And yeah, timing is everything, of course, in all things in life.
I was material for the first quarter century of my life. You'd be an idiot to want to get married.
I think most men are not. Yeah, I think the men you should wait on the men.
I ran across a list of the worst hobbies, the least attractive to hobbies that men have for women, and it sounds pretty accurate. Least attractive hobby to women, if you're a man, you have it, is if you're deep into the manosphere on social media, like the whole. Like alpha male stuff and everything.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
Or especially where they get hardcore into basically trying to say that women are evil and everything. I feel like that's a pretty big red flag. Yeah. Second least popular is gambling, followed by porn as the third least popular. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that gambling was even lower rated than porn on this.
Yeah, I'm with you. Porn should be higher. I guess you can't put it above that number one on the list. That's fair. But pornography is almost like, it's kind of like it could be the alternative for people.
If it's something that you call your hobby, like that's a different, level of like if a girl comes to your place and it's, it's like women understand that young men are going to be young men or whatever. But like if you got like posters of various actresses and everything up on your wall, and maybe you're spending like a huge portion of your income on OnlyFans. Yeah, that's a gigantic red flag right there.
Yeah.
But then marijuana is a hobby, also very unpopular from amongst women.
Yeah, well, food bill's going to be too high. Yeah. They don't want that. I would think video games would be high up there.
Video games are no. Video games are not. You know what? They messed this up because video games were one of. This list is a little weird, actually. I think it's wrapped into one of the other categories.
Because video games can be very seclusive. Like you just play by yourself. You want to be in your room. You just shut yourself off to the world and secluded. And
I question. Okay, so these are the best hobbies. This is information that our young men can use.
That's right.
The 15 most attractive hobbies to women. So if you're a man and you have these hobbies, number 1, reading.
Huh.
Number 2, foreign languages.
Ooh.
Number 3, playing an instrument.
All right.
Number 4, cooking.
Yeah, that's a big one.
This is number 5. I feel is like where everything would meet. Where like I think most men would say like, oh, that's a manly thing to do, but most women like it way more than I would have thought. Woodworking.
Oh yeah.
So you can see like that's cool. Like if you hear the guy's into woodworking and he's got a shop or something.
Yeah, right.
Like as a guy, you're like, oh crap.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
That guy's way more manly than me.
Exactly.
Yeah, but women are also thinking the same thing. I got this one guy who's into anime, but then I got this other guy who's into woodworking. They're going to prefer the woodworking dude.
Oh, for sure. That's a good top 5. I can't argue with any of those 5 on the most attractive hobbies. I'm curious where mansplaining the Astros' injury history would rank on the list, because I have that going for me.
Wait, how so?
Just like talking her ear off of like, you don't get it, though. Kyle Tucker, 2 years ago, they told us it was a shin bruise, talking her ear off about random sports things that she couldn't.
She just doesn't care about it.
Yeah.
Where I get upset is when my wife asks me what a player's specific injury. She'll be like, so why is he on the IL? And I'm like, God, do you expect me to keep track of all this discomfort? I don't know. And then I get embarrassed because I don't know off the top of my head, I'm embarrassed that I'm supposed. This is kind of the thing that she probably thinks like, oh, yeah. I mean, you're not into woodworking, but you're kind of a manly man. You probably, and it is your job after all. You probably know exactly what Pena's injury is or whatever at any given time.
That's just going to be, that has to be the out in those scenarios. Just, I'm going to go do some woodwork. And then flips the switch.
I sit there, I'm whittling I was like, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I was whittling a stick. I didn't hear what you said.
Exactly.
I'm going to turn this into an arbor is what I'm going to do.
That's right. That'll get him going. Coming up, the thing that bothers me most. Oh, I did have one other thought that we'll circle back to later on about this top 100 list as more names come out later this morning. But coming up, the thing that has annoyed me the most about the Rockets this offseason and Kevin Durant calling out somewhat one of our own. We'll get to that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Remembering Janice McNair. 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Maybe the most frustrating part of the Rockets offseason. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Appreciate all y'all reaching out.
I don't appreciate the guy that thinks that because I don't want to tell my wife the worst thing I've ever done, that it must be really, really bad. It's more a matter of trying to power rank the bad things I've done. I'd gladly tell her the worst thing, but first I need to, submit a ballot to NFL players and have them power rank them for me.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just looking through all the texts coming in. Appreciate you guys listening and reaching out. Shifting, though, over to the Rockets here, because I saw this was pointed out actually by Adam Spillane, and it was a good point made. And I think it's the most frustrating part is we know it's been a quiet offseason for the Rockets, and I can get it from a player perspective because their hands are sort of tied right now. But the other thing we were all clamoring for as we were watching the playoffs or even the regular season was the lack of an offensive coach for this team.
Like an offensive coordinator. The same way Jeff Bzdelik was a defensive coordinator for the Rockets when Mike D'Antoni was here. He brought in Jeff Bzdelik, and the defense, like Mike D'Antoni's system has always had its defensive deficiencies, and it's difficult in some ways because you got to account for the way they play on offense. But Jeff Bzdelik did things that got the most out of a bunch of guys defensively on those teams, and you don't get the sense that the Rockets even give a damn that their head coach is all about defense and isn't that an offensive minded guy.
Yeah, and that's the frustrating part is because, like I said, I get it. If your hands are tied, you're cash strapped, whatever, you can't add the players you want, but there's no for coaching staff, you can bring in whoever you want, and it just seems like a stubbornness or unwillingness to try to bring somebody in on the staff to help Udoka, who clearly seems like he needs some offensive help. And then you look around the other parts of the league, the Spurs, who were just in the NBA Finals, and granted have a young head coach, so he can benefit from having an experienced coach by his side, but they brought in Billy Donovan to be their quote-unquote offensive coordinator. The Warriors, who have Steve Kerr, who's regarded as one of the best coaches in the league, they brought in Frank Vogel to be their offensive coordinator this offseason, and that was after having Mike Brown previously as their quote-unquote offensive coordinator before Mike Brown just left for the Knicks this past year. And so you see the Spurs just in the finals adding to their offensive staff. The Warriors, as good as Kerr has been and that franchise has been recently, even they add. And yet the Rockets, it's man, they're not adding much on the roster and they're not adding anything to the coaching staff. This truly is just simply running it back from last year. From a healthier perspective, I get that, but running back the same plan from last year and just, hoping it's different this time.
Yeah, right. And the only thing that's different about the plan is that, all right, if you've got a veteran point guard in there, presumably he's not going to tear his ACL again right before the season begins. That does smooth a lot of the issues that they had over last year, but also, still, it doesn't make you feel awesome about their ability to fix some of the other issues that might arise during. It does the running it back part. I'm cool with, and I've come to terms with the fact that having a point guard on the team, a veteran point guard on the team, should make a big difference. But that also he's going to be 1 year older. I would imagine he's going to, just because of age and injury, that his defense might not, be as much of an advantage for him coming off of that injury. It still seems like a little bit of a half measure. Even if you're a really good team, every team in every sport after they win a championship, the coach will invariably at some point say, well, it's never as simple as just coming back and all of a sudden you're the same team. But it feels like the Rockets aren't even doing that. They're saying well, no, we'll just, we'll add a few things around the edges, but by and large, we just want to run it back to July of 2025, and we'll run back that version of what we wanted. And it's just it's frustrating. It's sometimes inaction is actually the best course of action, but there's got to be a limit to it, and there's got to be a little bit more than just assuming that, man, we had a good plan last year in July before the Van Vliet injury, so now we still think it's a really good plan.
Yeah, and I get that. It's just tough to try to run it back. It's almost like when you try to plan the perfect date for your girlfriend or someone you're taking out on a date, and you have all these things lined up, and okay, we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, and let's just say something went long, and so you missed was supposed to be. We were supposed to be in the park at this time to see the fireworks, but dinner ran too long. And so the following week, it's like, hey, what are we doing Friday night? And you say, well, we're going to try to do the same thing we did last week, except this time we're going to make sure we see the fireworks. It's kind of lame. It's not very exciting to just try to do it again. It's like the people that try to duplicate. We had such a great date this one time, or we had such a great trip to the Bahamas. Let's go back to that resort. And it's never quite the same when you try to do it again. It's never as good as you think it's going to be.
The thing that surprises me is that, Fertitta was the owner when they rehired Vizdelik. Vizdelik had been with the Rockets. They were a top 5 defense. He ended up kind of abruptly retiring because some kind of family situation, and they fell off a cliff. Then they hired him back, and I think the results weren't the same, but it was also after he'd had all this turmoil in his personal life. Somebody will correct me on the text line, on the timeline on all of that. But Fertitta has seen exactly the difference that it made when Mike D'Antoni, an offensive-minded coach, had a counterpart in Jeff Vizdelik on his staff. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of wanted to go back to that well of all right, let's address things on multiple fronts. It's not just about the players on the court. It's about the entire system and the coaching staff and everything else like that. That's the part. The running it back from that perspective is actually, in my mind, worse than the running it back on the player side. So on the coaching side, what did we see last year? On the player side, we saw, okay, boy, without Van Vliet in there, things really got gunked up off. It's not the way it needs to look. But at the very least, you can say, all right, well, but if Van Vliet comes back, then we won't have that same number of issues. But in going through that season, you saw very much the deficiencies of this coaching staff being able to engineer any kind of a dependable and reliable and structured offense in the absence of Jeff Van Vliet. Why? Let's try to do something about that, and maybe it will come at some point in the next month or two. But it's kind of late to be adding all the guys that want to coach and are good coaches are under contract right now.
Yeah, it just I think it's like stubbornness, and it reminds me of when Nirvana was putting together their iconic album, and Kurt Cobain didn't want to layer his vocals, just have 2 different tracks of his vocals doing both parts. And the producer said, hey, John Lennon did it. And then Kurt Cobain realized, okay, if it was cool enough for John Lennon, then I guess I can layer my vocals. And that's a bit of a deep cut of a reference. But my point being, if the Spurs can do it, who are just in the NBA Finals, and if Steve Kerr can do it, who's regarded as one of the best coaches in the league, and even he's like, yeah, I need an offensive coordinator, then Ime Udoka and the Rockets should do it as well. And that stubbornness there of nah, we're good, we got this under control, when clearly you haven't, that's even more frustrating to me than the lack of free agent signings, which I can understand that a little bit better. There's more excuses you can make for that, but not for the coach.
I wonder, though, okay, so you tell me. You know a lot more about music than I do, but tell me if I'm wrong here. The Beatles didn't start doing a lot until they started using the multi-track recording, and that was after they had already established that they would layer John Lennon's voice. When they were just a young raw band, they were the studio version of their songs was the same as their in-concert version of the songs, right?
Yeah, right. And so actually for the Beatles, what happened, and it's why I think it really elevated them, was they were touring so much, they finally stopped touring in whatever it was, 1966. And the last 4 years, they were just recording music and able to spend more time in the studio, which is why they were able to experiment and do these different things and produce, I think, even greater music.
But that turns into, and they didn't even want to perform live. But then you also can't replicate those songs songs in a live setting. I like the guy. I like Kurt Cobain really screwed up on that. He probably feels awful about it. He should have kept it as raw as possible, to the point where you're a young band, when you go to a Nirvana concert, you're going to get exactly what you hear about on the what you hear on the album. Damn it.
Yeah,
they're never going to make it, these kids.
It's fair. Tom Petty was my favorite musician of all time, and I always hated when he played Free Falling live, at least in later years. He used his voice from like the album copy as the backing track when he sang just that line, Free
really?
Falling. So he would still sing it in person, but then you'd hear it in the background as like almost like the harmony, the recorded version. I was like, that's kind of lame.
Was he too poor to hire a singer to do that?
He had sing. I don't know why he did it. Well, his best background singer did pass away, but they had another guy, Scott Thurston, who was good. I don't know why he did it, but that always annoyed me because, to your point, it's like, I want to see you guys perform this live. I don't want to hear like used in your concert. That's weird to me, but so be it. Rockets.
I think we were talking about this. I had never realized that Dave Grohl's the Foo Fighters' first album, he played every instrument on that. That was him just like going into a studio and recording every instrument and him doing all the vocals and everything. And so when it came time to tour, he had to actually like find an actual band for the Foo Fighters that wasn't just Dave Grohl. He would have had a hard time playing every instrument and doing the vocals.
That would be fascinating.
Yeah.
Which reminds me of that whole thing when like Kanye and Beck, the musician Beck Hansen, won like Album of the Year, I think it was, and Kanye disrespected him because I think it was supposed to be Beyonce. I think he did it twice. I think he did it once to like Taylor Swift, but he also did it to Beck. Or people were upset that Beck won the album over Beyonce. But same thing, Beck. What people didn't realize was he did he played every instrument on the album. He produced it himself. Like that was true musical talent as opposed to just singing and having 20 people write your songs and lay down the tracks and everything.
The equivalent of the social media videos I really like, where one dude does like 3 different characters on a social media
exactly.
video. That's talent right there.
That is talent.
I do like those.
Yeah, Beck's incredibly
Somebody's having an argument with himself, like just in a different costume. Yeah.
They throw a wig on or something. Yeah. Coming up, I will pay off the tease. We didn't get to it there, but Kevin Durant had some things to say. Also, we have yet to address, or I guess even on this show, Payne and Pendergast, you guys have yet to address the Matt Miller story, and we got the video yesterday. Let's talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, West Point, Lincoln is Sugarland. If you are down in that Sugarland,
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
We got this. We have more. We have the video now to this wild Matt Miller story. We'll get to that. Plus Kevin Durant taking shots at people. Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation 713-572-4610 on the text line or in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Appreciate you hanging with us. Let's do the Durant stuff first, I guess. This is just a quick little kind of like a drive-by thing. But Kevin Durant, I guess, I just saw this in The Athletic. I didn't see the actual post on Instagram, but he took to Instagram to take a shot at some prominent sports analysts, including a guy who used to sit in these seats over here, Nick Wright, where Durant said, actually move forward if Nick Wright wasn't involved.
Oh.
Yeah, strong words.
I think that Nick has Nick in the NBA world is a guy that has, I think, like a certain influence or notoriety that's like way higher than you might expect just based on either like Fox Sports ratings or anything like that. Like he's, whether people love him or hate him, they tend to know what Nick Wright has been saying and talking about, and he seems to get under NBA players' skins pretty effectively.
That's true. For sure. Apparently Durant's here. He also said about his cohort there at Fox Sports, Colin Cowherd, he said, pack that lame. I think he called him something other than his name, but in The Athletic, they just put his name in parentheses, which usually means he called him something other than his name that they don't want to print. But pack that lame blank up about Colin Cowherd. So there you go. You two are aligned, you and Durant, with the lack of
I'm
love
not a huge fan of Colin Cowherd. Yeah. You love him. He's your favorite person on earth. You said you'd leave your wife in a second if Colin Cowherd said to do it.
That's right.
Is that like basically he's a religion for you?
Yeah, whatever you say, Uncle Colin. Yeah, that's right.
Wait, now what did he say about Nick?
About Nick Wright?
Yeah. Oh, that's the basketball would move forward.
Yeah, would move forward if Nick wasn't involved.
That's if anything, that's the one thing that that's what's changed a lot is that I think for the most part, athletes used to kind of like they might take a shot at Skip Bayless or something, but I don't. Level of animosity between athletes and people in sports media has really, really been amplified because of social media, which sounds like an obvious statement, but to say that the sport would move forward if Nick Wright would shut up, exactly how, you might disagree with Nick Wright's opinions, but what is he doing exactly to detract from the sport just because you hate his opinions? Could you make the argument that because the fans are being fed bad narratives and everything, so they don't relate to the game or the players the way they used to?
I think that would be their case. Is that people are turned off by the NBA because of what Nick Wright is saying on TV in the afternoon.
Yeah,
I don't know how much of an impact that has, but probably for some people they probably listen in. Look, there's Colts for a reason. People will listen to anything somebody says and take it as gospel. So, but I think it's the old all publicity is good publicity type of thing that it's better they're talking about the NBA than not talking about it at all, even if it's not how Durant would prefer.
Right. There are a lot of things that Stephen A. Smith and Nick Wright say about the NBA that a boatload of NBA fans vehemently disagree with, or just call those guys bums or whatever, because they're sticking up for the NBA players. Yeah, I disagree with Kevin Durant on this.
Yeah.
I also don't like seeing Kevin. Honestly, I'd be the happiest man on earth if I found out that, Kevin Durant's going to try something new this year. He's going to put his phone down. He's just, it's not just the burner accounts. It's social media in general. He's going to be as clear and focused as possible. Because nobody who is terminally online will ever admit to it issue at all. They can all handle it. No, it's cool. I don't get sensitive whatsoever. Your emotions are getting tweaked if you're that much online. So I would love it. And I'm coming off a season in which the best player on my basketball team allegedly was talking smack about his teammates on a burner account. And then I'm being told by others to not think too much of that, and it's not actually that big a deal. Oh, go die. What? Oh, wait a second. When in your life have you found out that a coworker was talking smack about you, like in a really derisive fashion, where you thought, like, hey, no big deal. Everything's awesome at work. We'll be cool. Bygones are bygones. No. I just want that. I want that one variable removed. I'd be in heaven if I had that.
I'm with you. And apparently he's moved from Twitter to Instagram because this was on Instagram. Not a burner account, but he's taken his trash talking
Somebody
over to
was
Instagram.
telling me last week, was it you? Who was telling me that I got to get on Instagram because it's actually a kinder, gentler place to be?
No, it wasn't me. I'm not on Instagram.
Yeah.
No. I'm not on any. I hardly use social media.
Somebody was painting out Instagram like it's this Shangri-La of positivity. And now I see that Kevin Durant's telling people to get fired on Instagram. It doesn't sound all that positive to me.
It's that faux positivity. It's a bunch of people pretending their lives are something they're not. That's on Instagram. You can find that there. Might make you feel worse about your life because you see, like, how's this person doing all these crazy things? And it's really just like,
What's your favorite type of faux positivity? The people that are just way too positive about their finances or maybe their faith. Those would probably be the three big ones, right?
Yeah.
Like, it kind of starts raising a red flag when you're like, oh, God, this woman has posted on Facebook every single day about how she's got the best husband on earth. What's going on there?
Right, overcompensating.
Yeah.
There's really something going on behind the scenes, and they're just trying to project a certain image. Yeah, all three of those are annoying. By the way, we don't have really enough time to get into it, but Matt Miller, for those that have been following the story, we just got the video yesterday of the actual crash. We
should probably lay it out. Yeah, Matt
all right,
Miller,
try to do it do it in 30 seconds, like the Terry and Arnold thing.
ESPN draft analyst who got in an accident and lost his arm a few weeks ago and put up a GoFundMe. And when he put up this GoFundMe, a lot of people started coming out with all these stories about basically how they'd been they had never received payments in fantasy football leagues that he was running, people questioning whether he actually donated money to charity and various other fundraisers he's done. Well, at the same time, he definitely 100% did have this awful car accident where he lost his arm. And I've kept this, I almost said it in arm's length. That would be poor taste. I've kept away from this just because I don't know how to dive into this other than that, like, man, it's a murky situation because he definitely lost his arm, which is a horrible thing.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, people are questioning, like, okay, yeah, but he's asking for a GoFundMe, but he's also, like, been accused of duping a whole bunch of people out of fundraisers in the past.
Yeah, so there have been conspiracy theories because the Watsons were coming home to roost. Before this all happened, people finally had enough and were starting to reach out to executives or coworkers at ESPN and be like, hey, your employee, Matt Miller, has been scamming people and hasn't been paying us, the money we owed for years. And so people have had conspiracy theories that either this was somewhat intentional, this car accident, because the walls were closing in around him, or, and I wouldn't go this far, but the idea of he went through all this trouble to be able to get money through the GoFundMe to then pay people, because there were people saying, hey, suddenly I just finally got my money 3 years later, while he's been in the hospital. So there's been all sorts of conspiracy theories floating around, fair or not, about this scenario and Matt Miller. And we got the video yesterday of the actual accident where he crosses the center line and hits into the front end of an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, and it's a scary-looking video. Like, I would say, like, if any, I'm like, whichever people speculating about, whether it was intentional or not. I texted you after I saw that. The one thing that I know for sure is that you will never catch me texting and driving again, because it's not clear that that's what he was doing. But it looked like the classic thing that happens when people are texting and driving. He crosses the center line and gets hit head on. And it was brutal, man. And then they show the wreckage of the car.
Oh, my gosh. Crushed. So they said he was wearing his seatbelt, but the seatbelt got, severed, and that's why he part
got
of the reason,
ejected from the vehicle.
Part of the reason why it was so bad. So, but that was what some people were saying, like, he wasn't even wearing a seatbelt. He was texting and driving, wearing his seatbelt. In case you needed a PSA, put the phone down while you're driving. It's not that urgent. It's not worth it to put your life in jeopardy, and just get where you're going safely, and then you can return the text.
You know what cured me of texting and driving? It was when I was teaching my kid to drive, and he ended up being way smarter about it than I was and more responsible. And I was like, okay, now I know I've got my issues, so I try to put my phone in the back of the car and everything while I'm driving.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it's my insurance company, which is a whole other topic that is probably not good. You give them access to all your data and whatnot, but I get the discount because they track my driving.
Yeah.
And they track if you're using your phone while you're driving. So now I don't want to pay more in car insurance every month, so I put the phone down and drive.
I had that little monitor for a while, like Progressive gave it to me.
Yeah.
I liked having that. It kind of, because it wasn't like I was a reckless driver or anything, but some of the hard brakes or sudden accelerations, at first I would get pissed because it gives you a little ding. If you brake really hard, or if you accelerate really quickly, if it sounds like aggressive driving,
yeah.
And at first I would get offended, and then I started to realize like, oh yeah, there really was no reason for me to pull out and try to get into traffic right when I did. I got a little nervous because there were a couple times where I had to brake hard because somebody in front of me braked hard, and I'm kind of like I'm trying to see if I can do it without getting the ding. That's probably, I think it was working against me in this instance, Progressive. I really think the hard brake would have been more appropriate here.
I'm the same way. I'm yelling at my phone like I wish, there's nothing I could do. This person stopped short. But yeah,
you don't understand. Lamar Jackson is 69th. 69th on the NFL Top 100.
Exactly. Last thing before we hit the break is I'll just say I hate that text messages have become these instant. You don't need to respond right away. You can drive, get to your destination, text somebody back. They used to be more convenient than leaving a voicemail, and you just got to the text whenever you had the time. Now there's this urgency that you feel like you have to respond right away. Don't worry about it. Respond hours later if you want. Coming up, what does C.J. Stroud actually need to do this year to get that next contract? We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
Remembering Janice McNair. Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
What does C.J. Stroud need to do to get a contract this year? Talk about that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne, 713-572-4610 on the text line. You can also join the conversation in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Wednesday. By the way, NFL just put out the latest person of the top 100 list. Number 66 on the list, drum roll, it's Drake London, wide receiver of the Falcons. So still waiting on C.J. Stroud's name to be announced.
Earlier I was ranting a little bit about how stupid the voting process is for the NFL top 100. Because they give players a ballot and have them list their top 20 players. So then there's all these guys that are ranked 50 through 100 that the difference might be that, one person in the NFL ranked this guy 19th overall or something, like Bryce Young, for instance, and he makes the top 50, where there are a lot of other guys that might be more put some of the names out, especially of guards and centers and other players at non-marquee positions, where people would be like, oh, yeah, he's in the top 100, but they would never think to put him in the top 20. Those are the guys that get hosed. Last year, I think there were 8 offensive linemen on it. So you think about 5, damn near a quarter of the guys on a field are offensive linemen at any given time, but we're drastically underrepresented in the NFL top 100. Like name recognition and everything goes a long ways in these things.
I did have one other question before we get to the contract stuff, although it all ties in, of course. I did have one other thought or question from earlier when we were talking about the top 100, and specifically Lamar Jackson and how it compares to C.J. Stroud. Lamar fell from number 2 to number 69, like we said. I mean, I don't think we've seen a drop like that in these lists before. What a huge drop-off. But there was this idea of, like, Lamar Jackson just did not have as good of a season this past year, obviously. And there were injuries involved, and the Ravens had a down year, at least to begin the season and whatnot. But the other interesting thing is Lamar was running, on average, about half as often as he was throughout his career. He cut his rushing attempts in half. He wanted to... We see this sometimes from Lamar in the playoffs, too, where it's almost like he wants to try to prove the doubters that he can be a pocket passer. But he just wasn't as effective statistically, nor was the team, and led to these coaching changes, and Lamar's ranked 69th. So to try to bring that back to C.J. Stroud, it's been a talking point since for the last year, I would say, with the concussions, and it's been a concern of mine. Do you think Stroud should be running more or using his legs more? We're just using the Lamar example, it's his game. He stopped running as much, and Stroud seemed to stop running as much last year.
I think it was tough with Lamar Jackson, though, too, because he was dealing with an injury, like at any given point the entire season. So, because he's really been, he is a complete and total football player in terms of a passer and a guy that can hurt you with his feet. And it's, he's clearly got a different physical skill set than C.J. Stroud or most other human beings on earth. I think with CJ, it was really the really well-documented drastic change in his play last year was when he came back from his concussion, and he barely scrambled at all. It wasn't just that he didn't run. It was that he just didn't even scramble and was really reluctant to use his legs. And when he did use his legs, he ended up averaging 1 yard per carry after the concussion, compared to earlier in the year, in the first part of the season, where he was up around 5 yards per carry every time he rushed. So for a young quarterback in the modern NFL, it's the exception that a guy doesn't use his legs. It's just such a valuable part of the game, and defenses have to adjust to a guy that they know can pull the ball down and run or scramble. So yeah, he 100% just needs to, he doesn't have to be to an extreme level. Like, we'd crossed that barrier the year before. CJ started using his legs more, used them really effectively, and was doing that up until the concussion last year. And then it all evaporated after the concussion. And then that, it didn't hurt you in the regular season. You're still winning every game. But the postseason, when man is possible, then yeah, I think it makes an impact.
Yeah, and when you look at like the top quarterbacks in the league or the quarterbacks that are winning the divisions, oftentimes they are the guys that do use their legs. And I'm not saying he needs to be Michael Vick running 20 times per game, but, like Davis Mills had that great touchdown run at the end of the game last year. Was that the Jaguars game, running to the left into the end zone? And that was a play where he used his legs, and that was like the biggest win. That helped really turn them around. That was a big win against Jacksonville. So obviously plays can be made there by being mobile, and maybe need some more of that to help out, especially when you have a tough offensive line or struggling to figure out the offense and whatnot. But I do want to get to this. What does C.J. Stroud need to do to get a contract this year, both in terms of him himself and the team? What does he need to accomplish from a team perspective and personally? Because actually people have been asking this. We always talk so much about, will C.J. Stroud get paid? Will he get that next contract? But what does he actually need to accomplish this year to secure that next contract after this upcoming season?
I think that, if you go by precedent, the best way for a quarterback to get a contract, almost regardless of actual playing ability, is to win a Super Bowl. So that's a simple one. If you just do that, then you're going to get a contract of some sort. I think that, ultimately, and honestly, the team's success does matter. I think this is tough because I think Brock Purdy in general is underrated by most people in the NFL. But if you look at the way the 49ers have operated, like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch don't necessarily worry a whole lot. Boy, yes, like Brock Purdy benefits from being in the system, and maybe somebody else could do it better than him, but they don't care because without, the old cliche would be, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, if it's operating and the system is working and you've got an effective offense with that guy and he's playing at that level, like, you start chasing the ideal situation at quarterback, you're just going to always come up wanting. Like, they've been through, trading vast resources for Jimmy Garoppolo, trading vast resources for Trey Lance, getting a guy who's a top 10 quarterback and operating at a certain level, as long as you've got a good team around him, should be enough to at least reach the Super Bowl. And they did that with Jimmy Garoppolo. So, for me, it's almost about not CJ's individual performance, but if there's simply a top 10 offense, like a consensus top 10 offense, and it's not because of a CJ collapse in the playoffs that they lose, then that's, for me, honestly, okay, give them the going rate for what the new quarterbacks are getting. As long as I feel at the end of the season that, okay, can they win a Super Bowl with this guy? Is he capable of giving that type of an effort? I'm not going to start over and start from scratch so I can live my Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo experience when you've got a guy that's capable of being part of a top 10 offense, and I think they're going to consistently have a good defense as long as DeMeco Ryans is the head coach.
To play devil's advocate, I'm not saying they wouldn't. If they win the Super Bowl, yeah, you pay the guy. But yeah. I guess in terms of still like his perception, and you referenced this earlier of Jalen Hurts, top 10 list on ESPN, and despite Jalen Hurts' success, some people might feel like, well, it's more about the team, or Jalen Hurts isn't doing so much, and he was ranked, 17th? Yeah. On that list of quarterbacks. And then even Sam Darnold just won the Super Bowl. And while it probably did propel him, I'd have to look at the list from last year. It probably did give him a boost up the list. But he was still ranked only 11th despite winning a Super Bowl and having a good season, postseason.
And he's on a contract where he's making $33 million a year. I think that's the part where when you start thinking about, all right, well, if CJ doesn't give you a certain level of performance, what can I get out of a guy that's making $33 million a year, a guy I give a contract that's $33 million a year? Baker Mayfield making $33 million a year. It makes a lot more sense financially if you feel like, all right, some of these veteran guys that are kind of cast aside or castaways that have performed at a higher level than C.J. Stroud, that just financially it makes better sense to go with a guy like that. So but now with CJ, the difference would be that, okay, if he improves his performance over last year, he's still a young quarterback who's going to be in the same system, and it's easier to kind of maybe project it like, okay, he took a step forward in 2026. Things looked really good. They made the conference championship, whatever it might be, that then the long-term young quarterback type of contract or extension makes a lot more sense because there's still a perceived upside there.
Yeah, for me, I think both boxes need to be checked. Like, I think he obviously needs to do his part, and the team needs to have some success because, as you were sort of just alluding to, like, maybe be somewhat of a devil's advocate, but you can make the case that if Stroud has a great year, but say the team doesn't do very well, then you can say, well, like, it's almost like the old line in baseball. I'm trying to think of the manager that used to say it. Of like, we could lose 100 games with you or without you, so why bother paying you type of deal. You know, like, well, you put up these great numbers, sure, but like we didn't win. It wasn't successful, whereas we had success in the past when we didn't require so much from the quarterback. So why do we need to devote all these resources to the quarterback if we can still win on our defense type of deal? So I feel like both boxes would need to be checked where you need Stroud to play well, of course, but you need the team to be successful so you know, yes, this is our plan moving forward. We can lock up this guy and be secure in that and also be a successful team still, if that makes
movie
sense.
was definitely either Moneyball or Major League, which Major League was really the first Moneyball. They were the first team to prove that you could do more with less.
Yeah,
and they don't get enough credit for that.
That's a good point. It's a good point, yeah. Baker Mayfield, so... Seth, did you watch? They put out all the episodes, right, of this quarterback show on Netflix?
Yeah, I went through and I kind of cherry picked and found the parts where Baker Mayfield is either playing the Texans or talking about former Texans. So there were at least two, and I think it's episode 2 where they show the most Baker Mayfield. But the first one was, I liked this. So Baker Mayfield's getting into it with Quinyon Mitchell from the Eagles. And at the very beginning, you probably won't be able to quite hear it, but basically Baker Mayfield is saying, I don't know who, and goes on to explain why he said that.
Who the f*** are you anyway? You know who I am. No, I don't. It's going to be a long day. Come on. It's going to be a long day.
I stole that one. I can't take credit for that. I stole that one directly from Arian Foster back in the day.
I don't even know your name. What's your name? Turn around. Let me see your name. I don't know you, bro.
So I stole that from him. Just letting a young player know that he hadn't arrived yet.
That was a great moment in Arian Foster history when he was saying turn around. That's what Arian did that Baker didn't do. The turn around so I can see your nameplate. That was and I can't remember who that player was. I don't know if he went on to prominence or not. But that was an awesome moment and a mic'd up moment for Arian Foster.
Yeah, so much so that you got Baker Mayfield using it, all these years later. It is a good line. It's kind of similar to that reference I made earlier when the person's like, hey, what do you think of me? And he's like, I don't think of you.
Yeah.
That's the best, as I said at the time, that's the best way to try to get back at someone is like, I don't even care about you.
Oh, I'll tell you what, like people know who Quinyon Mitchell is. I kind of feel bad for this guy that Arian was talking to.
Uh-oh.
Former Miami Dolphins backup safety Jimmy Wilson. Oof.
Of course.
He wouldn't go on to make a name for himself for anything other than that. As far as I know, maybe I'm missing out on something or whatever, but I can't remember Jimmy Wilson ever doing anything impactful after that.
He spent 5 years in the NFL and played 73 games. But yeah, that's about it.
So then this one might hit a little close to home. We were actually we talked about the value of bulletin board material. You guys will recall in the Bucs game versus the Texans last year, with about 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Baker Mayfield had a scramble to his left. Not the big scramble later in the game. The Bucs actually had a lead at this point, but Baker Mayfield had a scramble and got hit pretty hard and got up limping. And there was some things that led up to that, some smack talk with C.J. Gardner-Johnson that, after this exchange you're about to hear here is when in the next series Baker Mayfield would have that awesome scramble and everything. But this is leading up to that moment, just as Baker Mayfield is scrambling to his left, gets a first down, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson talks some smack to him.
Oh, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to, huh? Who are you talking to, huh? Shut up. Just your ass up.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, just years and years of him talking trash about me, and when you finally play somebody like that, you're going to let him have it.
3rd and 9. Can they make the one big play that they need right now?
Mayfield goes by Petrie and gets the first down.
I was banged up. Sprained my MCL, bone bruise, which obviously I didn't know that at the time. Not feeling great. Then I hear... So, pop up, adrenaline kicks in, you forget that you're hurt. doesn't matter if I'm 100% or 50, you can still get it anywhere.
Yeah, thanks, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Thanks. Yeah, so in that clip, the first clip is when they were down, backed up in their own near their own end zone, and there was a face mask. C.J. Gardner-Johnson comes up and starts talking smack. Then later in that series, he scrambles, gets hit, sprains his MCL, and has what did he say? A bone bruise after that. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson saying, "Get your bitch ass up." And then Baker just basically used that as a moment to nope, gonna fight through this, gonna be just fine. And he was absolutely fine.
Yeah, sure was. More reason to dislike C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
He had said when C.J. Gardner-Johnson was with Detroit, he told a group of reporters, quote, "If you give that Tampa group a good quarterback, that's a great group. Evans, Godwin, Gage, that's a great group." So that's just at least one thing that he apparently has said about Baker Mayfield in his time here, or in his time in the league.
Did you come away so far do you like Baker more now than you did going into the series? Like him worse? Feel the same?
I think Baker Mayfield is the classic guy that if he was on my team, I would think he's just got the best attitude ever. But when he's on an opposing team, he rubs me the wrong way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is a good place to be as an athlete. I'm very open about that. The guys that I don't like at all when they're not on my Pat Beverly. When Pat Beverly wasn't on the Rockets after the Rockets, when he left the Rockets, I knew that I wasn't going to like him at some point, and it came to be that way. But when he was with the Rockets, he was the exact same guy. But I absolutely love that. So, yeah, if Baker Mayfield were the quarterback of the Texans, I would feel like everything about his attitude is exactly what I want in a quarterback. When he's not on the Texans, he annoys the hell out of me.
Yeah, once he's on your team, he's got to be your guy, so I get that.
No, but he's got, look, in terms of just kind of grittiness or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
He's got a different vibe than CJ.
Yeah, no, that's what you love from your quarterback is that grittiness, and that very clip right there, playing banged up. He played banged up all year, and he made that big play at the end of the game, to be able to beat the Texans. Yeah, gritty.
CJ's played banged up. I just can't,
for sure.
I don't know,
I'm just saying in general.
I don't see Baker, breaking down in tears at any point during a football game. That's all. There's a little bit of that.
Yeah, that part. I think that was missing from the quarterback series this year. But yeah, no, just in general, even Baker. Yeah, he's got that good mindset for a quarterback for sure. Coming up, who in this quarterback situation has more pressure on them, Stroud or the actual Texans? We'll talk about that coming up. Payne and Pendergast.
And I want to tell you guys about West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. That's where we shop for cars.
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Who has more pressure on them in this situation? The Texans or C.J. Stroud? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line or in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Reggie actually had just popped in here. He'll be coming up, of course, as part of In the Loop at the top of the hour. But we were just talking to him during the commercial break, and actually I credit him because it was kind of like he said something in passing yesterday, and it really got me thinking about this quarterback scenario, and they might have talked about it previously more in depth on In the Loop, but who has more pressure this year when we continue to talk about this Stroud contract and getting it right? Is it C.J. Stroud? Because obviously get the next big payday. But the idea is, well, if it's not the Texans, he'll probably be playing somewhere in the NFL. Or is it the Texans who have more pressure on them, with the sense being like, you were given this franchise quarterback as a rookie, and now look what you've done to him. Who would you say has more pressure in this whole thing?
I think the C.J. Stroud by a big margin for me, because I think the first thing I thought was, all right, who loses their job if it doesn't go well this year? And if the Texans disappoint and don't make the playoffs or something, it would have to be something above and beyond just the football performance for either Caserio or D'Amico to get fired. I think it would be looked at and blamed on C.J. Stroud first and foremost. And I think that's a chance where, like, yes, the Texans still have him under contract, but if he disappoints and doesn't take a step forward or whatever, then if that were to happen, there's a good chance he gets traded away. And the Texans start from scratch or try to do something like sign a veteran quarterback. Like, have a really, boy, this would be awesome, is if they sign a veteran quarterback while C.J. Stroud's still on the roster. They trade Davis Mills and then sign some veteran backup that maybe has a little bit of a, like, not Geno Smith quite, but somebody along those lines. I think it's all on C.J. Stroud right now. And not that there isn't pressure on D'Amico or Nick Caserio, but it'll be looked at as a failure of the quarterback, and then maybe a failure of Caserio and D'Amico and not having the right quarterback or not having the right coordinator paired with that quarterback. I don't think so. Nick Caley maybe loses his job too, but I don't have an appetite for just, if it's a disappointing year for C.J. Stroud, blaming the offensive coordinator yet again and going a third go-around on it. So I think it's C.J. Stroud for me.
What would you put the chances at? And you mentioned the offensive coordinator. We'll circle back to that in just a moment. But right now, as we sit here today, what would you put the chances at that Stroud is not a starter, say, somewhere in the NFL in 2027? Say the Texans do move on from him. How bad do you think it'd have to go this year where not only do the Texans move on from him, but every other team in the league is like, well, we'll take you as a backup, but you're not going to start for us? I think
the thing with CJ is that the upside is still clearly there, and people seem to forget that he had really impressive fourth quarters last year and made some really impressive plays. Like, he still did some really good things, even though the overall sum total of the performance wasn't what you wanted. That I think there's a lot of teams out there that would say, all right, like the same thing the Texans say when they bring in guys, of just let's get him in the building. And I think that maybe with the right, like Daniel Jones working with Shane Steichen looked pretty good while he was healthy. And we still don't know how that's all going to play out. But there's going to be plenty of other coordinators out there who think, man, we might have something with this. Think about Sam Darnold going up to Minnesota. And that part of that was J.J. McCarthy getting injured. But there would be at least 5 teams out there that say, yes, we don't have a great shot at one of these quarterbacks in the draft, and we think that we get the best out of CJ, so we'll take a swing at him.
Yeah, certainly. I think if the Texans were to move on, I think I talked about this over the weekend with Zach Gelb or somebody, I don't know. But yeah, that idea of like someone would see enough upside and their quarterback situation would be bad enough that absolutely I think someone would take a chance on him if the Texans moved on.
All right, slightly off topic, but since you mentioned that, Zach Gelb tweeted out this weekend that he had reached out to Mike McDonald because Mike McDonald said that he got some help in game planning for the Patriots from a person he didn't want to disclose the identity of because there might be a conflict of interest. People then speculated that, oh boy, I bet it was Tom Brady. Old, I got no dog in this fight, Tom Brady. Zach Gelb reached out to Mike Macdonald, and Mike Macdonald told him, no, it wasn't Tom Brady. And then Gelb tweeted, hey, it wasn't Tom Brady. I feel like, and I know Zach a little bit, I felt like I wanted to tell Zach, let's not be so naive here, Zach. Did you think he was going to tell you if it was Tom Brady? What did you think? Did you guys talk about it? Did you talk to Zach about it?
No, it didn't come up. Not on air, and I didn't bring it up off air. But, yeah, I was hoping it would because I would say that same thing. Of like, yeah, of course he would say that. Right?
He made the mistake of playing the game. When he said that to Dan Patrick, and Dan Patrick took a guess and asked if it was Belichick, Mike Macdonald should know better by this point in life. You never play that game. You don't start down the road of like saying, I'm not going to say who it is, but then start giving answers when people guess who it is, because then you're like you're establishing a pattern of now people are going to be reading my face. Like, oh, look at how it was when he was asked about Belichick versus when he was asked about Tom Brady. Right. I think it was Tom Brady.
I still think it was.
I do think
I know. And just the fact that he said no, it's like, oh, well, Mike, yeah, he just texted me, said no, so it can't be Brady anymore.
Tom Brady is a part owner. Like, the conflict of interest might have been as much about being a part owner of the Raiders or the fact that he's a broadcaster or anything. I think Patriots fans are having a really hard time accepting the fact that Tom has moved on in his life and that, hey, I don't know. What'd they win? A Super Bowl or two when he was in New England? Yeah, it's all. Those are all just those things. Those are things that happened in the past. He is focused in on making the Raiders the best organization they can be. Damn it.
There was a movie. We've been talking a lot about movies today. Ricky Gervais had a movie called The Invention of Lying, actually with Louis C.K. as well. And the idea was like lying hadn't been invented yet, so there was no such thing as lying. Everybody had to tell the truth, and they were all incredibly honest with each other. And it's a funny movie.
Ricky, I saw part of that movie. Ricky Gervais just like accidentally lies and realizes like that he can do this thing,
and he becomes essentially their god, and he comes up with his own 10 commandments and everything.
Yeah, because they just believe everything that he says.
Yes, he starts making things up, and like, how does this guy know this? Because in their world, there's no such thing as lying, so it must all be true.
He's like an American settler with a musket meeting the first American bison, and the bison's like, "Hi, creature, are you going to feed me some grain? No, I'm going to kill all of you."
Yeah, but in this, so the reason why I bring it up though is because like in this scenario, it's almost like we're like, well, he said no. He said it wasn't Tom Brady,
right.
So it must be Tom Brady. Yeah, clearly he's not going to tell you who it is. He's not going to say yes once you guess right.
The funniest in that is it's funny because even like kind of these crusty old veteran reporters will sometimes still fall for it. When a GM like say Andrew Barry says that, hey, Myles Garrett is a Cleveland Brown for life, and people are like, well, he was pretty emphatic about it. Sounds like they're not going to trade Myles Garrett, and then a month later, they trade Myles Garrett. Yeah.
I think part of it, what people get wrapped up in, and it might have happened in this scenario, is like they feel like they have more of maybe a relationship. They don't realize like it's still a working relationship, and the coach isn't going to give you all the intel. So they almost feel like, oh, he would never lie to me.
Right.
Like we're buddies. We've talked before. We've had conversations. And it's like, oh, he's still playing the game. He can't give you information on a injured quarterback or like that we're going to trade Myles Garrett. They can't just come out and tell you that. So
it's a tough lesson to learn. It's a tough lesson to learn and really absorb. You like know it intellectually, but those are one of the things in life. It's like, okay, for one, people who lie a lot lie way more than you even realize. Like, so if you're dealing with a compulsive liar, you can't believe a single thing that they say. And all GMs, it's a requirement of the job. They have to lie sometimes. So there's certain situations where I like to call it football speak or GM speak or coach speak. It's not lying. It's lying within the context of it's kind of a requirement of the job. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if he's in a GM speak situation or a coach speak situation, he's going to lie to you. It doesn't matter that it's you. It's like with people who gossip a lot. Like if they're gossiping with you about anybody and everybody, then they're also gossiping about you to other people. Like it's just like that's who they are. They've shown themselves.
It's true. It's like what they always say. Like if you were the one that they were cheating with, then they're going to cheat on you. Like that's who they are. That's how you found it.
Yeah.
So that idea too. Yeah.
Don't say that too loud around my wife. Yeah. No, we didn't have that situation. As far as I know. She might have been married when I met her.
I don't know. We got to hear more about that high school boyfriend. That was so great. Coming up, we'll wrap things up here on this Wednesday, catch up with the fellas from In the Loop, find out the question of the day. But if Seth will humor me when we come back, the ESPYs are tonight. I honestly couldn't care less about the ESPYs. However, let's try to give out some awards of our own if we're able to come up with the answers. We'll do it next here at Payne and Pendergast.
I love being right in the backyard of great companies.
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Wrapping up this Wednesday morning here on Payne and Pendergast. We'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop here shortly. Get the question of the day. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean. He's expected back tomorrow after a couple of days off. He's been a little under the weather, so expected back tomorrow, but fun to hang.
I think it's the first sick day Sean's ever taken in radio.
Wow.
And it wasn't even that he was necessarily sick, but his voice was crapping out on him because of a CPAP issue. So, yeah. So he's not sick. If anybody's thinking all of a sudden his body's breaking down or something, like, no, he just had a little bit of issue, and he knew what the cause was, and he had to get his voice right again.
Gotcha. Yeah, pretty important to be on the radio talking 4 hours first thing in the morning. So
I have no idea if he wanted me to disclose any of that.
Well,
but
it's out there now.
There I did it.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we're going to tell you about his botched vasectomy.
So the ESPYs are tonight, and I'm not going to watch a moment of it, to be honest with you. I haven't watched the ESPYs since Jimmy V gave his speech. I couldn't care less. Seth, have you ever been into the ESPYs?
I consume it the way I consume so many of these types of things. I feel like social media will allow the algorithm to figure out what I'm going to be like the most, and then I watch the clips the next day, and I see all of the most notable things I need to see via social media. So I'm into them to a certain standpoint. I'm watching the highlights of the ESPYs, basically.
Yeah, I'm with
highlights of the awards show for the network that got famous for showing us highlights.
Yeah, I'm the same way. But I figured, well, let's give out some of our own awards. So we're going to do that in just a moment. And props to Seth, because I kind of just sprung these awards on him, and he's come up with the answers. So we'll go
I've got the definitive winners for all of these.
That's right.
For me, at least. You can have your definitive winners, too.
By the way, Marcelo Hernandez is the host tonight. I thought this was a joke. I had to double check, but I heard John Lopez say yesterday that he went to John Carroll University. So this is like, if you're the Texans, Casario's got to be locked into this thing tonight.
John Carroll University is like the Dominican Republic of whatever the Dominican Republic is to baseball. John Carroll University is to notable sports, American-born sports folk. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right, play along 713-572-4610 on the text line or in YouTube and Twitch as well for our own Houston Sports Awards in honor of the ESPYs tonight. And the first award we have is the Please Stay Healthy Award. Who would you reward that to?
I think so this is less of a reward for an award for what somebody did in the past year and more of like, okay, this is we're identifying you as really important, but we know that an injury could be really devastating. For me, if that's what the criteria are, I'm going to go with a combo duo of Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley. I just think that those guys are so good, and it's such a vital part of why that defense is so good that it's hard to envision them being a top 3 defense if either one of those guys misses a bunch of time this year.
Yeah, I'm going to base it off the past and then project it towards the future. I don't disagree with you, but I'm going to say Fred VanVleet because of what we saw this past year.
Yeah, that's the winner, yes.
And how bad that was. Like, I don't want to live through that a whole another basketball season, and even more so just the storylines of like, well, we're waiting until he gets help guard. Now they have Marcus Smart now, but the whole Reed Shepard thing, all that stuff, it was just very annoying. Let's not do it again.
The only thing that would provide us is clarity in that, all right, you're going to fire the GM at some point by the end of the year. If Fred VanVleet gets injured and you go through the whole damn thing again, yes, he is the emphatic winner. I was wrong on that one. Good call. Good call.
Well, no, yours is a good answer, too. The next award we have, the We Owe You an Apology Award.
Okay, this one, Sean and I have already apologized for it, or at least I have, and we are adamant that no sports radio person should ever apologize for a take, because it's not like you're personally injuring the person or something, but we were so wrong on this about a beloved Houston sports figure that both Sean and I thought, man, one person we don't want using the ABS this year is Jose Altuve. And we based it mostly on how bad he is at base running. And we forgot, like, okay, and also he doesn't always show the best judgment at the plate. in terms of the pitches he swings at. And it hasn't been a big deal for him in his career, but he's been one of the best in the league. We couldn't have been more wrong about that. If anything, I want Altuve and Paredes using the ABS system more. Not to mention Yordan. Yordan's hardly used it at all. Paredes has barely used it. Didn't have his first unsuccessful challenge until last weekend. But Altuve he's been nails with it. And we were ridiculously stupid. So I've already apologized to Altuve for that once, but I will apologize for it again.
Mine is maybe a bit of a hot take, but I did mention this last week. I'm going to say Cam Smith. And it might sound like Steve Harvey reading off the wrong name of the winner that time. Cam Smith, because as I laid out last week, I feel like he's been a victim of expectations that set him up. And it's like in a preseason poll in college football where you call, USC, what a bunch of, they were so overrated. But you overrated them as the media. You were just wrong about the projection, where for Cam Smith, if he's a multi-time Gold Glove winner and hitting 20 homers a year, not bad for your right fielder, but bad for the number one prospect. It's still not great. Just like a bunch of home runs, but a bunch of strikeouts and no other production at the plate is kind of a big deal. But I got you. All right. I tried to force that one. I tried to shoehorn that one in. The Heart Attack Performer of the Year, our next award. Who's the Heart Attack Performer of the Year?
For me, this is a tough one because I'm going to say Imai. I wish he had more really impressive performances to offset the heart attack performances, but there is something about him leaving the game inside of the first 3 innings that just I get that old Matt Schaub feeling. I get that old Matt Schaub pick 6 feeling of like, are you kidding me? One of Matt Schaub's one of the pick 6s that almost literally killed me was when was it against 49ers when I was pulling in. I had to go from the pregame show to KHOU, and I was listening on the radio, and just as I pulled into the parking lot, Matt Schaub throws a pick 6, and I flipped out. I punched my windshield. It was bad. And I'm a little bit like that with my expectations are so low that it's not a huge surprise.
Yeah, I think that's the best one. I was going to say Brian Abreu, but he hasn't had enough good appearances either. But I think Imai's a good one because, it has been either he's been decent or he can't get out of the first inning.
Yeah, Abreu, you almost have the heart attack when he has a good performance.
It's true.
You're like, holy crap. Yeah.
What about the national media doesn't watch our games award?
Okay, I'm going to say the Texans for that one, only because I think a lot of times when you see people talking about C.J. Stroud, you can very clearly tell the ones who act like his playoff performances were the same way he played all year long. And it's not all of them or anything, but it's very clear that not only were they not even watching the Texans play, but that they haven't even bothered to do a smidgen of research or reading about it or anything. They just assumed that CJ was throwing 4 picks each game of the entire year. So I'll say the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I think that's the best one. I'm with you on the
And the other part of that too is that some of CJ's worst or least promising games were nationally televised games during the regular season. So then that makes it feel even that much more worse than it is if you haven't been watching any of the other games.
And then last one, we're going to cut this off because we have some breaking news to actually get to. But last one, the award most likely to get Payne and Pendergast Angry Award. Who would that be?
I think, I don't know. I can't speak for Sean on this one, but I will. I think that he was so high on Mike Burrows that I think he feels personally betrayed by Mike Burrows because Mike Burrows was so good during spring training, and Sean was just like the leader of the team. His demise has been personally. It's felt like it's personally injured Sean Pendergast.
Those are your ESPYs here for Payne and Pendergast. The ESPYs are tonight. All great choices, Seth. Before we let the In the Loop guys jump in on this too, to get your take on it first, Seth. The breaking news coming in from Chandler Rome here in the last minute. Astros are finalizing a deal to send Lance McCullers Jr. to the Milwaukee Brewers, sources tell The Athletic.
Wow.
Not done yet, but close, he says. Brian McTaggart had it first.
Does it say anything about the Astros picking up a big chunk of his contract or anything? You know what? My first initial reaction is, okay, good for Lance. As far as just, all right, it's got to be hard every time coming up and knowing that he's let the team down with his injuries. Not like he intended to get injured or anything over and over again. But maybe a fresh start in a different environment ends up being a really good thing for him.
Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, as we do welcome in the fellas from In the Loop. What's the immediate impression or reaction? Lance McCullers seems to be on his way out of Houston into Milwaukee.
Well, first of all, good to see you guys. As always, that
was my first thought. Was good to see you fellas.
As always, good to see you guys.
Good to be seen.
You know what my first thought was? The Brewers are a contender.
Yeah,
they have 59 wins.
Yep.
So this is not like some sort of salary cast off, type. The Brewers have an interest in Lance McCullers, and that to me is really intriguing. And then Figgy, shout out to Figgy. I'm not going to take credit for this. I think he's on this. He goes, could he be going to their bullpen? And I'm like, that's it. That's it. They probably have convinced him, be a bullpen guy. They're happy with whatever medicals are remaining. So I think it's pretty interesting.
I mean, if there's been one thing that anybody has been steadfast on over the past decade, it's Lance McCullers insisting that he's not a bullpen guy, even though they've used him in that sporadically. But maybe that makes it a little bit easier for him too, because he spent the last decade telling anybody and everybody, like, listen, I'll do it every now and then, but no, I am not a bullpen guy. It's a little easier to go off to a new place and be like, oh yeah, I've always been cool with this,
especially a contender.
Yeah, that would actually hurt me more. It's like when your significant others, your boyfriend or girlfriend says, like, I don't want to have kids. And then after you break up, you see on Instagram, like 6 months later, that they're already pregnant. Well, not 6 months, but a year later, they're already pregnant.
Yeah, you would have some questions if it was 6 months.
Yeah. It's like, by the way, it looks like Brian McTaggart had this news a little bit before Chandler Rome. Yeah. So good job, Brian McTaggart.
Yeah, Chandler did credit him. Chandler said McTaggart had it first.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
that's a big thing in that world. The other thing too is, to your point, John, that the Brewers do such a great job with pitchers. I mean, they've already done this with Kyle Harrison this year, where they've turned him around. Now he's on the IL, so maybe that plays into this.
Right.
But the fear being, like, the Brewers see something that maybe they believe they could still get out of McCullers that the Astros evidently were not getting out of him here recently, at least when he was healthy.
And that's always the interesting thing to me is, like, when you get a change of scenery, do you see that change? Because that feels like that is going to say something about the previous destination, or rather the previous stop. Going idea like him consenting to be in the bullpen. Do we know if there was that opportunity for communication before this trade? Like, I imagine you make the trade with some level of understanding.
Air quote, yes.
We don't know a damn thing about that. We don't know they're getting prospects or what. Yeah.
Right. No, he meant the communication of being more receptive to the bullpen. I think because I do wonder agents talk,
sort of like legal tampering.
Oh, that part, yeah.
Because I could see a situation where they go, let's just bring him in and like add him to what we're doing here, and maybe we can move him to the pen as a possibility, as opposed to like that direct consent. But yes, I asked that because I would be right in the same place that you are, Luke, in that. Oh, so you wouldn't do it over here? I thought you want to be buried in the H. Like, I thought it was all about that, And so that'd be a little frustrating. But at the same time, I think also there is something to be tried to sort it out within what the Astros are thinking. Because what do you always say? Like, show me what they do, not what they say.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
I'm glad that I actually quoted you correctly this time.
And that's the part, look, so one of the details, we don't know exactly how the salary is being handled with this, but there's going to be some kind of a salary dump to some level. And and Lance, I'm sorry if you mentioned this, Reginald. Lance did have a no trade clause. So in terms of communication beforehand, that presumably there was there at least enough to get a no trade clause waived.
Yeah.
Also, the idea, like, I'm sure they're not getting. Obviously, this is not going to be a huge move. I presume. Maybe I should wait to see it. But just the idea of the Astros knowing, like, he's not factoring in our plans, despite how much we might need starting pitching help. Let's send them off for a prospect or two. And I'm sure they're not going to be great prospects. You're trading for McCullers in this situation.
Yeah.
It's almost like, hey, here, take him.
If he goes on, we want the all-time, like, oh, crap.
Yep.
Like, if all of a sudden Lance goes on and stays healthy the entire second
Strikes
half
out
of the
17 Dodgers in the playoffs.
I'm already sick thinking about it.
If it's the Dodgers, I'll take it. That's fine.
I will be completely honest and straightforward. I'm going to hold myself to this in terms of transparency. I will not criticize the Astros if that's what happens. Like, there's no reason the Astros should expect that. So if it does happen, it's going to suck for us. I'd be happy for Lance. But at the same time, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, how could they trade him away?
Throws 27 straight curveballs.
Yeah.
All that good stuff.
Yeah, a lot of surprise already coming in from the feedback from the listeners out there. As the latest news, in case you're just tuning in here at the top of the hour for In the Loop, is Lance McCullers, apparently a trade, is not quite finalized, but looks like the Astros will be trading him to the Milwaukee Brewers. Is it a sad day for Astro fans to see him leave, or kind of more so sad because it just kind of faded away here in Houston? I mean, I don't want to take too much away from your conversation. I'm sure you guys are going to be talking about all this stuff.
Oh, there's plenty of different nooks and crannies to get into.
Yeah.
I think that there's a level of bittersweetness to it, but it should just be bitter. Like, it should be like, man, you're losing a great Astros player that at least helped you get to a place that you wanted to get to. But the last few years have been very contemptuous. Like, you've paid him a lot. He hasn't been able to play. We personally have given him a lot of credit for the battle and like the want to that he has, because a lot of pitchers could have just walked away a long time ago. But at the same time, like, he has held up plans here. And so this does feel like a level of release into, okay, now what freedom is now there from, even if it's just like the mental strain of, we have to keep Lance McCullers within the plans of what you're trying to do.
I'm more with Seth on this one. I'm really just happy for Lance. They obviously, Seth, you know him. You know, he used to come in regularly and talk with you, and just a really good dude. But beyond that, he knows how he feels. I mean, he knows there's a reason he waived that no trade clause. There's a reason he feels Milwaukee, of all places, is the place to which he wants to go, because he feels like, I can contribute to a contending team. So I'm happy for him.
Maybe this is why that pickleball facility closed down. He's like, I'm moving out of Houston. I got to shut down the business.
Yeah.
By the way, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. The fellas will carry the conversation with McCullers, but I did, just to keep up with tradition, I feel like when I'm in the seat, I do have to ask, what is the question of the day, just as a quick sidebar?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure everybody has a story in their mind's eye. What is your most distinct Sandlot memory? We all saw what happened last night. By the way, just beautifully done.
You said we all did, huh?
I think
people locked in on the All-Star game to that
point?
point?
No, it doesn't have to be a Sandlot baseball.
No, I mean, like, when you said we all saw that, you think everybody locked in that way? Because I don't think that they did, buddy.
But anyway, anywho, they did do a Sandlot tribute. Like, what is, like, when I was that age, this one memory just immediately comes to mind. Because I can name every kid on my block that I used to play with.
Yeah.
I can name every one of them.
Yeah, I feel I always, whenever we go to parks now, or even if I just see like a big area of one specific memory, but we spent all of our summers playing wiffle ball, either in my front yard or my buddies had what we just called the green. It was a roundabout of grass, and we played with metal bats and tennis balls, and we would play baseball all summer. And it makes me sad because I feel like we might have been the last generation where you don't see kids going out there and playing baseball, like just getting a Sandlot game going anymore. So I don't know. I'd have to think of a specific memory. We used to, of course, like, there were some broken windows. We when played wiffle ball, we set up seats in the neighbor's yard across the street for the kids that weren't playing to watch.
Damn, y'all had so many kids that y'all had
pretty cool.
A peanut gallery?
Yeah, we had a whole league. We were on different teams. We kept track of stats.
See, that's it. That's the Sandlot memory.
Oh, we were so into wiffle ball.
That's the one.
We play after school. Yep.
I remember we were playing 500. And I was a fielder playing 500, and I was going to get a fly ball. It was headed my way, which is like 100 points, right? Or whatever it is. And it was all of a sudden, out of nowhere, as I was waiting for the ball to get to me, my neighbor Brian Shoemaker's dog came out of nowhere and bit me in the leg, and I didn't make the catch. You know, Tank Dell would have made the catch. I'm more focused on this damn dog biting my leg out of nowhere. The dog previously used to like me, but that was awful. Yeah, that's my fond memory.
That's funny because my memory, and I don't know how fond it is, but like, I did immediately go to playing fall in the street where a dog comes down the street and I make the worst decision. I thankfully did not get bit, but 3 of the people that were playing go immediately to their house because we were right in front of their house. Lucky sons of you know what. The other 2 dudes jump into a truck, which smart, right?
It's always smart.
My thought was, I'm beating the dog to my house, which is about 5 houses down. And so, yeah, man, it was not a smart decision. I did manage to juke the dog, but yes, that is oddly enough, we talk about playing outside, playing sports. That is immediately the thought that I come to.
We all have it.
The time that I had to outrun a dog that looked like it was rabid. It might have just been trying to play, but in my head, I was like, that's a rabid dog that I need to get away from.
Hey, something scary like that will stick with you, no doubt.
Rabies was big when we were kids.
Yeah, it was. It really
rabies
was.
And quicksand. I feel like rabies is still a genuine threat, but I feel like people are better with their shots these days.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Oh, you know what? It was because of Cujo. Cujo really freaked us out. Cujo in the movies and quicksand on TV shows really it was a lot of bad propaganda.
Yeah, we were doing a lot behind quicksand as if this was going to be an actual problem.
Oh yeah. Pet Cemetery also, I'm sure, contributed. Okay, we got to get out of here because the fellas will get you covered with the Lance McCullers trade. If you're just tuning in, looks like the Astros are working on a deal to send Lance McCullers to the Brewers, with more details to come. That's why you have to stay locked in right here for the rest of the day to get all the latest. Seth, pleasure as always. Good to hang with you.
Yes, awesome being with you. It just flew right by.
Always does. Yeah, appreciate it,
Lance
Sean.
McCullers plays like a Cy Young candidate for the second half of this. Bash my head into a wall.
I thought you were going to be happy for him.
I'll be happy for him,
but you'll be bashing your head in.
Yeah.
You'll be giddily bashing your head in.
It's the right way to go about it.
A former teammate of mine just sold his business for $1.6 billion. I'm happy for him.
It's like in Seinfeld where he says, I don't get why you say you're happy for people. I'm glad they're happy, but it doesn't do anything for my happiness.
Yeah.
So anyways, okay, McCullers trade in the works, and meanwhile, In the Loop starts now.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. And I don't know if this makes you happy, as we were just discussing, but if you were just tuning in, the news of the hour is that, and then there was one.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve remains the final Astro that dates back to the 2017 World Series title team because the Astros are finalizing a trade to send pitcher Lance McCullers Jr. to the second best record in the NL having Milwaukee Brewers. That is currently happening. What we know as of right now, if you recall, Lance McCullers Jr. has a no-trade clause, so he is agreeing to this in order to make this happen, but we don't have anything on compensation yet, and obviously the compensation will give us some more clues as to the mind state of Dana Brown, Jim Crane, and the Astros in doing this. But your immediate thoughts on Lance McCullers Jr., soon to no longer be a Houston Astro.
Yeah, clearly, happy for the guy, as I just mentioned. But beyond that, I saw somebody mentioning on Twitter, this is purely a dump. Well, from the Astros' perspective, it is a salary dump. We'll see exactly how much it ends up being. And it does give them some flexibility at the trade deadline if they want to add somebody, et cetera. So yes.
Especially if they want to take on money, right? Because it feels like that's a possibility of how you have to do this if you want to get something at the trade deadline.
Right.
It does feel like you might have to take on money in order to make this more advantageous.
But it's not just purely a salary dump because of the no trade clause. This is Lance McCullers. I'm really intrigued by this because he feels like he can still contribute. He's felt that way before.
You think so?
Why would he?
To the Brewers.
Yeah.
I thought you meant to the Astros.
No,
it did feel like we had gotten out of the space of feeling that McCullers would
I'm talking about with the Brewers. 59 wins. That's
correct.
That's a really good squad that's going to be in the postseason, that's going to maybe make a run. So he feels like he wouldn't have waived the no-trade clause unless he felt in his heart, physically as well, that he could do something. So it's, say, hey, Lance, we're going to dump some salary. You want to go to Milwaukee? No, it wasn't that. Lance had a say in this. So it's going to be really interesting to follow.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. The Brewers are dealing with some IL with some of their starters, which I wonder if that is where he's willing to waive no trade clause, being able to slide in as a starter. Because, again, that's also what I imagine might be some of the reason why the Brewers undertake this. But, yeah, man, there's two sides of this, right? I think that for me, I can't get past the feeling of helplessness that I felt when it came to Lance McCullers Jr. Hell, when this weekend you have previously Mike Burrows' spot in the rotation up, we're talking about who could possibly step in and take it. And obviously it ends up being Christian Javier, as we kind of hypothesized. But in the conversation, Lance McCullers Jr. is sitting right there, and everybody is looking at him like the last kid to be picked for dodgeball. Everybody's like, do you want to pick him? You sure?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to pick him.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that says a lot that they have recognized, or at least this demonstrates to some degree them acknowledging that feeling from them as well. And so I do appreciate that. But yeah, man, there is the possibility that they're looking at this as like a step backwards in order to get 2 steps forward.
You would think. And yes, Texter's Carlos Correa also from the 2017 squad, but of course took that little hiatus to Minnesota. So that's 2, I guess, technically.
Also on the IL.
That's what I'm saying. On the IL. I said on the IL.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. But still technically 2. But either way, Lance McCullers gone. Here's the other interesting part. The Astros know Lance McCullers better than anybody in terms of inside the room medicals and prospects and where he is. And yet they traded him, and they need pitching. So, I mean, McCullers clearly feels like he's got something, but the Astros traded away a guy that they kind of need if he is healthy. So it's really interesting to watch.
Yeah, it is, right? Is there anything within you, as I think you exist more on the side of the spectrum when it comes to the Astros of hang it up, old man, right? Like, I think you exist in that place where you go, hey, what are we actually fighting for?
I am not like you stink, lose 100 games, but you do have to evaluate exactly who you are.
Is there any chance that this represents the first step towards that for the Astros?
Yes.
Or do you think that this is indeed like a step where they are actively trying to use this to get better?
I mean, they're freeing up salary. Now, is it going to be for a veteran guy? We'll find out. Or a younger arm or younger outfielder? We'll find out. I think, it's to be determined officially, but I think they're starting to at least think that way, in terms of maybe bring in a younger guy that if he helps us now, great. If not, he's young enough, that we can use him moving forward. I think that's a possibility.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not too broken up about this move. Where Lance McCullers, first and foremost, I don't think that he was going to help your baseball team. Like, there is the sentimentality of it, but I think we can acknowledge with this Astros team, not to say that they're overly sentimental, but some of these sentimental moves that they have made have been the ones that you're looking up and you go, damn, this is kind of hurting you right now.
Yeah. Well, then why would the Brewers as a contender just do the Astros a solid?
Maybe they feel like they have their own car wash circumstance. Yeah. I do wonder, because I also wonder how much of this is the recognition of the sellers market that is coming here in with the trade deadline, right? Where they need some level of pitching. I don't know. I think it could be starting pitching, right? If we're going straight up, or if there's a possibility that maybe they move Lance McCullers to the pen. Who knows? But they might be looking at this and going, hey, we can get in on this without having to do too much fighting for Lance McCullers Jr. because we still are in this place that we've discussed where if you have a pitcher that's available, there's a lot of teams that can convince themselves that they should be in the running to get one, including the fact that Tarek Skubal, who's out there, not on the same level as Lance McCullers Jr., at least was being discussed as being out there. The Tigers probably are back in a place where they feel like they can contend. He's off the table. Like, how many teams are actively selling? How many really good pitchers are out there? And how much competition will be in the marketplace to get it? Whereas the Brewers go, I mean, we feel really good about our rotation. We probably just need another arm. Let's just grab a Lance McCullers Jr. and see what we can do with that.
And see if he can help in the margins. Figgy, you brought it up, and it was a light bulb moment for me. I think you were onto something. Maybe the discussions behind the scenes, unofficial or whatever, maybe he goes to the bullpen, and that's one of those things where the Brewers are like, hey, it's worth taking a shot if he's willing to go to the bullpen.
Yeah, I think so. And I think Lance McCullers being here, and I'm sure he was a team player and all that stuff. I ain't trying to paint him in a bad way, but maybe he felt like here he should be a starter, which they need starters.
Yeah.
So he probably felt like maybe, it's a little bit disrespectful.
It's not going to happen here.
Yes, but I'll go to a contender. And come out the bullpen. I do what you need me to do if I go to a contender.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's a possibility. And I honestly couldn't begrudge him that either.
No.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Now, I mean, even if this is a cash move, right? Even if this is just you have created some space here in the Astros side of the willingness to it, how much belief do you have in the capability that they will use this?
That who will?
The Astros.
That's a great question. and how? Are they going to, as I mentioned just a second ago, are they going to use this money to maybe get a younger-ish player that can help them now, but maybe also be part of the future? And do you have the confidence they can get it right? Because they haven't gotten a lot of these right lately, you know?
Yeah, no, I feel you on that.
Yeah.
I wonder also, like, how much of this is just, do you think that this creates space for another one of the guys that you currently have in the system or whatever? Like, is this a possibility that, and I know this sounds crazy because he's one of the few guys you trust out of the pen, could this be like a blue ball resurgence into being a starter, right? Like, is there anything?
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Is there anything that we might be, or maybe this is we trust Hayden Wesneski as he's coming back, and a Ronell Blanco,
Maybe
right? Like,
that
could be it.
How much? Because I do feel like I would be in that place. I was in that place. Again, we were talking about it. Hey, as you're looking at guys to maybe come back, I'm looking for Hayden Wesneski to return. I'm looking for Ronell Blanco to return. I was not honestly excited for the possibility of Lance McCullers to return, and that's with all due respect to everything that he has given given the Astros.
And he probably saw that too.
Yeah.
He probably saw that he's not in the Astros plans currently or for this season, and better off going to somewhere else.
The thing about that is I don't know how much confidence I would have in Blanco and Wesneski as much as McCullers. I mean, they're coming off of injuries too, and they have a history with that where it doesn't pay off. You know?
Well,
I just think
as a team they do, and so a lot of that history is Lance.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. It's not just Lance though. It's not.
But I'm saying a lot of it is. Right? I'm not saying
if I had to bank my money on one of this, and I absolutely not. But if I had to, I will. I kind of know what Lance is at this point.
Sure.
So I would rather get Blanco another chance, or Wesneski another chance. So I think the days was over for McCullers.
You know what I'm super curious about? Because we've talked about, and I think we did the in the loop GM, consultation firm. And one of the things that we were talking about is Dana Brown. We need to be able to see more of your prowess as a scout show up. Assuming that they do get prospects back, because we haven't talked about what the possibility of the return is. This is an opportunity for Dana Brown to show, like, to use that scouting and look at a Milwaukee Brewers farm system and go, I want that, and I want that. Assuming that you could even get 3 prospects for Lance McCullers.
That's asking a
but
lot.
you get what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, pick wisely here. Like this, we talked about it. This Astros team, assuming that they're even having some considerations for how you turn this thing back over and get yourself to be legitimately good again. It's going to be your acquisition of talent. It's one of the reasons why I felt like the MLB draft, this one that you just passed, was super important for stocking the farm.
Yeah.
This is also going to be an interesting one to see what they get back in this, and if it's more than simply just relief on your payroll.
Let me ask you about this. What's better for the Astros to get in return? And we will get the return here probably momentarily, but certainly today. What do you think is better for the Astros? Getting a high-level prospect or getting a player, a pitcher, or an outfielder, or somebody that can help you?
I think right now, because it seems like there's and it is a little bit of a chance.
Yeah.
So I will probably want to get somebody that can help now, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure what type of prospect you'll get for Lance.
I want a younger player, whether it's now or later. I want a younger-ish player.
By the way, you want to talk about farm system rankings? You want to know where the Brewers system ranks right now?
I absolutely do.
Number uno.
There you go.
Number one. This is the best farm system in baseball.
Okay.
And so I kind of want to prospect here, because I think that there might be a relativity in this where they are willing to let go of somebody that they shouldn't. Where it's like, oh man, it's their 10th best prospect. Well, you bring him over here, he might be your second best prospect. I do think that there might be some of that.
Yeah.
There is something to be said though, right? If you could turn Lance McCullers Jr. into a left-handed bat or into a bullpen arm or whatever,
yeah.
That might not be the worst thing in the world. I don't know why they would give up a bullpen arm in that trade, whatever.
Especially them, from their perspective, where they are as a contender. If it's a prospect, that's another sign.
Now,
that's a big sign.
Now, I don't know if y'all have this information, but are they paying the whole salary?
We got to get that too.
Because if they're paying the whole salary, I don't see them also giving up a top prospect or top 10 prospect.
Yeah.
Too,
okay, so if we're
paying all of that money.
Apologies.
But if the Astros are maybe paying half of it or most of it, then I can see that.
Which of those is more preferable to you, right? Getting all that money off of your books or paying some of it still, but then also getting back a prospect of any level?
I would want the prospect in that case.
So paying half of his salary or whatever,
I would want
then the prospect.
And it would be a sign. It would be at least a hint that they are retooling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting because this is going to be a canary in the coal mine to some degree. I just don't know to what degree. It's some level of marker, it's some level of indicator. But until we get the other side of what Lance McCullers is being traded for, it could mean a few different things. And so we're in Schrodinger's trade in this moment. And if you're just tapping in, that trade is the one that sends longtime Houston Astros pitcher Lance McCullers Jr. to the Milwaukee Brewers, first place in the NL Central right now, second best record in all the National League. They will acquire Lance McCullers Jr. We don't know what the compensation is, but we do know that in order to make this happen, Lance McCullers Jr. is waiving a no-trade clause. We'll keep you up to date with things as we get more of them here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we have to salute a local legend as we lost one. Janice McNair passed away yesterday. Obviously, we pay our condolences, but also, will anything change about the Texans and the way they operate? Let's talk about it next.
Texans training camp is just... 2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let loose.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. The breaking news of the hour is that Lance McCullers Jr. is being sent to the Milwaukee Brewers. Compensation is not known, but this gets a little interesting because we did spend a lot of conversation earlier talking about, what the compensation could be, what the kind of other side of this could be. And it's fair that people go, you guys are crazy that you think there's anything coming back for Lance McCullers Jr. This was always a possibility. Colton Gordon, the right-handed pitcher, is also going along with Lance McCullers Jr. to the Brewers. Mind you, obviously this year not been very good at the major league level. I think his ERA is somewhere in the 11s.
Yeah.
And last time he pitched was probably April, if memory serves correctly. But down at AAA, down with Sugar Land, he's actually been pretty damn solid. And so I do wonder if they look at this and they go, a guy who is pretty good and close to the major league level, and maybe we can get him to work better here. Would be part of it. Now, is that a throw in to make sure that Lance McCullers, none of the money is here, and this is just pure salary dump with a Colton Gordon attached to Lance McCullers' lapel as he walks out, or is that enough to maybe get something back? These are the things that we wonder about, but we continue to watch.
Yes.
The above?
Yeah,
okay.
yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
We'll see if what comes of this. But as of right now, that's what we know. Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon going to Milwaukee, the 59-win Brewers at this point, and they will finish off the season there, or at least I think that they will. Only God knows that there's trades that may
Unless they turn into Dennis Schroeder or something. Get traded 3 times a year.
I don't imagine that's how this goes, but only God knows. It is worth noting. I don't know if it's to what degree it is worth noting, but it is worth noting. The Brewers did trade away a pitcher yesterday. So I'm just like, there's some musical chairs happening, and it maybe does feel like they are actively acquiring one of these pitchers.
They're spitballing
because they like them, right?
They're trying to find arms.
Like they're moving stuff around in a way. So we'll see what this looks like as we continue to go. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and condolences are in order, John Lopez, to the matriarch of the Houston Texans, Janice McNair. She passes away yesterday, and I mean, you see all of the kind words that are shared by players. I always wonder at times, like, how much of a relationship do players have with ownership groups and people at that level? Because I mean, it's a few levels of magnitude away from what they do on a day-to-day basis. So many players, from C.J. Stroud on his Instagram to, I know Andre Johnson had comments to, I mean, like, name them. There was a lot of guys who played for this team.
Justin Reed even,
who had their comments. I'm interested from your perspective. Like, one, what was your mindset when you saw that she passed, and two, like, what experiences, if any, do you have that you thought of?
Yeah, look, it certain, as you mentioned, certain owners, a little bit of a distance, particularly maybe the spouse that is not as active on a day-to-day operation. A little bit of distance there. That's not the case with Janice McNair. It's flat out not the case. She was not like involved in terms of day-to-day football operation,
right?
But involved in I am there. They should erect a memorial or a plaque or something where she had her tent. I mean, at training camp, they had a tent specifically for
with
her.
The AC,
and in the later years, they put AC in there, so she could sit in her wheelchair and watch them practice. And they would all go over there and pat her on the shoulder or say a few words, and she'd talk to them. And so this was very, very much. A lot of people, it's weird, like a lady. She was a lady, like there's certain women that you say, that is a lady right there. And I think everybody recognized that. I did have, fortunate enough to have, several interactions with her. Honored to have nominated her for the, Houston Sports Award.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And so I was very honored to nominate her, and glad she won it before her passing. And I go back to the very, very early stages. We're talking, 1999, 2000, 2001, when the Bob McNair came out of nowhere to initiate this crazy idea when everybody's saying the next NFL expansion franchise is going to be going to L.A., lock it up, it's a wrap, they're going to L.A.
Right.
And Bob McNair came in and said, hold on, I'm interested in bringing one to Houston. I want this to be very, very clear. This franchise is not here without Janice McNair.
Mm-hmm.
She was that much a part of that whole decision, including what really sort of put the Texans' bid over the top was Bob. A lot of these organizations were putting together financing packages and such. Bob McNair came in and said, I'll give you $700 million cash. We'll give you $700 million. Keep in mind, this is 2001.
That's right.
I'll give you $700 million cash. That's part of my deal. And you think that happens without Janice McNair intimately involved?
Yeah, no, I don't think you just come up with all that. Yeah.
Hey, a lot of men can't make any moves without running past their old lady.
You said you bought a Mike Tyson signed glove.
And I got an earful for that, man. Still getting an earful for that.
Yeah. So that's my point about how integral Janice McNair, clearly Bob McNair. I mean, point man, doing all the the moving and shaking. The Texans are not here without Janice McNair. Period. And then once they're here, the thing that just resonates with me is a lot of these organizations are very much, we want to be involved in the community.
Yeah.
We want to do this and that. I think the Texans are next level in terms of being involved in the community because of Janice McNair.
That was her pet project.
That was her deal.
I know that, and you'll see this on all the graphics that the Texans have put out, including the acknowledge the kind words that have come, whether it's the commissioner or any other dignitaries or so on and so forth. It's faith, it's family, philanthropy, football. Like you hear the 3 F's, faith, family, football. Like a lot of people, philanthropy has to be in there, even though it's a PH. But that's because Janice was like, no, this is integral to who we are and what we do, and it shows up. Like it's not nothing. It's not just lip service, and that is because Janice McNair made it so. I mean, this as some level of eulogy. It's just not enough, clearly. But obviously, condolences to the McNair family, to all those who were able to, obviously spend time with her. Is there anything that will change with Janice not actively, physically being with the team? Obviously, her spirit lives on through her family and everybody in the organization.
Well, this is one that just simply needs to be at least thought about, right? Behind the scenes, clearly. Cal McNair has been the primary principal owner since 2024. But remember how that all came about. Cal McNair had a sibling, at least one. I'm drawing a blank if it was more than one. Who
there was sides moving. I don't know if you watch like Game of Thrones or the active like House of the Dragon right now, where the political drama is happening and people switch sides. That has happened, and I wonder if it is still happening because I do know that we're not fully resolved when it comes to like family drama there.
Well, I don't know if we're resolved or not, but the one brother basically said she was incapable of making decisions, et cetera, et cetera. That part was settled. That she was in fact capable of making those decisions. That they didn't have a case there, and so she transferred principal ownership to Cal McNair in 2024. The thing that I think, again, I'm not saying it's going to happen, not going to happen, but needs to be thought about. With this much money involved, I'll put it that way, there are always lawyers.
You don't have to go there. I think we've all had family where a matriarch or patriarch passes, and now we're fighting over the house, or fighting over like whatever it is that could be inheritance.
That's the word I was looking for.
Estate. These things can get messy, and we've seen that there's already like some level of strife, for lack of a better way of saying it, within the family. I don't know that it changes when it comes to like the passing of ownership. It feels like the NFL, like I think Cal has enough supporters in the NFL to where this does not actually change hands. But it could, like these, not necessarily changing hands, but we could see drama bubble up now that Janice has passed. I honestly kind of am looking for it. Not to say that I want it to happen by any means, but I'm looking for it. I do think that could happen. Outside of that, like I think that the way the organization runs, like it's very clear that they they are keeping the way that she has wanted this thing to run in mind, and I don't think that the actual day-to-day of how this thing runs goes. I just think that we could see that that Houston Chronicle story pop up where, here comes the drama that's happening around the team.
No, I agree. I don't think it'll change anything that, from our perspective, you note. But behind the scenes, if there is that drama, who knows how it affects certain people, how it's distracting, whatever, things. But estates this large are simply not like, cool, all right, everybody get this. No, there's usually attorneys involved. So that's something to just kind of watch. But overarching is just, I hope the city of Houston realizes that you would not have these Houston Texans the way they are, or even at all, without Janice McNair.
Oh, this is the 25th anniversary season. You will see a lot of JSM around Reliant Stadium this upcoming year. Believe you me. And so rest in peace to Janice McNair, the matriarch of the Houston Texans. Before we go here and move this thing along, or actually maybe I bring this up on the other side because we do have a little bit more information on the breaking news of the hour. Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon being sent to the Milwaukee Brewers. I'll give you an update on what's happening there. But also coming up next, we'll try and get to the question of the day, inspired by the Sandlot story that happens in the middle of the All-Star game yesterday. What is your most distinct Sandlot memory from your youth? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
All right, let's talk about making memories on the water. Let's go fishing. Saturday, August 1st. It's coming up, man. You need to get registered for the Pasadena Livestock Show and Rodeo's annual fishing tournament.
2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're kind of tracking the trade that has been reported within the last hour that Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon being traded by the Astros to the Milwaukee Brewers. We don't know what any of the additional information of it besides.
They need to hurry up, man.
I know.
Damn, we got stuff to do.
Well, shout out to Bob Nightingale, who did give us this piece of information a little while back, that the Astros are expected to pay down a chunk of the contract in this salary dump. So they are indeed dumping salary, but they're paying down some of the contract, which does make me go, okay, then is the Colton Gordon the cost for them doing that? Because like Colton Gordon's this, is there any chance in your mind, any chance in hell, you could easily just say no when we walk away, that Christian Yelich could be involved here? Because they have been, Dana Brown has been hot and heavy on the idea that this Astros team needs a left-handed outfielder. He is a left-handed outfielder, has not had a particularly great season at the plate, so it would make you go, is it just the left-hander for the left-hander's sake? Because I think he's batting 243 with an OPS of 706. But is there any chance in hell in your brain where you go, all right, could that get back make sense?
Ooh, that's a slight chance at best, I would guess.
That could be, especially if you throwing in Gordon.
No, I mean,
maybe they trying to do something like that.
What would the Brewers be thinking there?
That's a good point, because I was going to say they need pitching.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I will do all of that for Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
And Colton Gordon. No, I mean, likelihood is just like this clears a roster spot and gets that Lance McCullers, a majority, you would imagine, of the Lance McCullers Jr. money off of your payroll. We'll see. We'll see how this ultimately falls all the way out. Somebody said, "What is Reggie smoking?" Nothing right now. I can tell you that for sure. All right, let's get to the question.
Smoking no Reggie.
Let's get to the question of the day here. Inspired by the All-Star game, if you stuck around, what was that, like the fourth? Was it that, all the way in the seventh?
Late?
I don't know if it was that late. I thought it was like the fourth, fifth inning, but maybe so. I don't remember. I was not watching as intently as I was when Yordan was swinging a bat. But they had a kind of a tribute to like the Sandlot times of baseball, right? A lot of nostalgia within, the presentation that they had there. And so we bring that to the question of the day. What is the most distinct Sandlot memory of your youth? 713-572-4610.
First of all, nobody does nostalgia like baseball. Yeah, we can talk about baseball and where it is, and regional sport, this and that. All sorts of things on the horizon with player negotiation. Baseball does nostalgia great, and they do it at their best at the All-Star game. You can go back. Remember they had the All-Century team, they had Ted Williams out there, and all this other stuff. I mean, they know how to do nostalgia.
Remember they played the game, I think it was it the Cubs and White Sox?
Oh, yeah, on the Field of Dreams.
Which is coming back this year, mind you.
Yeah. So
I thought that was fly.
They do it really, really well. Of all the things you can criticize them for, you can't criticize them for that. But as soon as I saw this, and I saw the kid knocking on the door, I was like, oh, they're going to do the Sandlot thing. And they did it great. They did it absolutely great. It was literally like you saw in the movies. The kids on the bicycles going out on the outfield was really cool.
Are they the best, or is baseball or MLB is the best when it comes to little stuff like
production
that?
Stuff like that? I mean,
stuff like that.
I guess I said nostalgia, maybe altogether, yeah.
Production stuff, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this, Fig, in kind of a different way about like the networks, the sports networks. MLB Network is the best of the sports networks. NFL Network is pretty damn good itself. NBA Network is just not there. And then NHL Network, you need a special program, special whatever to be able to get. But yeah, it does feel like they're best at that. The question I had while it was odd was, why is this so long?
It's the All-Star game. Who cares? I mean, I think I was into it. I don't know how you guys. I mean, I watched every second, didn't think about it being too. I did have a moment. This is the bad confession. I did have a moment when I saw Ray Charles. I was like, wait a minute, I thought he was dead. I thought he was out on the field. So I was like, wait, Ray Charles is out there? I thought he was dead. Then I realized it was on the video board. I was like, oh yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. Like, it is funny. I just don't know what to say to it. But yeah, that got us thinking.
Completely humiliating. Yeah, I was like, wasn't he dead?
And you are correct.
Yes.
Like, honestly, I think we all have those moments. I think if we're honest, we just generally don't always share them amongst our thousands of our friends. But yeah, what are those memories for you? Those Sandlot memories of you playing sports as a youth?
Every single one of us has that day, that moment, or those series of moments that you can go back to when you were a kid, and it was Sandlot-esque. It might have been basketball, it might have been softball, it might have been football, whatever. But I can sit here as I'm watching this, and I was driving in, and we're thinking about the question of the day here. What is your Sandlot moment? I literally remembered every single kid that was the regular rotation of the kids I played with. It was usually
really?
Every one of them.
You remember all of them? I don't remember none of them dudes on my soccer team.
My cousins, Adrian, Jimmy, and Bobby.
Oh, they're your cousins.
It was my brother Manuel, my brother David, and then the Andrews brothers from up the street. It was Mitchell, Philip, Naaman, and Tintin. Those.
His mama named him Tintin.
Well, I don't even know what his name was. He was always Tintin.
I'm surprised I didn't hear more nicknames.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I came back. We would play tackle football, on the grass, sometimes the street, and then baseball. And we would play tackle football. There were 2 palm trees at the end of our block that were the field. So we actually had.
Oh, you actually kicked field goals.
We would boost each other.
Anybody kicking no field goals?
No, we just for fun. We would boost each other on our shoulders and tie a rope between the palm trees. And then after we scored a touchdown, it was like, all right, extra point. And somebody would kick it. I mean, I remember every single detail. That was my Sandlot moment. And every one of them. Tintin ended up being like a physician, and my buddy Mitchell ends up owning like 3 or 4 putt golf courses. And I mean, it's like every single moment. So what's your Sandlot memory?
Yeah, mine is kind of similar to yours, man. We used to play sports just in the street. So we had more grass, like, in the front yard. So whenever we play football, we call it sideline pop.
Yeah.
So if you in the street, it's tag or touch or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you go on that sideline, that grass, your ass gonna get popped. You can get popped. So we used to do all that, and then a couple times we had people that had the rollout hoops. So we used to bring it to the street. And we used to have full-blown games in the street. Yeah. And then when the cars coming, we like, motion. And then everybody kind of get out the way, let the cars go. So we sitting there holding the basketball with our hands on our hip, wait for this traffic. And I stayed on the street that had way too much traffic for a side street. So we'd be sitting there. But I really remember because down the street, we had a girl by the name of Shamika.
Put our whole government out here.
No, I'm saying that because she actually played in the WNBA.
Oh, wow.
She didn't play that. I don't think she played that long. But I think she assistant coach somewhere. But she was good, man. She was tall. She was good. And she used to have to sneak out of her parents' house.
Yeah.
Just to play basketball with us.
She was Benny the Jet. She was Benny the Jet.
Yeah, like we used to play in the backyard and all that stuff. She was older than me, but she was good. Like for a girl, especially during that time, because there wasn't a lot of girls out there playing basketball. But nah, she was good. So those are the memories I have, and then just the smooth ass basketball we played. Just having the basketball that wore out.
Yeah.
So we used to play rain, snow, all that stuff, man.
And from the 832, they said they literally had to jump in the neighbor's yard to grab the only baseball they had and go back over before the neighbor's Rottweiler got to them.
Hey, that's the worst, man. When you playing basketball and the ball go over the fence, you gotta go all the way around the corner. Can I get my ball back?
Had plenty of those moments.
How about you?
I mean, I think the one that keeps sticking in my mind, because there's other instances for sure, and some of them I'm starting to think are more organized. So I'm like, that doesn't qualify, but I definitely will never forget. We out here playing football, and what's funny is we're playing in the street like Figgy is talking about, and then just from one side of the street, dog comes running, and so I am on defense to where I don't see the dog.
Yeah.
But the guys that are on offense, they just take off. They're jerks. They do not say dog. They're halfway to their house before they
say, "Oh, bleep a dog."
Yeah, before they start yelling dog. So at first we're like, what is happening?
Dog.
And now we got to turn and run. Yeah, now we got to turn and running and try and get out of here. I tell you that a couple of in fact, they're kind of my cousins. They go and they jump into the back of a truck, which is a smart place to be for a dog. Like, now I do think this could backfire because some of these dogs are athletic, and then the dog jumped back in there and with you, and now you're screwed. Yeah. But I didn't think about that. I just decided I was going to try and run to the house.
Yeah.
And so as you might imagine, everybody's peeled off. Nobody else is there. Dog's like, well, I'm chasing this guy.
Reggie's bait.
That's right. That's right. In fact, you know what? I probably do. Actually, I don't owe them because, all right, yeah, well, we'll talk about that later. But I'm running, and it's like 4 or 5 houses, dogs heavy on my trail. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, I get to a place where, like, there's a tree, and for some reason, my brain goes, go beyond the tree and then double back. And then the dog.
You could have been like the old man.
The dog peels off.
Flipped a couple times.
No, I was close. But thankfully, got that, was able to get to the house. I get in the house because the door isn't locked. I close it, I lock it, not thinking. So we're just chilling after a while. Like it's been 10, 20 minutes. You know, I've forgotten I'm eating. And I just hear on the door, let us in! Let us in! Let us in! So the dog had just stayed out there, and then my cousins were just out there waiting.
They were bait.
And then I guess the dog that they thought the dog went away. They came to the house trying to get in, and nope, dog was trying to get them. So they were like at the door pounding on it. But yes, moments like that you never forget.
We used to actually trade gloves because there was only like 3 or 4 gloves, 5 gloves, whatever. Like offense, defense, you just leave your glove on the base so the next guy could get it. And I had one of the ones, remember those little stupid little plastic? Nobody wanted to get my glove. It was everybody, literally everyone can bring up in your mind.
Now, did y'all actually play with a baseball or because we used to use tennis balls?
It depended on who had.
That's a good call.
It depended on if anybody went to the drugstore the day before because we would always lose them. Or someone would take them home or just lose them or whatever. Yeah. It was a blast. And football was rough, man. I mean, we would play tackle on the grass, but still, I mean, it's
you don't have no paths, nothing like that. No, for sure. Mm-hmm. So someone said that they had 2 houses next to each other where the driveways were on opposite sides, so they'd play football driveway to driveway.
Yeah.
Driveways were the end zones, and you could tackle anywhere but the end zone, and of course out of bounds.
I think. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say fair enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say another moment we used to do, and this is wrestling. We like if somebody put a dirty ass mattress out on the curb, like all right, it's Monday Night Raw. I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin, you The Rock. That's the Undertaker right there. We used to be flipping on mattresses and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, no, it's badass. And I was the youngest usually of that group, so that I would always be the guy on the top of the shoulders tying the rope for the field goals for the extra points.
Oh man, but that had to make you better. Anytime you're like the runt of the group.
Oh, for sure.
You gotta play. You gotta play. You gotta stand up to the
like Tintin and my brother Manuel were like 10 years older than me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. I wasn't thinking that.
I thought you was talking about like 4 or 5.
No, most of them were within about 3 or 4 years. But the 2 big brothers were they would go out there. They didn't care. They'd throw us around like rag dolls.
This person said every summer morning they would gather behind the school and they would argue who gets to be Johnny Bench. Were y'all doing I
was Reggie Jackson.
Oh, really?
Always. I was always Reggie Jackson. I had an A's, T-shirt. It wasn't a jersey, T-shirt with Reggie on the back.
We used to do that all the time.
Yeah.
Like I will always want to be Kenny Lofton. Yeah. Because I was, shorter, fast, and all that stuff. You had people want to be Ken Griffey.
Yeah.
Jim Tomey. It was a bunch, man.
You couldn't
Reggie, baby, Reggie.
You couldn't tell me I wasn't Jerry Rice. You couldn't tell me. You could not tell me I wasn't there. All right, keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where ESPN continues their top 10 series. This time they get to wide receivers. Where does Nico Collins rank? Let's talk about it next.
All right.
The Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about them being buyers versus sellers? I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just ability. A lot of your talent in your farm system is low. And then you look at an Astros team and you just go, what do you have to sell? It has to come from what you're already using. Is it AJ Blue Ball? And do you want to?
I don't want to do
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And yeah, we have another top 10 list from ESPN this time. It is wide receivers. And now, have you looked at this? It's a question I need to ask.
I have.
Damn it.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have.
I mean, it's not your fault.
To remember to.
You're like, hey, this is interesting. I would like to look at it, and I understand why you do that. But for anyone who hasn't, Phil Collins does indeed make the top 10 list. Where is the interesting thing within this, right? And I guess it is, first and foremost, it should be a given, but it is not always a given that Nico Collins is going to get that respect. Like, it is notable that he steps into this place where he is indeed getting this respect. But it's not a growth in respect, because last year he was ranked 8th in the top 10 rankings. He is again ranked 8th in the top 10 wide receiver rankings. As high as 3 on some ballots, but also on some ballots entirely unranked. Nico Collins, top 10, and comes in at number 8. How do you feel about it?
Okay, so how I felt about it when I saw it was, where would I move him up to? How high should you move him up?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say rattle off the.
Would you?
ones that's
Okay,
ahead of him.
Let's play the game. Is he better than?
Do you think? And you know the list. Do you think he should? Well, I would have to just let me just. Say
Now
the
let's
names.
play the list. Is he better than this player?
Number 1 is
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase. The answer: you wouldn't move him up that high.
Nobody's going to do that now.
2, Justin Jefferson.
No one's going to do that either. Those are 1A, 1Bs.
3, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
No, but Jackson was. You got to remember, I just came off of watching the Seattle Seahawks game from Week 7. We'll do the rewatch.
By the way, he might be number 1.
There's people. He has been ranked as high as 1, and there are people that look at him and go, "Hey, man, this new hotness is here, baby."
Yeah.
With the Jackson Smith and Jigba. But no, the long story short, I do not believe Nico
All right,
Collins.
so clearly, so far it seems like, all right, can't move him up that high. How about 4, Puka Nacua?
Puka's an interesting one because
I wouldn't move him up. I wouldn't move him up that far.
I wouldn't. It feels like there's just like so much in the last like 3 seasons, and he's just playing at an incredibly high level. I wouldn't know.
This is where it starts getting interesting for me. Number 5, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I have had a weird relationship with Amon-Ra St. Brown because he represents to me, or he has represented to me, like the wide receiver that has been very, very useful, very productive, but also in a weird way, I look at defenses and I go, do they change what they're doing based off of Amon-Ra St. Brown? I recognize that is me probably being unnecessarily harsh to him. He is a very good wide receiver. This is where I would consider it. Like, I would absolutely consider it.
I wouldn't. I don't think I would do it if I had to put out this list and be fair to everyone. But I think it's kind of because Amon-Ra. The thing about him for me is I think he plays in spurts. Like, he'll have 2 or 3 games where you're like, oh my goodness, and then nothing.
Yeah. Honestly, I always had them in the same tier for some reason. I don't know what it was, especially before Nico got that contract, the first contract extension. I always had them kind of like, I felt like they were around the same type of player or should make the same type of money.
Right.
If that makes sense.
All right, so let's see how this one strikes you. So I think we're all in the same. Wouldn't quite move him past Amon-Ra.
Probably, yeah.
How about CeeDee Lamb at 6?
He's coming off of a season that wasn't all that solid for him.
Yeah.
He makes big plays, he separates, but so does Nico Collins. Like, this ends up being kind of a flavor thing. I think I'd be wanting to back my guy in Nico Collins in this.
This one is a little tricky because I feel like CeeDee Lamb is the typical diva receiver type that everybody, and this is where it hurts Nico a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he's not that. He kind of keep his head down, he play and all that stuff. I think if Nico was a little more like CeeDee Lamb, like as far as diva receiver, I think he will probably be CeeDee Lamb a little bit.
I think that's a great point. I would, in fact, move him ahead of CeeDee Lamb. I think I'd put Nico ahead of CeeDee Lamb. 7, just in front of Nico Collins, George Pickens.
Yeah, probably. George Pickett's explosive and a crazy explosive receiver. I think also, and maybe this is unfair that I continue to hold this. Like there is some level of how stable is that going to be, right, with his mentality.
Yeah.
And that's probably unfair. Like I said, that I hold it against him. I still look at it and I go, I like Nico Collins better. Like he's crazy explosive though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like Nico better too. And look, I'm taking all injury and all that stuff out of it.
And that's the problem is I think that it's hard to, right? If you're talking about Nico Collins, this is probably the thing that does keep him out of these spaces, that he's missing games pretty consistently.
Yeah, if we was just sitting here playing Madden, I will probably take Nico over probably CD, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then, I would probably have him in that spot.
Yeah, I'd take Nico ahead of George Pickens for those reasons as well. So I think I'd have him at 6. Now, would you have 9 or 10 ahead of Nico? 9 is 8.
No. I think the down
You
year.
sound confident.
Well, I mean, this is the thing is like we're talking about, especially wide receiver. I think we're getting tighter and tighter at the top end of things, where you could it can end up being a matter of flavors, right? Like or styles that appeal to you. And AJ Brown, big talented player. I think also he is. There is some concern about, okay, like how is he trending, and then also like the buy-in that he showed in Philadelphia. Bounce back season, and I think a lot of people probably go back to AJ Brown being their particular flavor, especially when you talk about availability.
I probably wouldn't. I think AJ Brown's in the right spot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him over.
I'm with you. And 10 is Devontae Adams.
The question that I was thinking about more so though was, how is Nico Collins like growing in the lineage of Texans wide receivers? Because clearly you have the two great wide receivers that you have ahead of, or at least chronologically ahead of him, Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins. Of those three, like how do you power rank those three?
I think in that order.
You think you go
as of today,
Andre, DeAndre?
Yeah, as of today, yes.
Yeah. What does it take for Nico Collins to step above them in your mind?
3-4 more years.
It's just a matter of time holding the
and
same.
Health. Yeah, 3-4 more years in health, I think is what it takes.
Fair enough. We continue around the NFL. Tony Romo had an interesting sit down with the what is the name of this damn podcast again? I think it was actually with Phil Simms. He was hanging out. No, he wasn't with Phil Simms. Rather, he was with the PFT commenter dude.
Okay.
But he had some interesting things that he was talking about, especially like with the broadcast. Obviously, he gets a lot of hate on that CBS broadcast. Part of it was the way that he stepped in, and then the way that he was calling, kind of predicting things that would happen on the field, and the way that that's stepped back. He was talking about it, and he's like, you're live on air for 3.5 hours every week, and if it's like you're probably going to be doing something right. And he was talking about how he felt like the criticism was warranted, mind you, that he receives at times. And he was talking about how he thinks about it through the lens of those people that are sitting on the couch listening, and that, in the back of your brain, you're thinking, what are the guys at home wanting, and what are they watching? What do they want to hear? And I'm just fascinated that he said that, because do you feel like when you're listening to Tony Romo, you get that feeling of he's giving me the questions that people on their couches or the answers rather to the questions that people on the couches are asking?
Yeah, and frankly, well, to answer your question, no, I don't. But frankly, I hate his answer. I hate his answer. It's almost as if in real time he's trying to think of what to say because of the reaction it might get. It's not how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to say what you believe and feel, and offer some insight and perspective, and hope that everybody likes it. But you have to be real, and it's almost as if he said, "Yeah, I'm thinking about what I'm saying because I want to make sure the reaction is appropriate."
That's interesting perspective with that, because
you're not supposed to do that.
I viewed it more of just kind of in any circumstance you're kind of trying to serve your audience, and hey, what does my audience need? And with an analyst, be real. I would argue that the analyst position you are supposed to be giving me, hey, you're supposed to be my entree into what's happening on the field, especially as you, typically the analyst, as a football player or a coach, you should be helping make this digestible for me. So I did hear that. My biggest issue was just, I don't feel like that's what I get from Tony Romo. So if that's the way that he's taking it, I don't know that he's executing to the way that he wants.
No, I agree with that. I don't think he's producing that. But I think it's a big mistake. I mean, you guys know me long enough now. You just say what you believe, and you back it up because that's what you truly, sincerely believe. And if it doesn't resonate with people, that's fine. I mean, that's perspective. To say something because of what you think the reaction might be is completely wrong to me. I mean, it's completely wrong.
Yeah.
You don't say things because, oh, well, maybe these listeners will think that. No, you're not supposed to do that. It's what you believe and the perspective that you offer. And so I really thought that was a bad answer.
Yeah, I found that to be fascinating. Obviously, he remains on the top call on CBS. Like, I do wonder, like, what it would take for CBS, considering all the fanfare with which they did that, to make a change. Because I would prefer, obviously, and we've talked about this. I would prefer other number one analysts on that call in particular to Tony Romo. I just don't know that we're going to get any change anytime soon there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know why, but it seems to be I say stuck, but it seems to be like he's going to be the guy for anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would probably.
I'm not even sure how good a relationship he has with Jim Nantz.
You think so?
I'm not sure. Like, legitimately not sure. It seems as if sometimes it's just not quite clicking the way it has in the past with Nantz and others.
Going backwards real quick on the conversation here on the text line, they said 3-4 more years of health will still not make Nico better than Andre Johnson. Yeah, no, I don't think that you were talking about Andre. I think you were talking about
you said be at that level. Yeah.
You would put. I think you give him 3 more years, he can end up like Nuke. Yeah, he's gonna have to put up Hall of Fame season, or Hall of Fame career rather.
Yeah, right.
Before he gets to where Andre was, and some of this also is like he's going to need to be considered one of the best wide receivers in the league. And I don't mean like in the top 10. I mean one of the handful, the way that we look at Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Because Andre Johnson was...
And good luck with that.
...around there. With all due respect to Nico, I don't know that he gets there. Like, if C.J. Stroud is playing the way that C.J. Stroud feels like he should have been, is Nico Collins in that? Because that's also the factor of this is we've had a number of really good wide receivers that probably should have been considered like greater than they are because kind of the circumstances around them with the offenses and their quarterbacks.
He actually, DeAndre Hopkins was such a highlight reel guy, and I think that's a little different from Nico, who can be a big play guy. But is he truly like the sideline toe touch, back of the end zone, one hand?
Nico?
Yeah, I think as much as DeAndre Hopkins was. Hopkins would highlight reel waiting to happen. Yeah. And I think that's what he has going for him.
Yeah, Nico's capable of all those things, but I think it's just like...
He's a big play guy. Obviously, remember some
he's a big play guy, fast, like a big freak
but
type
when we
of
think of DeAndre, we think like the zoop around the Cowboys and the sideline catches and the back of the end zone. Those things don't immediately come to mind with Nico.
Yeah, Nico's just like, damn, this is a big dude.
He's producing.
And he's fast.
Big, fast, Okay. That's an interesting thought. I hadn't considered like the flashiness.
He do got some toe taps he could put in his bag if he wanted to.
But Hop was in another hemisphere.
Yeah, and just one-handed catches and stuff like that. Yeah,
that's fair enough. I'm going to get you your NFL top 100, even though the list is falling in favor amongst all of us. I think, as we've seen. Just to let you know, no C.J. Stroud in this one either. Number 66 is wide receiver from the Atlanta Falcons, Drake London, and number 65, linebacker from the Baltimore Ravens, Roquan Smith.
Ooh, we're in the top 64. Yeah, getting into
Is it over at this point for C.J.?
Is he one of the best 64 players in the NFL?
I don't think so, and it also would just feel weird to see him above Lamar Jackson. Them doing that on these rankings have really, honestly, in a weird way, kind of let C.J. Stroud off the hook here because it just makes the list look so absurd.
A lot of people just torching that.
Even if people are like, yeah, he should not be in the top 100, if he shows up here, it's going to invalidate whatever. People use that as the reason, another reason as to why this is wrong, as opposed to any level of like, oh, look at what the players view about C.J. Stroud, or what have you.
What about Roquan at 65?
Yeah. Linebackers is kind of interesting.
I thought he was kind of falling off a little bit. Where was he at last year?
I don't recall.
Well, Roquan Smith last year, I mean, he took a 25 spot drop.
Okay.
Roquan was number 40, if memory serves.
Okay, yeah, so that's about right then.
Yeah, I mean, linebackers
ain't showing no love to Baltimore, man.
No,
on this list.
No.
I mean, you saw the season that they had last year. It was a bad Baltimore season.
Man.
And he had been pretty consistent. I think also like the framework of what you are paid changes the dynamic here as well. And Roquan Smith, big time guy. I think he has a big opportunity for being a bounce back player, though. Changing that defense. Yeah. Jesse Minter's been really good there, or just been good as a defensive coordinator. But there you go. That's some of around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return to the big news of the day. Lance McCullers Jr. is on the move with a trade that is materializing. But also, there's been talk, or there had been talk about Yordan Alvarez, like a possibility of a trade there. And obviously, he is there's in no uncertain terms, the Astros have said he will remain. What do you think Yordan thinks about that? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Remembering Janice. Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The news of the day is that Lance McCullers Jr., as is Colton Gordon, both pitchers, are being traded to the Milwaukee Brewers in the National League. And we do know, per Bob Nightingale, that the Astros will pay or take on a chunk of the salary of Lance McCullers Jr. in order to kind of facilitate this. Mm-hmm. That still remains kind of the information that we have for the most part. But Chandler Rome, in his write-up, makes it clear that the Astros have been attempting to move off of Lance McCullers Jr. for the better part of the year. If you remember, part of like the Nolan Arenado attempted acquisition would have included Lance McCullers Jr. And so, do you say goodbye to, a dude who absolutely a good dude in this organization, both obviously on the field to some degree, but then also like as a good soldier for the most part. I think the only thing that you can knock him on is not wanting to go into the bullpen and wanting to continue to ply his trade as a starter. But good mentality, good demeanor all through, the ups and downs of injuries and everything. And honestly, in a weird way, this feels like he is one of the representations of how the Astros dynasty kind of crumbles, for lack of a better way of saying it, or like kind of the downward swing of it. Yeah. Because he's one of the guys that they entrusted to take over the torch, and they paid him, and unfortunately it didn't go well, right? You can mention Christian Javier in the same way. Jose Abreu was one of those guys as well. Yeah. And so those were the decisions that ultimately kind of didn't allow you to keep the steam of the height of this particular dynasty going.
No, that's right. Those were key youngish at the time players that you could bring in. I mean, you could count on moving forward, and then you couldn't count on them.
Yeah,
simple as that.
And so, obviously, happy trails. You kind of, I know you were talking about it with Seth before when we were cross talking. You kind of wish him well, but at the same time, I think that there would be some level of indictment if he goes out there and he is successful in Milwaukee and this quickly, because there's been so many fits and starts to be able to get him to be beneficial for this Astros team. Like even through if you discount the injuries, which I mean is a hard thing to do, was Lance ever as good, like pitching?
Oh, you know how I felt about that, and I love the guy dearly, but at times, he's never. Obviously, the postseason run, and the Yankees and the ALCS and the curveballs and all that, just the stuff of legend. But if you look at his career never really lived up as a whole to what you thought you had. It just didn't, and that's just being fair. So, you know what's another interesting thing? I'm wondering if the Brewers might have just been more interested in Gordon, like taking a flyer on this guy. To maybe AAA guy that's been in the major leagues. Maybe there's something there, change of scenery, all that.
And Lance is the
guy. Well, we'll dump some salary if you want to eat some of that.
Yeah, to me, and more that I think about it now, it sounds like a real salary dump. Like, all right, we'll take this guy and see what he got, but give me one of those prospects.
Exactly.
But that also made me think that maybe the Astros are getting somebody that could come in and play right away.
I don't know.
This ain't gonna be a thing where it's like a few prospects or something like that.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just hey man, we're creating
left bat or a bat or something like that.
Yeah,
might just be creating spots on the 40 man. You know what I mean? Like that might be kind of the conversation here as well. As you're getting some of these guys back from injury and everything, and giving them an opportunity to be able to help this team. But yeah, that's one of the things that's happening out there. Simultaneously, it does make you think about kind of the guys that they have been thinking about trading, the priorities that they seemingly have headed to the trade deadline. And you had an interesting thought when it comes to Yordan Alvarez, the lone Astros represents All-Star game. What was that?
So. We all know that there were these discussions about would the Astros trade Yordan, et cetera. He approached the front office, whether it was manager and or general manager, and asked about it, and they said, "We will not trade you, no matter what." I think that was almost the exact quote that we got. No matter what, we will not trade you. And he's happy. They're not going to be traded. Chandler Rome's piece. He talked about, does that make you happy? Of course. Is that what you want? Of course. And that's all fair. And that's probably accurate right now. But I was watching the All-Star game last night, and Yordan is very familiar with Shohei Ohtani's story and how he was somewhat lost. And I know Ohtani wasn't there last night, but he was, obviously he's familiar with his work and he's an all-star and all that. Mike Trout was there. So he's quite familiar with Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani got out and made the move to the Dodgers and won a World Series and is just thriving and reaching an altogether other level. Mike Trout has not. Mike Trout is now 34 years old, going on 35, and people are just looking at his career a little differently. So even right now, if Yordan is happy, keep in mind he has another contract coming up, I think, year after next. And that is going to be a monster. That is going to be unlike anything Jim Crane has ever done. It's going to be more years and more money than he ever fathomed.
Well, I don't know. Depends on how the potential work stoppage goes. If they get the salary cap, that might actually be advantageous for the Yanson retaining him.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't know how many people are counting on that, but either way,
I don't know. I feel like betting on ownership in these things isn't the worst way to go.
No, I get all that, but what I'm saying, all things being equal, he will be the highest paid player in baseball. Period.
Or he'll get. I mean, for what, I don't even know what the right way of saying this is, because I was going to say the maximum that's available for him, but if there isn't a salary cap, then that is infinity.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, he'll get a good grip of money because he is that. I mean, he's the best hitter in baseball.
Yeah.
Right. We could parse this out, but if he's not 1, he's 2, he's 3, he's right in there. But he's the most dangerous hitter in baseball.
Look at the Triple Crown numbers, and where he ranks right now, first, and second, I believe, in batting average. So it got me thinking, if you're sitting there in the All-Star clubhouse and you're looking around, and I know Ohtani wasn't there, but you're thinking about Ohtani and what happened as he got up, and was able to move. Then you're looking at Mike Trout. Do you think it'll always be like this with Yordan? Where, yeah, of course I want to be an Astro. Especially as the Astros maybe retool, Astros maybe take a step back. You see aging players like Altuve. Do you think he will always be like, of course?
This is interesting because
I don't think he wants to be Mike Trout.
I mean, I don't know that anybody wants to particularly be Mike Trout, but I think within that you have to acknowledge that the comparison you're making is that the Astros organization continues to operate like the Angels.
Yeah.
Right? Because
whether they operate like the Angels or not, they are in the midst of a decline.
They're in the midst of a decline, sure.
Yeah.
But the thing about the Angels is not that they decline, to remain in that. Like that, even as they have maybe acquired people, like when they go and get Shohei Ohtani, they can't find their way to playing good baseball again. And so I think inherent within what you're setting up here is, do you believe that the Astros will remain here? Right? This goes back to a question that I kind of threw out there just off air amongst us. I don't even know, a number of months back. Do you ever think it'll be like the early 2010s Astros again here? Do you ever think the Astros would look like the Rockies again? And that's probably a bridge maybe too far. But the Angels at times just feel like a general level of incompetence where you can just write them off as a staff, record label, and crew. And I'm going to be honest, as much as you might be down on where the Astros are, particularly under the management of Dana Brown and Joe Espada or whatever, I can't see myself with this Astros team being perpetual losers, perpetual incompetent in building teams. Like, I feel like there's going to be a downtime because this is the way that cycles work in sports. Like, it's hard to be at the top perpetually. But I think that there will be a rebound. And so as long as Yordan enjoys, one, the Houston itself, like he loves fishing, it obviously offers that opportunity. He's enjoyed being here, right, with the Spanish-speaking culture here and everything. I can't imagine that like a down period that hopefully is not crazy long, which I don't feel like it'll be there, that he gets so far down that line of, man, this is untenable, and now I'm going to change my stance as it previously was.
I don't think they're ever going to get that bad again, but I don't think anybody could honestly say they're not going to take a step back like they are. And whether it's 2 years or not, let's say it's just 2 years of, trying to find your feet. That means he's going to be 31. He's 29 right now.
Correct.
And that's where I'm going with this. Of course he wants to be here. Of course he likes all the things that you mentioned and all that. But in 2 years, that contract's coming up. I believe it's in 2 years, and it's going to be enormous. No matter what happens in
2 seasons after this one, he would be in 2029 or headed into 29 season. He'd be a free agent.
Yeah, so he'll be 31, 32 years old, right in that area. They will be in the midst of what I think we all agree is at least some kind of step back. Do you think it'll always be, of course, I want to be here? I don't know. I think it's an interesting question because especially the Astros, are they going to give a 10-year, 9-year, whatever contract for infinity to him? Someone will.
I also wonder, like, Yordan is a pretty mild-mannered, at least outwardly, dude.
Yeah.
Does he or his representation have it in them to be aggressive in that way, right? Because I think that some of this also tends to be like the demeanor of dudes to some degree, to be like, nah, I need out of here, right? Some guys are a little bit, hey man, I'm cool, chilling, and I mean, this ends up being real pathology. So apologies for me going there. Like a dude who, like, you know, Cuban, like defected, has, you know, this he's living his dream to some degree. He has his ring. Right, he has the respect of the league, and obviously there's the competition and the competitive nature that exists in him. But I also wonder, like, how much pressure internally would he have? Because I think that's what creates that need of, like, I just need to get out of here. I need to get the hell out of here. How much internal pressure does he have? Because it doesn't feel like the things that we would typically think of pressure to make that decision would be there for him.
I think it's fair because he's been to 3 World Series and won 1. That maybe he feels content, and that's why I'm wondering. I'm not making any predictions here. I'm wondering because I don't know how I would fit in there, and I think you talk about, you know, contentment. I mean, there's still a lot of money out there, though. There's still a lot of money out there. Doesn't matter how content you are. You know, we're talking what, 300, 400 million, you know, potentially. I mean, that's not like, hey, I'm content, pay me whatever. No.
So you're thinking, like, we're talking about free agency is where your mind is. Less of like a, hey, trade me and I need to get out of here type thing.
Yeah, you just got to keep Scott Boras away. Keep him away because otherwise he's going to be like, hey, the Dodgers looking to throw you $500 million. A billion.
Yeah.
I also think it's going to be interesting to look at what is eventually, I imagine there's a manager change, or maybe there isn't. Maybe this is just Joe Espada's job as they continue forward. But he's on a lame duck deal. Jana Brown's on a lame duck deal. We know these things. What does the next few years look like management wise?
Yeah.
Right? Because there is a world in which management maybe changes, and this management just gets significantly better with different circumstances, and this is moot because they are back in that place. Or there's also the distinct possibility that the hiring practices or the management decisions aren't good, and then that changes this. Like, obviously there's always factors that are involved, but the things that we can foresee right now feel very much like Yordan is really committed to the Astros in the way that this thing goes.
It certainly does today.
Fair enough. No, I mean, it's a fair point. Like, things change. I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm concerned about that than kind of what comes up here. But, I mean, you could probably say that about Lance McCullers Jr., and now he's moving on to become a Milwaukee Brewer. So we'll see how this thing moves on. And I guess if you did not catch that, yes, indeed, Lance McCullers Jr., along with Colton Gordon, going to the Milwaukee Brewers. It does seem like, per Bob Nightingale, the Astros will eat some of the money of Lance McCullers' deal. But that's what we know as of right now. I don't know if or what comes back from the Milwaukee Brewers to the Astros.
Hurry up, man. What's taking y'all so long, man?
Do this.
We got stuff to talk about.
I do wonder, like, is this, could it possibly be like, hey man, that's the trade, like that's it, and then there's maybe like a small PTBNL or small cash considerations or whatever to make this. But what we do know is Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon are going that way. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including what's happening with the trade circumstances, but also we had a fall classic a summer classic. There we go, midsummer classic. What did it look like? We'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the leap.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all morning. The big thing that's popping is that Lance McCullers Jr., an Astro no more. As soon as this is 100% official, I haven't seen anybody say that it is 100% official. However, the reporting seems pretty strong that the Astros are finalizing a deal to send Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon to the Milwaukee Brewers. I don't see another side of that trade, but it seems pretty clear at this point that there is some level of this that is a salary dump of Lance McCullers' deal, and the Astros are said to be eating some of the money here, but
some of which went to pay for more porn.
In that instance, it would be the Brewers, so whatever. But yeah, man, I think it's an end of an era at the very least, right, with Lance McCullers Jr. moving on.
Yeah, and that's something that we haven't even really talked about, just to his place in this sports lore or otherwise. Bury me in the H. I mean,
what's your favorite Lance moment? I got one.
And that is what?
My favorite one is, remember after the whole cheating scandal and all that stuff, everybody in the locker room, and I think it was some media members might have been snickering or something like that, and he was talking, and he looked over something funny. Everybody got quiet. That's my favorite moment right there, man. Funny? Yeah, because this was right around the time where, like everything happened and the whole cheating thing, and then you had probably some national media, to be honest. I was a little bit snickering.
A couple come to mind.
He stopped mid interview. Something funny.
Oh, sorry. I liked, obviously, the was it 24 curveballs in a row?
Yeah,
that's the one. That's the one that's going to sit with everybody on the field, kind of off the field. He would fight anybody if they challenge him. He was only like 5'11", but put together pretty well, and just an intense. Like he would not back down from anyone. And off the field, like, could not have been a nicer guy. Could not have been more accommodating. I remember we got to go to the 2022 World Series party, my wife and I. And he sat there and talked with my wife for 10, 15 minutes about I think it was like childcare, because she's a school director. Yeah. Just the nicest guy in the world.
And he was a regular on the morning show with Seth and Mike Meltzer.
Right.
He used to come on, was it every Friday or something like that? He used to come in studio.
Oh, he would come. I'd meet him in the elevator and what's going on,
I think it was like every Friday, weekly.
And next level dog lover. Like he did all next level. He had his own, I don't know if it was his own, but he was affiliated with a big time, dog charitable organization or foundation or whatever. Big time dog guy. So you can't say anything bad about that.
Is there anything in this that kind of is sour to you? Because this is the final year of his contract. So to do like a salary dump for the last half of the season, what does that do for you? Like maybe that even points to the idea of that roster spot meaning more just an opportunity to make that happen. But yeah, how does that hit you to think about the fact that the $17 million and they're eating some of it as he goes, right? The prorated portion of it, this is some level of salary dump at the very, very end of this contract that honestly has been a little bit of an albatross around the neck of the Astros.
Yeah, it has. I think what really depends on what we see when we see the completed deal, right? I think the Astros, from their perspective, have realized, all right, we tried and tried and tried again. I mean, how many times did they try to keep him afloat, so to speak, and get him back in the rotation? And it was just finally time to move on. And then from the Brewers' perspective, I am wondering about if they just hey, well, let's take a flyer on Colton Gordon, and this is going to be part of the deal. So I think a lot of it has to hinge on, let's see the remaining details. And then the other part, it does give the Astros flexibility to make a move before the deadline.
It does feel like this feels like the setup before trying to make a move. And I'm very fascinated as we are merely, a couple of weeks to the trade deadline in MLB. And I'm very intrigued to see because Dana Brown seems like he is hard up on, we need a lefty bat in the outfield. And I am very curious as to see what kind of machinations and moves that he will actually employ. Because we've looked at this and we've gone, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of things that you can do unless you get really creative. This might be step one in creative way of trying to make this Astros team better, which I know for you does not seem like something that you were all that excited about the prospect of.
Well, I mean, look, who doesn't want the Astros to play better baseball and get to the playoffs?
Fair, yes.
My point is, at what cost when you consider where the direction that this team is going? I mean, do you want to get to the playoffs and be eliminated and give up some more of your prospects in order to get there? I don't. At what cost is my big deal.
No, I completely hear you on that. We'll continue to watch that space. But again, happy trails to Lance McCullers Jr. I guess also to Colton Gordon as they move on to the Milwaukee Brewers. Some other things that are popping. The MLB All-Star Game was yesterday and last night in particular. And, of course, in true comedic fashion, in the year where the AL just flatly stinks.
Yeah.
The AL is able to go ahead and put up a goose egg against the NL for the first time. Was in 2014, 2013,
something like that.
Is it about 10 years?
They keep it a 2-hitter. 3-hitter?
Was it 3-hitter?
I believe it ended up being a 3.
Yeah, I didn't even check how many hits. I just remember that it was 4-0. And shout out to Yordan Alvarez, 1 for 2. In fact, the first at bat, pretty soon in it, and just a nice, good piece of hitting. Single, getting him on base. He ultimately scores a run. He's one of the 3 that gets scored in the first inning, which pretty much ended the offensive portion of this exhibition. But yeah, man, shout out to Yordan Alvarez. Shout out to the AL, and shout out to I guess the Sandlot tribute, because those felt like those were the things that were particularly notable.
Those were the highlights. And the other thing that's really confusing, it's kind of like, the AL not being as good as the NL. AL's won 13 of 15 or something like that now? 13 of the last 15? How? I mean, I know there were some years where the AL was superior, but that's crazy. All-Star games, man.
It's just All-Star games, man. Yeah, like, I'll be honest. I tapped out. I tapped out.
I was in and out.
I did too.
Yeah,
it was on the TV, but I'd be lying if I told you that I was like actively paying attention.
I felt good because I got there for the fireworks, man. Like the first inning, I seen all the runs. I dipped out. I was watching something else. Came back to see the home. I forgot who hit that home run to make it 4.
Bellinger.
Was that
the 4?
Yeah, to make it 4.
Yeah, no, I don't. Who was that?
Vargas.
Yeah, Vargas.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm like, okay, I look like I'm seeing the highlights from this game.
Yeah, you had perfect timing. You caught all the most important things. I will say, I feel, and maybe this is one of those. Who cares? I feel bad for Sanchez, who is starting for the NL, and then he gets out here and throws 30-something pitches in the first inning. Like, this would be like just all right. Just
they say he was struggling the last 2 games anyway.
Yeah, he was. Dude, I'm getting tired out here, man. Let's go.
Ostensibly,
was sweating.
Right, ostensibly the best starter in the National League comes out.
Yeah.
Not the greatest first inning, big dog.
No,
I will say I did enjoy just watching some of the relief pitchers just pitching. Like, you saw, what was it, Mason Miller?
Yeah.
I'm like, man, they gave that man 1 batter, and that was it. I'm like, that's all you need.
Didn't
man.
they go through 13 pitchers? 10
you got to get guys in. You got to give everybody an opportunity to get in here.
Specifically, and I want to say it was the 8th or I think it was the 9th. Mason Miller faced 1 batter, of course, struck him out.
Yeah.
That was it. Like, yep, that's it. And then just in the other couple pictures, I think Cade Smith for the Guardians. I'm like, man, that dude got some filthy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it is good for that, like getting a little bit of those matchups and seeing some of that. But we got it through. We got through it, and now we just wait till the weekend when the second half of the proverbial second half of the season gets going. Some other things that are popping, for whatever it's worth, the Rockets get their second Summer League win yesterday. The big thing, obviously, that I'm watching, and I imagine everybody else is watching, is watching Bruce Thornton, the number 31 overall pick, point guard out of Ohio State for the Rockets. Another pretty solid game for him. 18 points, 4 assists, more importantly, no turnovers, couple of steals. Like, he plays at his own pace. He's stout, so he doesn't get moved around defensively. Smart, like you could tell the smarts of this player, whether he's directing traffic for the rest of his team, just kind of defensively being in the right places. He's not a great defender, but he does not seem like we'll find him some bad places. Like, it seems like he's a smart player at the very least.
He's a willing defender, and I think he could be good. Look, when it comes to Summer League, you're not looking for necessarily stat lines or the big performances. We've seen big performances, and then that doesn't necessarily translate. What you are looking for is traits. And I think the traits that he has especially the willingness on the defense, physicality, some of the off-ball stuff that you just mentioned. I think those traits are promising.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm excited now to see preseason. I know. Yeah, Reggie's a sicko.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me all about it.
Yeah, I will. I want to see him in the context of the team because this is cool, but now I need to see what it looks like against actual NBA players. And it's not like this is going to be largely problematic. I think he's going to be back into the rotation type of guy, but it does feel like I think I've seen enough of, like you mentioned, the traits where I go, okay, I think that he can be a part of the rotation. What does that mean for the actual Rockets and their aptitude for the season? I can't do too much on that. If you've been watching the World Cup, how did you feel about the game?
Let's go.
Well, I know how you felt about it from the entertainment purpose dollars side of this.
Screw that, real dollars.
Okay, very much from the real dollars that you had within the wager.
Some of which went to pay for more porn.
We'll see about that.
Oh, okay. That's not what I expected a response. Spain gets a 2-0 win over what felt like the favorites in this World Cup tournament, France.
Absolutely,
in Arlington. Spain just continues to be an incredible defensive team, and then you saw them, their midfield just not only tactically better than France, who is a good midfield, but physically better than France, and who look like they very well might win this. And of course they're in the final, so that's not a crazy thing to say, but they've looked the part all tournament long.
I said it yesterday, every single position, and both squads is what I was talking about yesterday, but Spain really proved to be superior. The midfield, especially going 3-on-2, and in the midfield, and France never had an answer. Nobody wants to hear about that. But they were just better at every single position on the field. And all we need is Argentina. We need an Argentina win
today. You say we like anybody else had this particular investment.
He said we with Spain.
Yeah, he did. And he wasn't talking about he feels Spanish. He's talking about his pocket. Yeah, and I'm like, if you cut me in, we could talk about we.
No, I won't.
Yeah, that's what I figured was what it was going to be. I figured that was going to be the case.
Yeah.
And then real quick before we go, did you see Kevin Durant coming for
dog?
No, you might be thinking about something else. You're thinking about something else. But Kevin Durant seems like he's coming for a few national media members. We might need to circle back around to this. What is the thing that you said dog to?
Did you see his release?
Oh, a sneaker release with the candy apple red?
Oh, my God.
I thought it was Photoshop. Or
was
AI. I thought
I
so.
hope so. I hope so. There, of all the possibilities of things you could do with a candy apple.
I think he said it was AI too.
Good. Okay,
but that could be a lie.
That makes me feel a lot better.
That could be a lie. Like, man, this AI stuff getting out of control. It could be real.
I choose to believe that it was AI then.
Yeah, it is AI generated, and that was confirmed to be the case.
Okay, good.
Yesterday.
Good.
Before we go, the passing of a Houston sports legend. In fact, she's quite literally in the Houston Sports Hall of Fame. Janice McNair, the matriarch of the Houston Texans, passed away yesterday. Big on philanthropy. One of the reasons why the Texans are so forward on that, obviously, helped bring football back to Houston. Yeah, she passed away yesterday, and honestly, lots and lots of kind words from. I thought John Weeks even went deep, and like you hear people recounting their stories. And you go, man, it seems like there was not just, hey, we've had conversations, but no, there is a level of genuine care and love that would happen here between, the levels of ownership and players, which is not always the case in sports.
No, it's not. And the two things that should resonate and should be always remembered is, number one, this team wouldn't be here as much without her as Bob McNair. Flat out. Wouldn't be here. And secondly, the initiative that she took. Every team likes to be, philanthropic and be involved in the community. Texans are next level because of Janice McNair. Flat out. Those are the two legacies.
Yeah, and so obviously wish her family well in this moment as Janice McNair passes away yesterday in the city of Houston. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I continued my 2025 rewatch of the Houston Texans season, or rewatch of the 2025 season, rather, and that took me to Week 7 at Seattle versus the Seahawks. I'll give you some of my takeaways and notes from that particular game next.
Remembering Janice McNair. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hey, Fig.
What's up?
You ready to hear what the get back is in the trade that sends Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon to the Brewers?
Yes.
Per Chandler Rome of The Athletic, you can expect to be getting back to the Houston Astros someone named Cash? Cash Considerations, I think.
Consideration is how he pronounces it. Yeah,
okay.
It's French.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Well, condolences to him on his team losing yesterday. No, jokes aside, that is what it seems like is going to complete this deal. Again, per Chandler Rome of The Athletic. Lance McCullers Jr., Colton Gordon on their way to Milwaukee, finish out the season there. And cash considerations are coming back to the Astros. Yeah, this is a money move.
Yeah, trying to get rid of I guess salary dump, I guess.
The last bit of Lance McCullers Jr.'s contract. And it seems like even still, the Astros take on a little bit of that. Colton Gordon also goes, so that's, I guess, a prospect of sorts that has not been all that good at the major league level this year, but pretty solid at the AAA level. So, the Brewers get a couple of pitchers, one of whom you imagine will help them in their pursuit towards postseason baseball, or once they get to postseason baseball. It's the second best National League. I feel like they will be playing postseason baseball. But yeah, it does make you wonder what the next step is.
Well, there will. I think what it tells me is there will be a next step for the Astros. Let's just see what it is.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe they're gearing up for another move.
No, I think they have to be, don't they, Reggie? I mean, the Astros to do this. It's not just like it's a weird time to just kind of like do it unless you have another plan in place or hope in place.
Yeah, I mean they do it early enough to where they can utilize that as the trade deadline still comes. Yeah, it feels like this. Yeah. There will be things that come beyond this, but I also wonder how much of this could be just something small like having that space to then have one of these guys who's not on the 40-man roster be on the 40-man roster in the space that I would lean like
they're thinking about something.
100%.
Yeah, they're doing
no, without
something.
question. And again, Dana Brown has harped over and over the need for a left-handed outfielded bat.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a consideration that they will be looking at, and it feels very strongly that is a consideration they'll be looking at as they head towards the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. But I'd like to turn to the Texans, if you don't mind, as I kept going on my rewatch of the 2025 season for them, and I got to Week 7 versus the Seattle Seahawks, probably one of the most disappointing losses, if not the most disappointing loss of the entirety of last season. Although over the entirety of 17, there weren't that many losses for the Texans, thankfully. But in the time being, we set this up as a measuring stick type game, as a litmus test. And, buddy, it was frustrating in the time. I'm not going to lie. I was really happy to rewatch this game.
Oh, you should have been.
Wayne would be.
Yeah. It's interesting because going into that game, you were starting to get a real feel for, all right, the Texans seem to be onto something, here.
Is that how you felt?
Yeah, I don't see how you could not. They had lost that one game to Jacksonville at home, but then they shut out the Titans, play really just blow out the Ravens. And you're like, all right, they might be finding their feet a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how I felt about this game. I will say though, I had forgotten this was the night that the Mariners lost Game 5 of the ALCS to Toronto.
Oh, that's right.
So that was kind of a funny little remembrance. Mm-hmm. They literally show it on the broadcast. There's a Mariners and Seahawks fans sitting with their phone at what is it called? I keep wanting to call it CenturyLink Field. I can't remember what it's called now. Lumen Field. There we go. Yeah. While watching it. This was a game in which the details were so problematic.
I think the details were the story.
It 100% was. The details were so problematic in various different ways. One of them, and you can call me an apologist if you want. One of them was, when we got to half, I go, C.J. Stroud hasn't been that bad. He has been failed a number of times in this game.
Really?
Yes.
See, I thought we started to see some real signs of C.J. Stroud. Like, he took that big, long sack.
Yes, in the first drive.
And you're like, oh, is he getting rattled? Or even if you weren't there yet, you started to see some signs there.
In the second half is when that absolutely was the case, and I will never begrudge anybody who says that. In the first half, it was interesting to see. You can see Lynch drop. And mind you, this is a C.J. Stroud, incredible work navigating the pocket, stepping up, finding Nico Collins open in his hands, in the breadbasket. Nico drops it. There's another play where C.J. Stroud, similar circumstances, muddied pockets, steps forward, navigates really well. And he probably can run, but he goes, here's Nick Chubb. Let me dump it down to him because he has more room to run. Yeah. And Nick Chubb drops it. And these are instances that, put you back behind the sticks or don't give you an opportunity after a play was made. And it felt like there was a number of those, not just it felt like, there were a number of those in this game when you still had opportunities to create things. Yeah. On top of that, and this was something that I was appreciative of, I talk about Ariante Ursery and how I have no concerns about him as a left tackle. This would be the game that you put up. He was bad in this game. Okay. He was MALO bad in this game.
That one is not one of the memories that I have.
Me neither. Yeah. Completely lost it. But there was so many, actually him and Titus Howard, bad in this game on both edges, which created a mass of pressure. Yeah. If you look at the games that C.J. Stroud played last year, he had the most quarterback pressures in this game, second most in this game, of all the games that he played last year. And think about the amount of pressure that he sustained at various different points. This was the second most that he had in all the games, second most pressures. And it showed up as you play. And over time, you saw C.J. Stroud deteriorate in some of the ways that he lived. But I kind of understood it to some degree. Not to say that, again, that there is an excuse for some of the issues, but I understand when you're like, hey, man, I'm making plays and guys aren't making catches and we need this, and the game script is starting to go that are not necessarily the best. Again, should be better. But I think that this was, in a weird way, some of the microcosm of the conversations that we're having about C.J. Stroud, where, yes, there's definitely C.J. Stroud portions of it. Yeah. But, man, there's some of these, kind of quiet, hidden errors that are happening around him that's damn. Those are also things that we have to say. I think that we have to talk about in tandem with what C.J. Stroud needs to do better.
And I think that's more than fair. But just, in terms of, kind of the sweeping takeaway from that game, is there lack of confidence in this offense, whether it is because of the offensive line or perhaps some receivers letting him down or C.J. Stroud himself. I could still see him, reversing. It was like a 15-yard sack or 10 yards. It was at least 10 yards, and just sort of scrambling and being a little rattled. No matter how you frame it, the offense you started to see oh boy, I don't know, how confident I am in this offense.
Yeah, and you talk about confidence in the offense or the lack thereof. There was something that was very frustrating. I talked about this with you yesterday, I believe, or the day before rather, where you get up to the line. Clearly, you know that you have probably 5 blockers. You see 6 potential rushers, and there's no audibles or anything or checks. Yeah. There's a few times in this game. One of those is where I keep wanting to call them the Mariners. The Seahawks have 5 down linemen, and then they're mugging up 2 linebackers in the A gaps. So there's 7 guys that could be coming. You know that you have 6. Yeah. Don't have enough. There is no moment of pause of, okay, do we need to check? And we can put that at CJ, but one of the things I wonder is if this keeps happening over and over, not seeing the coaches lose their mind on the sideline, which again, maybe that's just not the way they handle it. It made me wonder, did they even have a mechanism for this? In the way that they had the offense?
Well, they better have. They should have.
And that's what I'm saying. This feels so rudimentary to where you need to have something to respond to these circumstances that will inevitably happen when you're outnumbered. And there should be some level of answer for it. And we know, in a Shanahan-type offense, mostly there's somewhere where the ball should go to make up for that. The Erhardt-Perkins typically does not operate in that same way where it's if you're outnumbered on the line, that means somewhere you have the number, so just throw it there. Yeah. And so I'm wondering, where does that lie? Because I'm having a hard time. And yes, C.J. Stroud is absolutely part of it, if that is definitely a mechanism in there. But the amount of times that I'm seeing this, especially early on the season, I do wonder, did they even have a mechanism for changing this and making sure that we set the protection so that we actually get these guys covered, or that we have the possibility of getting these guys covered? Because you had guys pressure right up the middle immediately, and you go, of course you do, because you had no chance of answering that.
I mean, I find it almost impossible to believe that there was not one. I mean, which offense doesn't have okay, you see this, you do this, which means it falls more on CJ.
I think there's a big indictment one place or the other, and probably all the way around. Because again, also, even if you're saying this falls on CJ, how many times does this happen where I don't go again to where does the buck stop? Because, hey, coordinators or offensive coaches, why does this keep happening? Right. Why is there no clearly no level of adjustment that's happening here? And maybe the answer is, and it's really problematic if the answer is, we've given him everything, he's not doing it. Yeah. I have a hard time thinking that is the end all be all, and that there's not even I'm saying we're watching this happen, and there's not a CJ taking a second to be like, okay, let me look at this or let me think about it. It's not like he's getting it wrong. He's not doing it, which makes it feel like, man, is it just not there?
I cannot believe that there was not some adjustment that is built into all these offenses. Obviously, this one has been used before with those types of adjustments. I would tend to lean like that was more of a either communication or preparation or CJ.
Yeah,
because there had to have been something they could have done in those situations.
It's probably all of them.
Maybe. Yeah,
and
maybe
that didn't feel good. Then this year that needs to be something that, again, I think very quickly you should see a difference in. Otherwise, I do have questions.
Yeah, and you should. The other thing about this game that just stands out as I went back and I didn't rewatch it like you do. That's why we're having this discussion.
Congratulations,
you're doing
honestly.
This. But I went back and looked at my notes on this and obviously recaps. This was one game where you went like, all right, this defense is legit. Like you knew this was a good defense. They were didn't Will Anderson Jr. score a touchdown?
He did. It was a forced fumble and a fumble recovery in the end zone.
And we didn't quite know that Sam Darnold was going to be, a Super Bowl winning quarterback. But we knew that the Seahawks had a really good running game. Jackson Smith and Jigba went off, and that's not unique to any team that you're facing. That he was facing, that was pretty darn well.
They did, but also if you're watching the game, there's a few things that were problematic. Early on, they were getting hit in the run. I thought that they adjusted well to that, where they were just like, hey, we need to trigger quicker, get into those gaps, and not allow them to. And I think they adjusted well there. One, Jackson Smith and Jigba, as you mentioned, and at first they were traveling Stingley with them, and he got caught in a real tough situation where it's essentially like a midfield one-on-one. And you see one-on-ones between wide receivers and defensive backs. I think that they're so unfair because if I can go the entirety of the field, who is going to be able to cover that by themselves? You had one of those moments where clearly Clint Kubiak did a great job of isolating because he knew that was happening. Then in the midst of this game, you could see they stopped traveling, and they're like, well, he's just going to go over there with Kamari Lassiter. Kamari's job to handle him. And he gets Kamari Lassiter a few times, too. You tip your cap. But I do think that this is somewhat goes into one of the things I was talking about. And I did this in the positive way where Kamari Lassiter was so good that, man, are we done seeing traveling happening with Stingley and Kamari just because you have such good dudes on either side? I also wonder, do you open yourself up to more of those types of circumstances where offensive coordinators can use it against you if you travel versus just having your static
and that might
defense
be the reason
the way that you do it?
That might be the reason you don't.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But also, hey, man, the lack of discipline that showed up. Azeez has just a real boneheaded tackle on Darnold on the sideline in this. There's other instances where you just have, kind of some bad plays late that help extend drives. And honestly, this game should have been, I think in my estimation, a small Texans lead, like a 9-7 at the half, if not for little moments like that. It was a lot of inopportune professionalism things that happened in this game.
Here and there in that game. Also, the Texans kicked 3 field goals in this game. Is that right?
I believe so, if memory serves.
And so, you start to get that, hey, let's just get points and rely on our defense thing working as well.
Yeah. Well, and once you got, in a larger mindset type of thing. Okay, that's what you meant.
Yeah.
A couple more things I wanted to talk about because defensively I wanted to mention some things. Horton had some good plays. Dylan Horton, right now seeming like he might be your defensive end 3, but there was not like a final effort. It was kind of creating a shadow for Sam Darnold. Like he'd get close to him, but it was never like, oh, he's about to turn the corner, he's about to get a strip sack, he's about to get a sack. There was never that final portion of it.
Yeah.
Does this defense work if you have kind of a rolling wave of defensive edge pressure? It's more of, Daniil and Will are actually going to get to the quarterback, but maybe Dylan Horton kind of gives you a shadow of some pressure, and Dominique Robinson gets near the quarterback, but those guys don't have the same capability like a Derek Barnett of finishing plays in the same way.
Absolutely, it works. I'll take that all day. If you can't get there, get close. If you can't get there, get close with this secondary, with this defense, and forcing a quarterback to get rid of the ball quicker, absolutely, I'll take that.
Now, to that end, this was a Danico Autry game. He had obviously the blocked field goal, but he had a couple of really good plays that I can remember off the top of my head, where he's getting into the backfield and really changing the way things work and having more of that final kick. Logan Hall has to be that guy for this team this year, right?
Yeah, I think
it has to be. And I understand that he's that same role, but just like the guy who can have a podium game.
Yes. Yes, no, I absolutely agree. Which really ties in with what I'm talking about. You don't. It's not going to necessarily be these two guys on the edge, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. are going to just wreak havoc. You have to just have consistent pressure when they're not on the field, when they're throwing on first down or second down or whatever. And I think that's what's going to make this defense great.
Yeah. All right. That was part of the rewatch. A game that, honestly, it flowed a little bit better than I thought it would. But, yeah, there's definitely so much. I could probably watch that game one more time and still pick out some interesting things from it. But, yeah, unfortunately a tough loss. But ended up being a little bit of a turning point for the season. Also, you lose Nico Collins in this game. And, Buddy, the Jaden Higgins, he's just not as effective when he does not have the benefit of Nico Collins on the other side.
Yeah.
And then the Xavier Hutchinson is just like, oh, okay. When this is in that context, outside of having a number one on the other side that takes attention, all of this fell apart. But shout out to Jalen Knoll, though. Jalen Knoll did shine, and he did have a connection with C.J. Stroud. So excited for that to grow and develop with more opportunities in the upcoming season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is just too. powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, everybody, you got to hear me out on this. Now, you know I love America.
Oh, that's not a good start. That's not a good start, man.
Love.
That's not a good start. Yeah. When you have to reaffirm your love for the country before you say something.
And then he started with hear me out.
Actually, you know what? ISO! Yeah. Keep that over there, big
By the way, salute to all our troops and hardworking people, man.
Of course. And I knew the ISO was coming when I said that. You also know I love baseball. America baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved that tribute, that Sandlot kind of tribute. We made it the question of the day today and all that. Did you see what they made the players do during this Ray Charles rendition of America the Beautiful? They gave them each sparklers, and they had to stand on the top step of the dugout holding the sparklers. Everything about this production was beautiful, awesome, fantastic. And I was looking at these guys. The looks on their faces were like, I got to hold this damn sparkler. And then Justin Verlander didn't have one, and you could see someone run over there to give him a sparkler. I could just hear the director, Verlander doesn't have a sparkler. Somebody get Verlander a sparkler.
One more.
We need one more. I was like, all right, so everything about this was beautiful, but that I could have done without. I mean, you know,
the sparklers?
You know the players hate it. We got to do what? We got to stand on the top step and hold a sparkler as all this stuff is going on? They had to have hated that. And frankly, I didn't think it was the best choice either. To make all these all-star $1 million players, multi-million.
What, they can't hold sparklers?
It was dumb. It looked like just too much. It was too contrived. I love America, but it was too contrived. It was too much.
You know what's funny? I thought it went on too long myself.
It wasn't the too long. It was the sparklers.
Well, I mean, I think that my take is better. I think it was, and I get it, right? Everybody wants the nostalgia, especially as it relates to thinking back to when you were a kid. Hell, we talked about it earlier. I think it just went on too long, which honestly, in a roundabout way, got me to like my confession, like the movie The Sandlot. I know not quite the same thing, but I mean some of the things that were in that video, and some of it was like, you know, thinking back to like things that The Sandlot, the film, actually made you think of. And what made me come to is, how many of the active players do you think like The Sandlot is their jam? Because I feel like the demographics for The Sandlot we're probably getting at the lower end, like the 40s, maybe older 30s.
Yeah.
And I think very few of those dudes playing are in that. Now, they do love baseball, so maybe that is what brought them to it, and you go back and you watch a film that's a little older.
Yeah.
It's one of the baseball movies. But the thing that brought me to is, I think that we're losing like generations of like sports fans from films. Like, what are the sports movies that you think appeal to like the dudes that are actively playing right now?
713-572-4610, because I'm trying to think. I don't agree with your Sandlot thing, simply because I think it's one of those movies, kind of like, I think I gave the example earlier, like
you went with Little Mermaid because your granddaughter.
But yeah, and Little Mermaid is what, probably pushing 30 years old now, if not more.
Might be older than that.
Yeah, it might, if not more. And it's just one of those things, like, you just watch it. It just has shelf life. It just continues to be something that kids of all ages, or every kid, watch it. I think Sandlot is kind of in that realm, like, kids watch it. I mean, you know, I'm sure the kids that were out on the bicycles last night, you know, probably have seen, you know, Sandlot at some point. Now, to your other point, I'm kind of with you. I think that what are some great, more recent sports movies?
I was actually like doing, just Googling in order to try and give myself some ideas, because I think you think of people in our listenership, and you could probably, for every one of your favorite sports, think of the film that you loved.
Yeah.
That you know, whether it's, I mean, football.
And they're old now,
right? We're talking people that Brian Song or Remember the Titans or whatever. People bring up Hoosiers, Sprinkle, obviously, like The Natural and The Rookie, and obviously Sandlot. I think some of the ones that I'm thinking about that probably came out a little bit more recently. I mean, is anybody going like Moneyball?
Ooh, that's not necessarily.
That's not the sport, right?
That's not necessarily like an inspiring, underdog story. Well, it kind of is, but I'm saying like the individual
Draft day,
right? Yeah, something like
right.
Draft
Like
day.
even thinking about more recently, the films that have caught some attention aren't even like the sport themselves. Like the one I went to is like Creed, which is the modernization of Rocky. Because someone mentioned Rocky movies, you don't need other sports movies, buddy. Rocky is pushing how many decades? At this point. You think that's you think that's like coming across to younger generations of sports fans?
It's got to be 50 years old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
It came out in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing I'm wondering is like I think we might have just lost that feeling of everybody kind of no matter what's your favorite sport, if you're a young person who loves sports, there's a movie that's like, yo, this is the thing that I think back to. I don't think that the kids have that no more.
No. I think that's
and when I say the kids, I mean the dudes that are playing in the leagues.
Yeah. I was going to say, you might find a Disney movie or something with a cheesy ass little basketball movie or something like that.
What, High School Musical?
I guess so, yeah. I guess the basket.
And by the way, Little Mermaid was made in 1989.
Was it 89? I thought it was in the 90s.
89.
So it's older than Reggie, but not older than me.
Dang.
Man.
That's something.
That's crazy.
These are my confessions.
So I gotta confess, man. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take off my Houston hat, and I gotta put on my Cleveland hat for this one.
Oh, no.
All right,
dog.
ISO again. ISO.
Hey, let's see how much you gonna ISO on this one. I'm sick of this whole LeBron thing, man. LeBron, where is he going? And I saw him golfing with Kevin Hart, so he might be leaning more towards Philly. And, he was with Draymond Green. They were at Topgolf. So maybe he's leaning more towards the Golden State Warriors. Man, I'm so sick of this, man. Just the reporting. I feel like everybody got some type of report, but ain't nobody saying nothing.
Yeah.
Like, this is the worst, man. Like, I hate that LeBron is stringing this whole.
You know who doesn't hate it? LeBron.
I know, man. And that's why I hate it. And then this is the second part of my confession. I wonder if he's doing this, and look, I know LeBron is pretty clean. He's damn near squeaky clean. But I wonder if he's messing around with just the odds and all that stuff, just kind of stringing them along.
You talking about the prediction markets?
Yeah, because shout out to Cauchy, man. Cauchy been going crazy with the odds of where he's going to sign, and I think at one moment it was Golden State was in the league.
Yeah,
and then it was in the league. And then it's Philly and all this other stuff. So I'm just wondering, because remember, his buddy did get hemmed up a little bit. Shout out to Damon Jones.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he's just trying to, mess around with the prediction market a little bit.
Ooh, that'd be nasty business.
Good Lord, Figgy. That is something, man.
Hey, man.
That is a confession right there.
You want to play
and the reason it's so good is because it's not altogether crazy.
You want to play the record speculation sounder, or you just want to lead that one out there? You don't have to. I just want to know if that's how you want to.
I'm just wondering.
No, I don't think that I never thought of that.
It's not a bad thing to
It's
throw
not
out there.
outrageous.
I'm just wondering, man, because like I said, salute to Damon Jones, man. He was out here cleaning up on some stuff.
If Damon Jones was still on the streets.
And then I think the other thing is, man, you got Rich Paul that's making it worse.
Yeah.
Like, dog, I feel like he's doing the Daily Show at this point. Just every single time, man, he's just like, LeBron, he talked to this team. And it just seemed like they trying to mess with the market somehow, man, where they just try to spike it up because,
dang.
Look, let's be real. I think it's safe to say everybody probably considered or probably thought he was going back to Cleveland. Like, that probably make the most sense if you know LeBron.
Yeah.
But then you got other stuff like, he like what they doing in Philly. He's friends with Draymond. So it just seemed like they try to do that to spike it up. So I'm like, man, what are y'all doing? I feel like it feel real sneaky right here because he could have been made this decision.
Yeah,
and I know he want the attention and stuff, but this seemed like it's a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like a weird step here. And he felt like, as he's aged, it's just kind of become, oh man, look at what he's doing at this age. And I thought that him leaving LA, like he could have done it in a way that did not feel like it fell in line with the decision and some of the other ways that he decided to move.
Kind of came out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere. There were people who thought he might happen, but just all of a sudden, it happened.
But he didn't do it when he left Cleveland the second time.
Yeah.
He didn't. It wasn't all of this. I'm interested in 32 teams and all this other stuff. I know he's towards the end of the road now. But it's like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, I didn't think that he would make this like a live bidding for his services. I thought it would just be like a quiet, all right, moving on to this next place.
Yeah.
And yet here he is again.
Here we are again.
And I think it becomes that much more unsettling because we have moved away from LeBron as face of the NBA. And so now it becomes a little more obnoxious because at the very least, we could try and stomach this in the time where it's like, oh, clearly this is something that matters a great deal. And it still matters, right? It does shift. Any one of those teams that he might land on, it shifts their capability of being really competitive, maybe winning it.
Yeah.
But it ain't the same as it used to be. And yet it feels like they're treating it like it's the same as it used to be.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, there you go. Some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I don't know if you knew that tonight is the ESPYs, right? The award show for the realm of sports. And so we wanted to do the H-Town ESPYs, bring some of the ESPY awards to Houston. 713-572-4610. Play along as we award next.
Argentina. Let's go.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The ESPYs are tonight on ESPN as they celebrate the world of sports in the award show format. Something I didn't think we need. I still don't think we need, but it's going to be done.
No matter what you think?
No, 100%.
Yeah.
And for the reason, honestly, the most noble reason of all, we need something to watch.
Yeah.
We all understand how this goes. We are in the summer. There is no baseball. We need something to watch. And so shout out to the ESPYs, to the rescue, an opportunity to see some people in the world of media or whatever join with the world of sports to give us something to watch for a few hours if you are so inclined.
Yep.
And so to lean on that same premise, we wanted to bring it to H-Town. Because interesting enough, I don't know. I'm interested to see if there are any Houstonians that end up with awards at the ESPYs.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it going to be any Houston angle that come away with some type of
who are the
award
nominees even? Now that would be the first part of the answer. I don't even know how many would be nominated, but if we had Houston ESPYs, I got the categories here.
Okay, you want to try and see if we can get some Houston?
I got the categories here, and 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in, certainly via Twitch and YouTube, however you're listening and watching. Let's just go down the list. Top, I guess this is like 8, 9, somewhere in there, categories. Best Athlete Men. Best Athlete Men's Sports.
Who are we throwing up as potentials here?
Well, I think I have my answer. But there may be some really good ones.
And are we considering this for like right now? So we're going this past football season, this past basketball season. Are we going with this baseball season or last baseball season?
Because that's my answer.
Oh yeah, because it would be Yordan. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, Yordan is my answer.
Because if we're doing like
Yordan, yeah.
Well, with the last calendar year, Hunter Brown should be considered in this. Hunter Brown, who finishes top 3 Cy Young, and gives you an additional draft pick because of how good he is so early on in his tenure.
Yeah,
like he should be in some consideration for this.
Well, sure. Who jumps into your mind? Because Figgy, I think Hunter Brown, Yordan.
the other person outside of that was Will Anderson.
That would be one. That would be another one.
Will comes up. Yeah, Will had a fantastic. I mean, again. Only bested in sacks by the man who literally broke the sack record. He absolutely should be up here. Is there anybody like at the college level that we should consider? Like this Kingston Fleming's?
I mean, it has to be considered, but obviously
they probably come in as a team.
Yeah,
it's hard to pick out one person in that. At least on a player level, the one person that you pick out is Kelvin Sampson. There, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
where would we land? I'm still. I don't know if I'm just messing with the rules here.
I think you might be maybe even a prisoner of the moment as well.
Well, I don't even know if it's prisoner of the moment. Yordan's the best.
He's been really. Yeah, he's been great.
I would vote Yordan for sure.
I think I'll also vote Yordan here.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Yeah.
All right. This might be one that's going to be difficult to find here. Best athlete women?
Yeah.
That might be one we need to
just skip over for this moment. I was trying to think like also
no offense.
Simone Biles.
Yeah, Simone, you keep getting it, baby girl. Good job.
Here's an interesting one. Best breakthrough athlete.
Yeah, this one, I started kind of thinking on who would be potential nominees here.
So what's the definition of a breakthrough athlete?
Oh, they just had a breakthrough season.
Somebody that
not expect necessarily to be.
Well, I don't even know if it's
good.
Expectation or not. Just like they actually made that breakthrough from.
Well, that's the expectation. You didn't necessarily expect them, to be
because it's Peter Lambert,
an integral thing.
Peter Lambert is a great answer.
Peter Lambert.
Peter Lambert actually now he might be the leader in the clubhouse because I was thinking about the people who might be in here.
I had Kingston Flemings.
I thought Reed. Oh, Kingston Flemings is a great one because he comes in as a freshman and is one of the better point guards in the entirety of the nation.
5-star player, but you didn't know.
Yeah, you couldn't, especially for him to be as much of a leader, as calm, as mature as he was on the floor. He's absolutely in here.
Yeah.
I thought there's a possibility of Woody Marks. Who absolutely broke through. You drafted him with some thought that, well, at least we thought that Joe Mixon would be playing, and so he'd be a running back too. And then you end up going and get Nick Chubb so that he could be a running back too. And he ends up being the better of your running backs, and he does a good amount. And I don't think that anybody would have expected that he ran the football the way that he ended up doing through the majority of that season. So he did break through. I would have loved if Reed Shepherd was this. It just doesn't feel like we got enough there.
He's got to be nominated, right?
Yeah, he's the nominee. Shout out. Thanks for coming out, big dog.
He got a nomination. That's about. Don't expect much more than that. I might have to lean either Kingston Flemings. Who else?
Vote along on the text line, mind you. 713-572-4610. This again, I might be prisoner of the moment. Peter Lambert just out.
I think Peter Lambert would get my vote.
Answer.
Yeah. I think he would.
That's
get
why
my
I was
vote.
wondering what's the definition of breakthrough.
I mean, he
there
feels
were
like
no
a breakthrough.
Expectations.
Yeah, because if it was if category like athlete out of nowhere, he will probably be the MVP.
Yeah, best team.
This nominee I've got to throw up here is the Houston Cougar basketball team.
Sure,
like 100%. I mean, they were on the doorstep of a national championship, and it sucks that they didn't get it done, and particularly the way that it happens late. But, I mean, yes, we did not get to enjoy the entirety of the run of it, but for the most part, especially the tournament, incredible. And they continue to, I mean, even when you talk about expectation, I don't know that the expectation was national championship, and there they were, you know?
I think that's obviously a great one. I think I'm going to go with the Texans, though.
That's who I was thinking about.
It's just, I mean, they were talking about on the doorstep.
Yeah, and then I know we talked about the offense and C.J. Stroud and all that stuff, but remember during that, what was it, a 10-game winning streak, whatever the winning streak was, people was talking about this is one of the best teams in the league, man. Like, I know we had our struggles with the offensive coordinator and stuff like that, but I think overall, people was like, man, this might be a team we sleeping on.
This is, again, one of those instances where the defense ruins it or the offense ruins it for the defense.
Yeah.
Like, I would love if we just separate this out as best unit because the defense just – in fact, I feel like we could just be like, best team is the Houston Texans defense.
The defense, yeah.
And this 12 game, was that the most in franchise history, or did they tie?
I think for most because they had a 12-4 season earlier.
Yeah, but I thought that was a really good season.
And I think we're going to need some help on this one. I thought of one.
What breakthroughs? There's a lot more breakthroughs that are coming on the text.
Okay, who are they?
Tommy Togiai had a very incredible breakthrough season of you started the season thinking it was Tim Settle, it was Mario Edwards. Those guys were rotating in alongside Sheldon Rankins as your defensive tackles. By the end of the season, I was like, damn, Tommy Togiai is a starter.
Yeah.
And he's a run stopper. Ed Ingram, maybe. I think that's fair, but I don't know. We have to talk about this because I feel like I might be getting a little ahead on it.
We got to a point where we like, damn, they kind of need him back a little bit, right?
Yeah, big time. Go ahead.
Kamari Lassiter broke through.
Big time. Yeah.
He broke through as he's national name again. Or I mean, as much as if you're tapped in on football, you know who Kamari Lassiter is, which wasn't quite the case. Like obviously we knew it on the ground that he was really bleeping good. Yeah. But even then it felt like there was a step up this past season. So that's also a name that you could throw in there.
Couple more here for you. This is going to be a tough one. This is the one I was going to say we might need some help because I only thought of one name.
I thought of one myself.
Best comeback athlete.
And this one's interesting because you have to either come back from like a bad season or come back from injury.
Right.
Does Dalton Schultz fit here? Because I think that the previous year, and some of this was we were doing a lot on the lack of blocking, but it felt fairly disappointing the previous year with Dalton Schultz at tight end. This past year, he was an absolute godsend to the point where when you lose him versus the Patriots, you go, oh, this offense has nothing else.
Yeah, no, he was big time. The one I thought of came back from a really bad moment. That's Emmanuel Sharp. From the previous year against Duke and all that stuff, and came back and was a very integral part. The Cougs offensively. The only one I could think of.
The other one I thought about. This might sound crazy, but Yordan's
a good one.
Come back from injury. Yeah, he had a lot of injuries last year. That's a great answer, actually.
Yeah. Yordan's a really good one. Best coach/manager.
Kelvin Sampson. What's happening, big dog?
Yeah, that's not even difficult. Yeah. It's got to be, right? Although D'Amico
has a good opportunity.
Case.
Yes, he stabilizes a team that early on in the season didn't look right. It feels like if we're talking about kitty gloves, right, some more criticism is going to be coming his way because you are the head coach, not the coach of the defense. I know that kind of became cliche as a conversation, but yeah, man, we got to get the offense together as well. Like this is a part of it, and that's actively what stopped you from reaching the altitude that this team absolutely felt like they were capable and should have reached last year.
And Ime doesn't even get nominated.
Which, honestly, Yeah,
I know.
I don't.
The drive is sitting there yelling, "Joe Espada, man!"
They definitely want.
How about Espada and Ime both don't get even nominated? We'll have to worry about that.
Text line is bringing up Connor Wegman, maybe as comeback athlete, the quarterback who the year prior he was at A&M, not his best work, and then he's at the helm of a Houston Cougars team that was solid, and he played some pretty good football. Why did I say baseball?
Do we even have one for this? It says record breaking, but best performance.
Over the course of a season,
I'm trying to
or individually, or a play, a game or a play, or
it got to be. I would give it to the Texans defense right here.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of.
I think he's got some good
record breaking.
Yeah. When I was actually going to the record, it's like Altuve getting to reaching new heights on the hits list for the Astros, and then playing the games that he has.
Yeah,
I think that was what I was thinking about.
I just want to like a lot of record, so I just kind of
I think the one I thought about, to be honest, was the Texans versus the Bills, and how
8 sacks.
Yeah,
that's a great answer.
That's the most he ever got sacked. Josh Allen.
That's the great answer. That's actually the answer. I think that's probably where I go. Oh wow, how do you feel about comeback player being Azeez Al-Shaair? Now that's more of comeback from like certain moments.
Yeah,
that could be. I think that you could put that in breakthrough, right?
Could be,
because he did reach another level.
Yeah, he ended up being in the Pro Bowl.
But if we're doing, he did. I'd more be excited about putting Petrie in as breakthrough athlete, because
Petrie was brought up in the text board.
Yeah, Petrie became. Oh, this is entirely different. Oh, how about this has come back? Christian Walker.
Yeah,
he's in the midst of it.
Yeah. Because, I still think it would fit.
Good thing we're doing this show right now, because if it was towards the end of the season, we would have lost it.
What? Best play.
Petrie knocking.
You love
on
that
his
play.
ass, man.
Figgy's mad that it's not going to be on the real ESPYs.
Petrie,
hell, it might be. I don't know.
It should be.
He hit the mess out of that.
Yeah, it should be.
Oh
Petrie,
boy!
Pop.
Any other best play?
There's a ton of best plays. I love that play so much. Damn it!
Yeah.
Why did you do this to me?
Any Rockets best play? Like anything that stood out for the Rockets?
I'm thinking.
I mean, I'm certain that there were, but I'm having a hard time coming back to it. And honestly, in lieu of, or rather because of recent developments, I don't know if y'all saw on Friday where Bam Adebayo reportedly hit Tyler Hero. I just keep coming back to, you remember that time that Ahmed Thompson got physical with Tyler Hero?
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't feel like that should be best play.
Yeah.
However,
speaking of that,
that is where my brain goes.
Yeah, Ahmed Thompson, the tip-in, was that against the Heat? Yeah.
Oh, the tip-in is a good call.
By the way, shout out to David, John Lopez's assistant. Back here waiting on him.
He's not supposed to be, but John Lopez made sure he was today.
I did not.
Yeah.
I did not. Danico Autry, that field goal block or something like
There's
that?
There's a few field goal blocks that he had in there. I mean, there's a few defensive touchdowns where we go like rumbling, stumbling, bumbling with big boys, where it's Togiai scoring a touchdown. There's Rankin scored a touchdown in there with Scuba score. There's a lot of these I feel like there's a lot of defensive touchdowns that you could put in there if you really wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, man. So Ahmed Thompson's game winner against the Celtics is a great answer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Keep those coming in if you have answers for the Stingley one-handed interception. He had one of these against Seattle where he just comes down and absolutely hawks one. The problem is you lose that game. Honestly, I feel like the Texans, if we were actually doing this in reality, I feel like the Texans would kind of like cannibalize themselves, because you go, which one do you feel comfortable picking over the others?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. By the way, not nominated for best play.
No, I had a feeling.
I thought they was gonna have like a category. I know they probably.
No, they have best play of the golden.
hardest hit,
biggest hit. Or something. That's something the NFL Network.
Maybe they do. I'm looking at best play right now, and it's not on there. OG Anunoby is already on there. The tip in.
How could it not?
Of course it is. Man.
Yeah. Caleb Williams. They got some good plays.
Best play is Purdue. Is that end of game play at Purdue? Not this past.
It was the year before.
Was the year before? Is that what my brain is doing? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Already.
2 golden goals, one for women's hockey, one for men's hockey, and the UConn stuns Duke with Braylon Mullins buzzer beating 3.
Oh, I forgot.
Those are.
Man,
those
that was
are the
this
plays.
year.
Yeah, those are the plays.
All right, well, we'll see who wins in the ESPYs, but at least in the H-Town ESPYs, salute to all our winners or nominees, because I don't know that we did a great job of actually handing these out, but I don't think John Lopez actually wants to pay for trophies either, so we'll just leave it as nominees. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we talk a lot about Tom Brady because of this damn offense. Tom Brady gave us insight into what the Patriots-style's offense values are. Do the Texans have them? Let's talk about it next.
All right, guys. Obviously, we've been celebrating America.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studio, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, Mr. Big Voice Man. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday is going well. John Lopez, seems like you were digging in to the internets.
Don't give me too much.
I like to imagine that John just goes home and he's like, did Tom Brady talk? If Tom Brady talked, I need to listen to this. Don't tell me any different. Don't ruin the illusion.
No, I do dig in, but it's not like you where.
Didn't I just say don't ruin the illusion?
No. I do. I'll admit. I dug in on this because I thought this is interesting.
Like Tom Brady's out here
came
talking.
across this podcast.
Well, see, that's the difference.
He was listening to the Green Light podcast because that's what he does all the time. Or no, it's not the Green Light, it's the New Heights podcast.
So that's the difference.
I found this podcast called the New Heights podcast.
Right. So Reggie goes home and says, I have to listen to these 3 podcasts in their entirety and see if I get anything out of it. I do not do that. But
not only do Reggie do that, he will freak out
if he doesn't.
If somebody slip an episode out without letting him know.
I didn't listen to that. I meant
Honestly,
to. It was on my list.
Oh, my bleeping God.
You're joking. I actually texted my homie and I was like, oh, y'all had a podcast and CJ, y'all talked about CJ and I completely missed it.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right, I'll let you know on the next one. I was like, it's not your fault. I was just recognizing I missed it.
I wish I knew your homies because I would be like, put this podcast out around 9:55.
Yeah.
Just get him going.
You've met him.
So Reggie has a list in statistical, data centers and statistical outlets and podcasts that he goes through methodically and listens to the entirety of them. I like to dig in on stuff, but it better come across my timeline first.
Okay.
Very good. So I saw this and I went,
well, somebody got to go find it.
Yeah. So somebody found it for me, and so I found it. I said, I got to dig in on that. That sounds interesting.
And that was indeed the New Heights podcast.
Salute to Garrett, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Garrett.
From Garrett.
Yeah. Texans commenter on Twitter. One of the people Houston Stressins. One of the guys that you should follow because he does do a great job of finding those things and bringing them to the fore. Yeah. And in this instance, it was Tom Brady sitting down with the New Heights podcast, and he was talking about Patriots offenses, which, as much as the Texans might try and hem and haw about this, this is the Erhardt-Perkins offense that falls in line.
We do not consider ourselves the Patriots.
Hey, shut up, Bill. Wasn't nobody talking to you, dog.
Doesn't matter right now.
Oh, no, sorry, that was Cal.
That was Cal.
Hey, you better watch your mouth, man.
Cal, I would like you to maybe consider not talking as much in that moment.
Yes, exactly.
I'll say that a little nicer. But no, he was talking about this offense that very much fits with at least the prototype of what this offense is supposed to be. And he was talking about the values of it, wasn't he?
And that's what really got me thinking, like, okay, this relates directly to the Texans. And because what he was talking specifically about, and you'll hear it here in just a second, is the inside receivers, even more specifically the slot receivers.
One position that's unique in the NFL is receiver.
Yeah.
Like Jamar Chase makes $40 million a year. T. Higgins makes 30. Tyreek Hill was making almost 30. We didn't have those players. So we had to find production from other areas, and slot receiver don't pay top dollar for receiver. So in a way, we paired this team kind of receiver group with some rookies and some, I would say, more role type players at receiver, because we had these inside players, I'll call them, that played tighter to the formation that could still be very productive because they had great route trees and they had maybe not vertical speed as fast as vertical speed, but they had short area quickness. And that short area quickness is what the game's all about. I would argue, would you rather be fast or have great short area quickness? I'd rather have short area quickness. Yeah. Football is a game of quickness, not speed.
So that's what made me go, all right, we know what the Texans are doing, no matter what, how they, frame it or what title they put on it. They're doing this. They're doing this. And we've talked a lot about the wide receivers. And so then he's Tom Brady's over there saying, all right, so we don't necessarily need, the high dollar guys. We need role players that are good in short area quickness, as he put it. And that got me looking at this Texans roster, and I'm like, Tank Dell, we don't know. That would be the first one, right? That you would think of would be all right, Tank Dell, great route runner, which is what Brady just talked about. He's perfect for that role. outside of that, how do we feel about Jalen Noel? Do they have the guys that can fit that role in whether it's the slot or close to the line?
I'm going to be a little uncomfortable here because I'm not going to answer your question. I'm actually going to take a step back because I kind of want to get to the first part of this. Are we sure that that's the same way that you have to view team building in 2026 compared to viewing the team building in the late aughts and early teens or whatever of the 2000s? Because the Patriots did that, and I vividly remember being in that time period thinking, oh man, this is clearly taking advantage of a market inefficiency. And he was talking about it, right? When you look at the slots, we're finding the slot receivers who honestly were lower value because people weren't looking at that. You looked at your big-time receivers, you looked at your running backs, maybe even your tight ends, maybe. And they were like, hey, these inside guys, we can find them, and they might not be the fastest, but if they're quick, they can do what we need them to. Yeah. And I think first and foremost, I go, is that the place where the market inefficiency is? What is that, and are the Texans taking advantage of that? Because I don't know if it is in this time where we're seeing the big slots and people being used more in the slot. I don't know if that is quite the same market inefficiency what you're talking about.
I think it fits with the Texans more than the NFL. Because the Texans, as we all know, do this, and they value this, and they have guys that kind of fit that role. The Tank Dell, the Jalen Noel would be the two that come to mind. You're right. Nationally, the NFL at large, we see bigger guys going inside. We see high-dollar guys inside. But for what they're trying to do here, they are mirroring that. I mean, they are absolute run the ball, quarterback making the decisions, Patriot-style offense, tight ends, bringing in tight ends. So it stands to reason they want that in the slot position. So that's what made me think, do they have that? Can they get there?
And that's the question. I think that the first question I ask, and I won't want to have the conversation that you're setting up, but the first question I ask, are they doing this right or are they just copying something that's already been done, right? It's the difference between leading on a trend or following on the back end of a trend. Yeah. And there's a possibility that you might be following on the back end of a trend that is gone, right?
That's part of the discussion.
So, but then within this, right, who are the players that can exist in that short area quickness even if they're not as speedy? Well, Jalen Noel is speedy, right? And I probably should not say this, but I wonder, how much of that short area quickness does he demonstrate versus the speed that he has?
I actually agree. That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this. Tank Dell is the perfect prototype for what they want to do in those areas.
Good in cuts and those types of things.
Great routes. But is it going to be Tank Dell? So then you go to Jalen Noel, and I'm with you. He's fast. I don't know. He's not a bad route runner that I've ever seen, but I don't know if he's necessarily the guy in those small spaces that Brady was talking about.
Yes.
Right.
What's funny is the guy that I think has a leg up on this, at least that feels like he's available right now. We'll see what training camp brings with Tank Dell. In a weird way, Lewis Bond is the guy that feels like he fits this.
The same thing.
They brought him in for that reason,
right? Because the thing that he has is not straight line speed. That very clearly is not what he has. It's one of the things that I felt bad when we were talking about Lewis Bond because I was like, I don't know what the special skill is for him. And some of it is, you would probably say the similar thing about a Julian Edelman when he was coming through or what have you, right?
A lot of their receivers.
You would look at them and go, I don't know what the special skill is. But in this offense, it's do you know where you're supposed to be? Are you capable of diagnosing what is happening with protection, what is happening with defensive scheme, and finding the right place to be? That is the thing that they very much valued from Lewis Bond playing for Bill O'Brien at BC, is that he seemingly has that. So could he become a different level of valuable as a 6th round pick or was it 7th?
6th round pick.
As a 6th round pick coming in and demonstrating that very particular thing that Tom Brady is talking about here.
I think that's why they drafted him. It's absolutely why they drafted him. And Bill O'Brien, by the way, we all know, knows exactly what that type of receiver is in the Patriot-style offense as well. So, it'll be very interesting to see, if they can take advantage of this, if they have the right personnel to kind of come out of nowhere. Because earlier in that podcast, Brady was talking about, we have not only do we have these guys, we have these guys that were really not, by any stretch, marquee guys coming in, but we found this role for him. So is that Lewis Bond? Is that Jalen Noel? And we'll see about Tank Dell.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, with the way that wide receivers have moved, I do think that like Jaden Higgins can do those types of things when he is put in those positions to do them, right?
Bigger guy,
but he does have a pretty good handle on like his movement. So not to say that it's the exact same thing that we're talking about, but he can get into those spaces. Like that is part of the whole, big slot that's happening, movement that's happening. Is you have guys that typically in those time periods where we're talking about Tom Brady or late aughts, you got big guys and they just kind of do big guy things. Now big guys do little guy things as well, and Higgins has some of that in his game, so maybe you could use that to your benefit. But also one of the things that I'm seeing on the text line, and we always encourage you to get involved with the program, 713-572-4610 goes, but CJ doesn't want to be boring like Brady. And I would push back a little on that, because I think CJ wants to be able to make completions and move the ball downfield. And one of the things that I've seen also in my rewatch when I was talking about guys failing him, CJ wants to throw with anticipation. That's one of the things that he does really well. And what we're talking about with players like this are guys that know how to be where they're supposed to be when a quarterback wants them. And that is one of the biggest things in the world, where if I let go of this ball right now, even if you're not at the spot, even if you're not at your cut, when this ball gets there, you will be there. Yeah. And that was something that failed C.J. Stroud a few times. I still vividly remember, and I don't remember the play, but I remember who. What up, Christian Kirk? Where there was a play where he's supposed to have an in-breaker, and C.J. Stroud is trying to get the ball out quickly, which, again, understandable with the circumstances of his offensive line this year. Yeah. He's trying to get the ball out quick, and in that instance, you have to depend on, I am getting it out with the anticipation to this spot. And the defender is there, but I imagine if I'm C.J. Stroud, I go, my veteran wide receiver in Christian Kirk, right? The whole reason he's here is because he's a veteran. Yeah. He's going to cut in front of the face of this defender and be there with the ball. Christian Kirk cuts behind him. Like that ruins, like I can't imagine what a quarterback does, sees that, and now the next time I need to throw with the anticipation, that's going to be in the back of my mind. I'm going to hesitate to get the ball out. You know, even one of the potential almost interceptions in the Seahawks game, Week 7, that I just rewatched. I mean, obviously, C.J. Stroud, the touch needed to be better in this game. Don't get me wrong. But he tries to get the ball out quickly because there's pressure all around him, to a Dalton Schultz who's just really slow out of his break. And so it looks like he throws it directly to the cornerback. But in part, I'm going, if the tight end gets out of his break in a timely manner, the ball is right there for him, and we're talking about how that was thrown with the anticipation. And so this comes back to these wide receivers, the ones that do these things, they're very vital because they also make the quarterback's life easier because he can get the ball out early and get it to the spot and know that those guys will be there to catch it. And that's kind of unfortunate because Tank is that guy, but I don't know if he'll be healthy. Jalen Noel might be that guy, and so what is the anticipation, or what is that that relationship with? Lewis Bond could be that guy, but I don't know if he's elevated high enough.
It's asking a lot right now.
So this is kind of an interesting space to try and look.
Yeah, and I think that's one of their their marching orders to themselves over the offseason. Because keep in mind, for sure, what quarterback doesn't like easy completions, good completions, moving the chains? But C.J. Stroud does want to be able to flex a little bit as well. This helps that. If you get these guys. And tight ends as well. See, tight ends is the other thing we didn't even talk about, because he was talking about close to the line. You look at the tight ends, I think you can ask the same question in terms of, what the Dalton Schultz, for sure. Beyond that, I like Foster Moreau, but we don't know how he's going to fit with this.
I think that's one of the big things that he probably brings is, I know Foster Moreau in the way that if he plays anything like the way that he talks, and obviously from the things that we've been able to see, it feels like that's kind of the case. I know that he's going to be where he's supposed to be. Like when we're talking about assignments, we're not talking about missed assignments or blown assignments with Foster Moreau. If he is, hey man, he's on this edge, to the best of his abilities, he's on that edge. If it's, hey man, this is a 5-yard out, he is going to be on that 5-yard out unless he's like absolutely getting jammed or something, which I do be the case more often than not, right? That is the thing that I think you're bringing, and I think that's the as you're mentioning it, this is the quality that this Texans team was looking for in those types of players.
In fact, do you want to know why Brevin Jordan keeps hanging around? This is why Brevin Jordan keeps hanging around, not only because he's a prospect that they like, but he can do this particular thing quite well.
That I'd be interested to see, just because we haven't had very many opportunities to see it on the football field. But in theory, In theory, So now it sounds like, and I know somebody on the text line, I don't know if it was yesterday or earlier on in the week, was making the point of, man, it feels hard to be optimistic about this team that is good when it feels like we're always talking about the negative. There's positives that are on the other side of this if they can make it happen, right? There's huge positives, right? Let's say that Tank Dell is healthy. Can you imagine what happens here in this position. If Jalen Noel does show that opportunity of development, especially with the mental aspect of the game, I'm not trying to say that he's slow to pick this up, but it did feel like, knowing where to be, knowing when to shift was a barrier for him in year one. Right. You saw that pop up. And so year two, with the benefit of an offseason, with the benefit of more film work and more opportunities with coaches, I think that we know he has the raw abilities. Is he picking this up? This is a huge opportunity for upside with this offense.
Yeah, totally agree.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things over to our guy Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man. So I got a real life Seinfeld episode that happened to a 70-year-old lady. Mm-hmm. Plus, another 70-year-old lady is out here very inspired by young Miami.
Wow. Wow.
All right, let's check in with the grandmas next.
All right. I like telling this story about that listener.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports 10. In the accident, injured, don't wait. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So remember a few months ago, I played this legendary episode from Seinfeld about Kramer getting this ass man license plate.
Yes. New plates. My name's Kramer, Cosmo Kramer.
All right.
All right.
Sign right here, please.
Okay. Thanks. Ass man. No, these don't belong to me. I'm not the ass man. I think there's been a mistake.
What's your name again?
Cosmo Kramer.
Cosmo Kramer. You are the ass man.
No, I'm not the ass man.
Well, as far as the state of New York is concerned, you are.
Yes, very much.
Yes, so apparently that happened in real life, man.
Mm-hmm.
It happened to us. I want to say she was 76-year-old lady.
Oh, man.
So here is what happened. This is courtesy of KHOU 11. This happened in Florida.
Okay.
A lady was getting her license or license plate, got it in the mail, and something similar happened just like the Seinfeld episode.
When Nancy Delastrita went to collect her mail, she got quite the surprise, a new license plate with her vehicle registration renewal.
And I looked at it, and I said, I don't think so.
The plate reads SQZ-A55, but those 55s can be read as S's. Well, you get the picture. Squeeze blank.
I don't think a woman that lives in a senior community that's going to be 77 years old next month will be driving around with what this plate has to say.
The plates become the talk around her retirement community, especially the men. We were with her when she showed it to one of her 89-year-old neighbors.
Lord.
And this is what I received from the DMV for my new license plate. That's good for 10 years. Good. Good?
Florida license plates have been made at a state prison in North Florida for almost a century. Then they're funneled through the county agencies. Nancy's plate was mailed from the Broward Property Tax Collector's office. We went there to try to help her get some answers. It's a question about a tag, if you want to replace a tag. And while no one wanted to talk on camera, we were told anyone unhappy with a plate can turn it in for another one for free.
I'm kind of resigning to it, and I figured maybe it was just destined to be on my car.
So for now, Nancy's keeping the tag, although she is planning to let the state know about it. She'll see the reaction when she goes public with her new plate.
I can handle it if I get a few honks here and there. Actually, being over 70, I might like a few honks.
I bet you would.
There's a lot here.
I bet you would.
Yeah, I just looked it up, Figgy.
It looks like it.
It looks like it.
Yeah. Why is the Florida font make the 5 in it?
Yeah, they don't even look
and
like
the thing
5.
is, the person in jail that was making these, they know what they were doing. Yes.
And
you know what also doesn't help? It's the state of Florida, so it's got a couple oranges in the middle too.
Yeah.
So it just kind of adds to all of this.
Yeah. So I've heard some things about those retirement homes. What goes on? I'm sure you've heard
There's a lot of diseases that move around.
You seen that 89-year-old man like, good.
Yeah. So we all have heard those stories. It's like a bordello in there.
A host.
A bordello.
Am I supposed to know what that is?
Yeah, everybody knows what a bordello is.
713-572-4610.
Some of which went to pay for more porn.
Okay. I don't like this drop. I'm going to be honest.
So I think there's a chance where, the grandma in her, presuming she's a grandma, went, oh, I can't have this. And then she started thinking and going, I think it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I think it'd be pretty cool.
I think, to me, I mean, towards the end, I'm like, this grandma might be a little freaky.
Yeah, she might be.
She might be coming around to it.
Yeah.
I don't mind getting a couple hunks.
Go ahead and squeeze that.
See, I feel like we're getting drops. That one is not a bad one to have.
Yeah.
And just one more time, if you did not know the plate numbers, it is SQZA55.
How y'all gonna give it to that old lady like that, man?
I think she likes it. I think she ended up liking this. All those guys, oh, hey, what's up, Squeeze?
You tried to make it sound like she was just so heartbroken at the beginning.
Yes.
You know what? Wouldn't mind getting a couple humps here and there. Somebody get their grandma.
Yeah.
Somebody get their grandmother, man. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. So from one 70-year-old lady to another one. And this one might be a little influenced by, speaking of Squeeze A55, might be a little influence from Young Miami. So this one could face up to 23 years in prison for scamming a man out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So let's go to Fox 5 in D.C. with this story.
A Maryland jury just found a 72-year-old woman guilty of scamming a younger man out of more than $400,000 after they met on a dating website. So here's a picture of him. That's 72-year-old Janice Sears sitting right next to her victim, only identified as a federal worker in his 50s. Prosecutors say Sears presented herself online as a Harvard-educated businesswoman, convinced that man she should move into his house, and then scammed him out of those hundreds of thousands of dollars between 2021 and 2023. They say she promised she'd invest that money in Pfizer stock, so he sent checks, wire transfers, and cash sums, but she took all of it, prosecutors say, bought an Alfa Romeo, gambled away more than $100,000 of it at casinos, including MGM. Sears faces up to 23 years in prison if she's sentenced to the maximum punishment. That means she wouldn't get out of prison until she's 95. Her sentencing is scheduled for August 28th.
Some of which went to pay for more porn.
All right.
This might be my favorite drop.
I noticed.
I know it could just go anywhere, man.
Is this one in the John Harris finding out shop? Those are your two favorites. Yep,
okay, so
that one there. Those are your two favorites.
Maybe that was paid for porn too.
All right.
I don't know.
So
I feel bad for old boy. Like I feel like
really do.
I want to be like, hey man, I feel like you should be able to catch that one. But you know, not everybody is as able to catch these things, especially when the heart is involved, right? You're like, oh man, like I found me a nice lady, you know.
I do kind of wonder this, and I know he was in his 50s, so that it wasn't like he was really trying to look for a sugar mama. But I wonder if he thought he had a sugar mama because she had the Harvard education and all this other stuff. I wonder if he thought he was getting a sugar mama and come to find out he was the one getting scammed.
I think that's certainly a possibility. I get the same feeling every time I hear one of these stories. My first is, you can't be that dumb. And then my second is, but people do stupid things when they think they're in love.
I'm not gonna lie, and apologies if this comes off crass. Like I did wonder, like, is he differently abled? So to say, like I have no idea.
Differently abled. He thinks he's in love,
right?
And he got scammed. It happens all the time.
It seemed like he just got him a nice, good job.
Yeah.
They said it was like a government employee. Just got him a nice, good job, solid pension, and he just put his trust in the wrong person.
Yeah.
And honestly, who I am more upset with is her, but not even just for the scamming. You did not have a good plan for this. You just went and gambled it?
Yeah.
That's all? That's it?
Yeah, that too.
Now, the real question is she sitting there on the slots like an old person?
Like that
don't
video?
Old people be on
just $400,000 of slots? Oh, my God.
On the penny slots.
Tap, 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 tap. You know, you've seen that video.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, screw poker. Screw blackjack.
Yeah.
Let me get on this little penny slot right here.
Yeah, she rides the little tour bus to, you know,
I got
Lake Charles.
Yeah, she got $100,000, so maybe she bump it up to the nickel slot.
Yeah.
Just, oh my goodness, man. The slots is where we went to, man.
I hope not. I hope not.
Again, I do not advocate for any scamming. at the very least, if you had a plan that made sense, I could find some level of small bits of respect. Like this, I just hate this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nah. Hey, salute to that guy, man. Prayers up to him, man. That is a lot of money to get got for, man.
Yeah, in a pretty short span too. Like he must have had a nice little savings.
400,000?
400,000 over 3 years, 2-3 years.
What government worker has that in his
God
back
bless.
pocket?
Oh, now you want to start an investigation?
Yeah.
What have you been doing with the government?
I think it's his fault.
Where did this money come from?
Yeah, we over here paying for his salary.
Yeah, let us find out that she scammed a scammer, and we all of a sudden our allegiances changed.
So now we all scam because we paying for his salary.
We're paying that 400,000.
Yeah, so that's some of my money.
Exactly,
man. But prayers up to that dude, man. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. What are you doing, man? I haven't did this in a long time.
Me?
No, not you.
Oh, okay. I was worried for a second.
So I feel like we've been getting a lot of news from Argentina for some reason. Remember last week, and Lopez, you was out, talked about a guy who was training a pilot. And
I didn't see that.
Just go ahead and tell the story. I would like to see his response.
So this happened in Argentina, training another pilot, a young woman who was training to be a pilot.
Yeah.
And he decided to just give it to her, and he jumped out. Ended his life.
Oh,
yeah, he jumped out with no
jumped
parachute.
Out. Yep.
Like he was like, I trust you, you can land,
like,
and then that's what when I first
throwing someone in a pool.
When I first saw it, I thought he was just like, all right, you got it, and then he was like jumped out with a parachute. No, he said he was done.
His last words was, "You know what to do," and jumped out, no parachute.
Did she landed all right?
Yeah, she did.
Thank goodness.
She did. Yeah. Yeah, but that happened.
Yeah.
Wow. That was crazy. I'm surprised you ain't see that.
I didn't see
man.
that.
Yeah. But anywho, this happened in Argentina, and what are you doing? I think we need to bring back ass whoopings on this one. So did y'all see in Argentina, it was an attempt to set the Guinness World record for the world's largest sandwich.
I did see this one. Yes.
So before the Guinness officials could officially measure it and certify it, hundreds of spectators rushed past the barriers and began grabbing the pieces of the sandwich. Mm-hmm. So they didn't break the record.
Just because everybody was like, we hungry out here, man.
Yes. So local chefs and volunteers spent hours simulating this giant sandwich as part of the community event. And they never, the officials never verified it.
Mm-hmm. I have no sadness for this. So what we're complaining about is, oh man, we gave away a whole bunch of food to people who clearly needed it. Oh damn! Nobody care about that record book.
To me, this is like setting your Legos and somebody just coming just knocking it down.
That's why I have a little sadness. Those people worked hard.
Y'all need y'all ass beat for that.
They disagree.
They worked hard.
See, Reggie was the person that would knock over the puzzle.
But here's the thing,
it's just like, why
you
would
talking
you
about
do
knocking? When you knock over the Legos or the puzzle, it's like you do it for no benefit. Them people that's grabbing them sandwiches, brother, they're not just throwing them at people. They're eating them.
But just wait 5 minutes.
Yeah, all you have to do is hold on, wait till he measure. Yeah, like y'all ain't that damn hungry.
They could be.
Just hold off 30 seconds.
They could be
Let
out
the man
there.
Measure it,
Somebody get a tape measure, and then we can eat.
Yeah, we all gonna eat anyway.
That's right.
Y'all should have had the tape measure man on standby.
By the way, to Reggie's point, and I still am pretty irked.
Now go ahead and come over here, man. Come on.
A bullhorn would have been nice. Hey, everybody, you're going to get this sandwich. Just hold on. Out a microphone and a bullhorn or something.
Yeah. Like, this ain't the thing where it's like, y'all ain't about to eat at all.
Yeah.
Like, just hold on. Let the man measure everything. Mm-hmm. Let us get this record, and then we all eating sandwiches.
If you want the record so bad, do it again.
There are some stupid records in the Guinness Book of World Records. I've always wanted to, and maybe this will be a homework project for me on a weekend or something.
This is your homework project.
What is the most doable one that we could try?
Oh God!
Yeah, because there's some stupid things.
Yeah.
In there. Is there one that's like not running a mile in 3 minutes or whatever?
What about do anybody got the record for talking on the radio the longest?
Oh, there's no way we're getting close to that. That's got to be days long.
Yeah,
I guarantee you that's days long.
Yeah, straight.
Now, I'm wondering, is it 24 hours? 25?
It's somewhere up there, but there's got to be something that's relatively doable for regular schmoes like us.
Go ahead and do the research project. I like the idea that John Lopez's research project is see if I can find a winnable Guinness Book of World Records. Sure. And mine is like, I'm going to pour through data and see if I can find an anomaly that tells us something about the Houston Texans.
Yeah. And also, real quick, shout out to Ed Ingram again. Today is the last day if you want to donate some supplies to Atomic Wings. Mm-hmm. And I'm actually going to be picking this stuff up and taking it over to the school.
Oh, that's
good for you.
Yeah. So, again, shout out to him. The event is this Saturday. So if you ain't doing nothing, go to I think it's Wall Top or
Wall Trip. Is that what you're talking about?
I think it's Wall Trip High School.
Yeah.
Is that over in the Heights over there? So
it's near there. Isn't that where Drexler, some famous basketball player at U of H, went to Wall Trip? I think it might have been Drexler. Might have been one of those guys. Yeah.
So again, man, if you want to support, man, head over to Atomic Wings off of 290. Mm-hmm. Drop off some supplies and you'll get free 5 boneless wings.
Yeah, it's just off of the North Loop on 34th Street.
Yep. So, yeah.
Somebody, shout out to Champ Slice who went and found a record is 105 hours and 8 seconds.
Ooh, on the radio?
Yeah.
105 hours?
Guess who will not be attempting that?
Come on, man. Do it for the radio-thon. Do it for the food bank, man. Let's go, man.
If y'all guarantee me that we get $250,000 in, I'll do it.
Do it for the kids.
Come on, do it for the kids, man.
I would. If we give me y'all down $250,000 for the city of Houston, I'll do it.
And then the last 5 minutes, somebody got to come in and just unplug everything.
I mean, if they need some food.
I know. I found out who went to Wall Trip. The Undertaker.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, graduate of Wall Trip High School, as is Keenan McCardell.
Did not realize that we would finish this segment with The Undertaker.
The Undertaker.
Yes.
So there you go. That's another fantastic edition of the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. If you see anything mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig. He'll shout you out and do all of that good stuff. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. A simple question: do you think it'd be wise for the Texans to add another center? I'll tell you what I mean next.
All right, it's about to kick off here in a little bit. You got about 20 minutes.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you've had a good Wednesday to this point. I know that we have. The OG John Lopez with me. I'm Reginald Atatula. Fig on the ones and twos. And you wrong. We appreciate you doing that. Simple question here, J-Lo, before we hand things over to the fellas of the drive. Does it make sense to bring in another center for this Texans team? This is something that was spurred on in my brain, at the very least, by a little bit of news that we saw out there. I don't know if you're familiar with Ethan Posick.
Yes.
He's not.
No, I am.
You heard that? That was the least convincing yes.
Yeah. Big NFL guy. Big NFL guy.
I feel like I was Jan and just asked you, did you go to the store? And you were just like,
yeah, I got that.
Yeah, there's cream cheese in there.
Legitimately, I was thinking about it. Yes,
mm-hmm.
yes.
Yeah, and I believe you.
So you're familiar with his work.
Mm-hmm. You are familiar with his work. He's a former center he is a center, but he's formerly played for the Browns. Listed at 302 pounds. But you remember yesterday when I was asking you about how long Jake Andrews has played NFL football?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is basically like one actual season of playing, couple of seasons actually on rosters.
Yeah.
This dude is actually a veteran. He's been playing in the NFL since 2017. And he's a solid center. Like if you're going off of PFF grades, he has like okay grades. They're not incredible. But would it make sense to add a center like Ethan Posick, who had an injury that he has now been cleared to play, and he's a free agent right now, and so he's more sizable, 10 pounds less at least on list weight than Keelan Rutledge, but 20 pounds heavier than Jake Andrews. So if we're talking about that physical heft that's there, he's played in the league more than both of these, right? Would it make sense to add him, or is it just too much? Because that would be your sixth dude who could play the center position.
Is it six?
This is so. Let's do it. Count wrong with me.
Yeah.
Jake Andrews 1, Keelan Rutledge 2,
Evan Brown
3. I guess Fabetu Nwiwu 4. Eli Cox 6. Hell, you want to put in here? What's my guy who played left guard as well? Jake Patterson. If you want to put him in there,
yeah, you could.
You could. I wasn't even considering him, but like it'd be another one of the centers. You have a lot of these guys in there, but would it make sense to maybe add a Posick?
My gut tells me no, just because of the sheer numbers involved. There's, I think we talked about it. There's like 15 altogether offensive linemen.
It's a lot
15,
of them.
16. They're going to be in camp now. All of them obviously aren't going to be able to play center, but you just rattled off 6 that could play center, and they some have started games. You know, like Jared Patterson and
which is funny because I think Jared Patterson is the one that is absolute last in playing any center. I don't think he's actually going to play any center.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you know, if you're talking about reps, and we got to look at this guy here because just in case that and all that other stuff, my gut tells me no, and that's not exactly a name that you go, oh, upgrade or oh, veteran experience. Now he's experienced, but is he one of those guys that you think can come right in like a Wyatt Teller, where you're like, oh boy, that guy's going to bring something. Even no matter where his game is right now, and it's still good, but he's going to bring you something. My gut would tell me no.
And maybe this is just the like lizard brain, as I like to call it, that is kind of going back and watching Jake Andrews just get absolutely manhandled. Talk less of the communication is good, but the literal physicality, and it's happening in run plays as well. Like I thought about it as okay, with the guards next to him, maybe they solidify it. There's enough run plays where it's just you one up and you're seeing Jake Andrews just get his ass mauled and pushed into the backfield. And I'm talking about like also goal line circumstances where you get the 4 tight offensive linemen in there, and there's no way that we're doubling these guys. Like you just need to be able to get push. Yeah, we could talk about Demo going up there, David Montgomery going and being a bowling ball, but what happens if he's a bowling ball and your center has been pushed 3 yards into the backfield?
We've seen it. No,
right?
we've seen that happen, so yeah.
And so that has been a real concern that's just weighed heavily on me recently, and I go, Also, Keelan Rutledge, you want him to be that physical guy, but what happens if he's not able to pick up the finer details of the mental side of this?
Mm-hmm.
What is the middle ground, and is that Evan Brown? I kind of like the idea of seeing a guy that has done this a good amount, that has the size as well. It just feels like you're right. I hear what you're saying when it comes to, can you get all these guys reps, and does he does he add enough? Is he enough of a good player that you drop in? But there is it just feels funny to me that we keep looking at Jake Andrews as like, this is vet, and he's not really to that extent. He does have more of experience with this offense, though, which is the thing that makes it a little tough on the Posick possibility.
I mean, we've all been out there and seen these, whether it's just 7 versus 7 on the fronts or 7 on 7 without linemen, then the 11 on 11. You only go barely 3 deep on these reps before they go back to the front.
Yeah.
So if you're missing out reps right now, does that come at a cost of Keelan Rutledge?
Yes.
And you don't want that to happen.
Because regardless of whether or not Jake Andrews gets the job, I think we still think of this
Andrews
as a two-man
is going to get
job,
reps,
right?
Rutledge is going to get reps, and then you're going to mix and match behind that.
I think so.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not Jake Andrews gets the job right now, it feels like it's a right now proposition, right? He is on borrowed time because it feels like the eventual plan is Keelan Rutledge needs to be the center.
Yeah.
Right? That's the reason why you draft him in the first round, unless you're like, hey, man, he's going to be a guard in the future, and that's what you're looking at as well. You want him to play center. And so you need to get Keelan Rutledge enough reps where even if he's not ready to go right now, he's ready to go at some point, or you move him further along the development curve towards being your center in the near future, or at least some level in the future, whether it's early on in the season, sometime in the season, or next season. You want him to be the center. And so the trade-off there feels like it might be steep for the comfort of having a guy that feels like he can maybe be the middle ground. But it was something where I go, it sounds weird to come out and be like, no, I don't want to add to this place that feels like it is a linchpin for whether this offense can do things.
What do you think the odds are, given what has happened in OTAs and the voluntary workouts and rookie minicamp, that we get out there on, 29th? Something like that?
Yep, Wednesday, July 29th.
The 29th, we get out there, and the first ones versus ones that we see, even though they won't be wearing pads on that very first couple of days, is Keelan Rutledge. What are the odds that he steps out with the first group? That's pretty good.
I wanted to say it was really low, but they surprise us sometimes by mixing it up that way, and they do obviously want to give him the opportunity. We talked about it. They are invested, in literally monetarily with the contract that he signed and him getting further along. So I could see that, but I still lean towards like 30% that would happen. I still think
I'm gonna
that
go 50-50.
You think it's 50?
Yeah, he was getting some already.
He was.
And that's just early on in his entire career.
How would you feel if he stepped out there as a guard?
Oh my gosh.
As the first guard? that would feel bad because, man, like you would have to tell me that Wyatt Teller is not feeling well or something, or Ed Ingram's not feeling well. Honestly, I wouldn't, if he's one of your better guards, cool. I just feel like the way that you went about acquiring your guards, it says that he should not be one of your better guards right off the jump.
You're ready to play musical chairs.
Oh my gosh, it would be good for us. It'd be good. What are we doing? What's going on?
Here's the thing that I find odd. I don't. It doesn't actually hit my spirit when people are like, "Oh, that must be good for you on radio." I'm like, actually, I don't enjoy some of these conversations.
I don't enjoy them, but it's still good. You don't have to like it for it to be good for radio.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, yes, but also I personally would prefer get out here, be good enough at center, and let's do that. What was the question that you just asked? Like what do you think the percentage chance
are that day one, first 1 versus 1s, no pads, but still. Day one of training camp, Keelan Rutledge trots out with the first.
I want to get that answer from Ron the Show Hughley right after I let you know that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And I appreciate
I think it's at least 50-50.
Wait till you get
for the crosstalk.
I think it's at least 50-50. He's with the some.
I refuse to allow Clint to convince me.
Yeah.
Well, ask Clint.
All right. We'll be waiting for that.
Clint right now is just
because I'm telling you, if what Clint believes is going to happen. And he is bullish on it. I am. Obviously, me and Nick's relationship is a bit strained. Casario.
I was like, which one? There's a lot of them.
Man, he stopped speaking to me after year 1. But our relationship's a little bit strained. I've been asking him, let's go out for that frozen yogurt.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen. But if Keelan Rutledge is not out there against the Buffalo Bills, I'm telling you, boy.
Yeah. No, now that
I'm gonna tear him up.
Now that I agree with.
I'm gonna tear him up.
But Clint, what I'm talking about is
Boy,
July
spicy today, baby.
July 29th.
I've been saying that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think he's all that much more spicy than usual.
I said it from day one too.
If
he
they
needs
move
to be
up in the draft to go get him,
day one.
He's got to
be the day one starter. What I'm asking Clint is July 29th, first day of training camp. They haven't even put on pads yet, but they're running out there 11 on 11. What are the odds that Keelan Rutledge is the starting center that day?
Slim to none.
Slim to none.
And Slim just walked out the door.
What are the odds that he walks out there that he's the starter against Buffalo? In your opinion,
slim to none. I believe that
Clint believes it's a long shot.
I believe he should get treated. He should get the Kamari Lassiter treatment. The first time we lay eyes on him in an organized practice, he should be the number. He should go with the number ones. He should be getting. I'm gonna tell you. I think it's criminal for them to go out there and rotate centers like this whole. It's a competition thing. You got a rookie like that's never done it. Mm-hmm. And you're giving up reps to a guy that you bent over backwards. You damn near bent over forward to replace.
Yeah.
Right? And you're giving
that's even worse.
Yeah, that's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, it should be. That's the point. It should be for him.
Yeah.
But that's that's the deal is if that's what the route you're going to take. I mean, don't forget these are guys that were rotating guards for 8 weeks last season.
Of course.
So yeah, I just think you know where I'm at, J-Lo. This is any position, any sport, really, any position. Mm-hmm. Now it's magnified when it's quarterback. I think it's silly to go out there and be so committed to creating competition in professional sports that you go out there and you waste like we spent.
But that's what I'm saying. Like he should be out there day one.
I agree with what he should.
Yeah.
But
you're thinking it's not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
He doesn't think he's going to start.
I think the first practice he should be out there.
Oh, I agree.
Well, he agrees.
I think
Clint has been saying for a month.
I think they should come out and say Keelan Rutledge is our starting center, and we've committed to this kid. We're a good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to have some growing pains the first couple months of the season.
Yeah.
But him and C.J. Stroud are going to be every snap C.J. takes, unless Keelan Rutledge gets hurt. Every snap C.J. Stroud takes is going to be his hands are going to be in Keelan Rutledge's ass. Nobody else's.
Yeah.
That's it. Nobody else.
Just refuse to believe him.
That is how, like, if that's what you're going to do, if you're going to draft a kid first round that's never played center, and you're going to lean into his physicality and how he's going to remake this room, okay, I'm down with it. I am here. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, let's our Lassiter treatment.
Mm-hmm.
You just keep saying long shot. And I refuse to believe it until it happens. They're not going to do that. They are not going to move up in that draft, Clint.
2 weeks
to go get him.
I
don't even care. I'm not giving it 2 weeks. I'm Buffalo. I'm telling you.
No, I'm saying in 2 weeks you will know.
No,
that's what I mean.
And I'm telling you, I'm not going to lose it yet. I'm not going to. It is when they tried out there against Buffalo.
Yeah.
If he is not out there, and he could not solve Jake Andrews or even either one of the guards, which you really shouldn't as much money as you invested in him. But if he's not able to solve one of those and you moved up to go get him after what you have already done, I don't need to run down these offensive linemen that you have that you've drafted that haven't worked out. Oh man.
Well, that's it. But to your point, that's another part of my thought process, right? Is are you going to sit one of the guards?
Well, and
the only option, J-Lo, is center, and that is a tall task.
The thing about it is they know they want him to be the starting center week one. It's almost like a ruse, It's almost like just sort of like they're doing something just for the sake of it to have a competition. They know they want him there.
Yeah, we watched Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud split reps for 3 weeks or whatever it was when they drafted C.J.
I know I better hear Mark Vandermeer.
Yeah,
week one, say from left to right: Ursery, Teller, Rutledge, Ingram,
and either Brown or
and Braden Smith, not Brown. And Braden Smith.
Mm-hmm.
They paid $13 million.
Look,
That's just what I do.
I hope we do too, and that's exactly what I would do. I would do it on opening day, though. I mean, that would be my opening day. Forget the competition.
I'm with you. I think
we're trying to go win a Super Bowl. We ain't worried about competition.
I think
we're
should have done it in a
beyond
mandatory minicamp.
When Lovie Smith walked off the field over there, and D'Amico took over, maybe we needed to have a little competition. Maybe we need to really stress competition. Right now, I need plug and play cats that are going to fix the biggest problem in the NFL on this side of the ball.
No, the value you placed on acquiring the players blows competition out of the water.
Yeah,
agreed.
You decided to move up in the draft, and again, I guess you were working against the Titans is what we want to hear. I didn't really hear Keelan Rutledge that often being somebody that you had to go and get. But you went up, moved up to go get him in the first round. Hell, I believe D'Amico Clint has said second rounders expected to be starters. So I damn sure believe guys you moved up in the first round to go get should be starters, and that's what I expect.
Yeah,
and that's what's going to happen.
Your thoughts real quick on, because here's where I'm at with it is, whatever the communication problems have been, it with Jake and CJ, it never has been a talent issue. I understand that Jake leaves a little bit to be desired, obviously, but I'm just saying it's never been about talent, right? I mean, with the conversation is more about communication, technique, fundamentals, execution, right? If Jake, who knows this offense supposedly like the back of the hand, where he gets Kamari Lassiter treatment last year, right? If that guy couldn't get in there and communicate and pick up wherever CJ Stroud, right, wherever the communication piece and the control at the line of scrimmage short circuits, right? If that guy Jake Andrews wasn't able to do it, how's that going to look with a rookie that's never even played center?
Well, I think it falls more on CJ Stroud, right?
It
should be his call. And second year in the offense, you know what we're doing.
How good do you feel about that?
Not great.
Right.
Not great.
Since C.J. Stroud had the more control of the line of scrimmage that C.J. Stroud has got, I'll say I use the term of being harsh, the worse he's played.
Yeah.
Right? He played better when he had less control.
Oh, now that we all know.
Right. That is like, and that's there's proof of that, right? So in year 4, we're going to put a rookie center in there and give more to C.J. Stroud. Like, it just doesn't all add up.
No.
And if you're a betting man, it just seems like the better bet is,
man.
You know, I love I hope they just throw the kid to the fire and say, damn it, we are going to live and die with rookie mistakes and we'll get through it.
Yeah.
But I just don't think it's going to happen.
Because it also puts more on CJ.
No question.
Yeah.
Puts more, and then that puts more on who?
Yeah.
You think Nick Caley's job's real secure if he goes out there and CJ's the most hit quarterback again in the first 2 months of the season?
Not after about week 8.
Right? I mean, look here. If CJ doesn't play well, and when I say play well, I mean protected and communicate well, and I know CJ can go out there and make the best of a situation and not turn the football over, contrary to how the season ended. Yeah. I know he can go out there and do that in a regular season. But go out there and he doesn't protect himself, and the offensive line doesn't protect him, and the quarterback doesn't play well, Nick Caley's ass is going to be hot.
Of course.
But I mean, so it's in really everybody's best interest, other than Nick Caserio, that the best center play, the smartest center play, the best communicator play,
and it better be Keelan Rutledge.
And to the Keelan Rutledge point though, like in rewatching some of these games, like I've been doing recently. Man, I'm sick and tired of seeing number 60 push 3 yards back into the backfield.
You said he leaves a lot to desire. Yes, 35 pounds.
And so that extra 30 pounds, like maybe it's worthwhile to go. Yeah, I mean, some of these protection things are going to be there, but at least we can run the ball because there's actually a gap to work into, as opposed to that dude getting the football and having to navigate a dude in the backfield before he even starts his run.
Yeah.
It's not a fun conversation or like the decision to have to make, or at least it's not enviable. But ultimately, yeah, man, I think that physicality is going to be greatly necessary. But we'll see. In 2 weeks, we got training camp, and we'll see what they're doing, and we can have those comments there.
Not happen. It better not happen.
Can I ask you?
We've seen what Jake can do.
Are you going to do it on the cross, or are you going to do it when you start? I just want to know.
Do what?
I'm not going to have to do it.
Okay.
I'm not going to have to do it.
But like in a hypothetical,
Nick won't let this happen.
In a hypothetical situation,
I'm not thinking that.
All right.
I'm not even thinking it, Reggie.
You did mention
I'm not going to. I'm not.
He did say I'm going to go off.
I'm just trying to protect my neck.
I'm going to let him have it, and I'm not going to keep letting Clint tell me. Clint keeps using worse words. Long shot. Yeah. Not going to happen. Yeah. Slim or none, and Slim just walked out. No, I'm not going to believe.
I'm just a realist.
Nope.
Yeah. We can sit around here and talk about the solution to the solution to the 3-year plus problem in Houston that hadn't been fixed by the best mind in football, Nick Caserio, is Keelan Rutledge that's never played center.
No, they're not putting themselves in a situation with all those centers that were available in the offseason, and they went past them to draft a guy who's never played the position before if they didn't have the confidence that they were going to walk right in with Jake. Right. No, Jake's not winning that job. He's going to be there. And I'm not going to have to.
I don't
know. He may get his ass kicked, by Ed Oliver, but he'll be there.
I don't know if Keelan Rutledge is the solution to the Texans' protection problems, but I know that John P. Lopez's OG sauce is the solution to that bland,
there you go,
that dry,
I got
that tired ass meat you're eating.
Yeah.
Get this OG sauce, baby. Add it to whatever it is. Either make it edible or make your tremendous meats even better with that OG sauce, baby. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Father-in-law is going to appreciate this right here, man.
Tremendous meats.
I hope he's going to appreciate it. I mean,
so many good meats.
He's pretty. Hey, look, J-Lo, he's pretty hard, man. Pretty harsh, man.
I love those. I love those. You got to give your meat what it wants.
I get the Paris Lewis grade here.
Meat.
Huh?
There was a lot of meat conversation.
Got to give your meat what it wants.
Sauce.
I've 48 years been giving my meat what it wanted.
This is getting out of
hand. I just learned it may like a little OG sauce too.
That's right.
What are y'all talking about?
You gonna give it a shot? Give it a shot.
I've already given the OG sauce a shot. I put it on my eggs some in the morning before I've done that.
Eggs.
Really?
I've done it. Yeah, absolutely.
Huh. I hadn't thought about that.
You open that old fridge. I'm telling you, you open that fridge and whatever you're eating dry, throw a little OG sauce on it, baby.
Okay. All right.
I'm with you.
Very good. All right, fellas, have a great show. J-Lo, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Thursday.
Yes, sir.
But for right now, appreciation to Deanna Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. And the drive is live.
The drive is live. Text line rolling through. Why doesn't everyone shut up and wait to see what happens? Why don't you go listen to something else then?
Well, I guess we're not doing any radio between now and week one.
I don't know. But we're going to kind of talk about maybe the biggest, one of the biggest things that there is to understand. Your number one draft pick that you moved up in the draft, where some people for some reason believe it's not going to happen. I don't. I ain't going to wait and see. I know what's going to happen. I know Nick Caserio wouldn't do this to me.
What about?
I know.
What about your
he wouldn't do this to CJ.
What about your second round draft pick that was on the offensive side of the ball? Is he going to play?
Now that's a little different. Now that's maybe a project because he's your second
rounders. Even second rounders.
At least he's your second round draft pick at a position that you feel pretty good at. You got some guys there. Maybe you knew he was a project. Hell, he's from where is he from?
Michigan.
He's from Michigan by another country.
Oh, Germany.
Yeah. You know this.
You meant like literally? I thought you meant football wise.
This was a project. This is a second round pick. You know, you got Kate McDonald. Yeah. He's gonna play.
I mean, you're right. We're in a position where the second round pick is just as developmental players.
I believe that Nick. Now listen, me and Nick have our differences.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
And I don't think he was very happy when it came out, and I said once that tight end coach told us that he said he and Nick had the conversation that Jeff Driscoll was a Lamar Jackson-like athlete.
Wow!
And at that point, I declared that Nick Caserio is not going to be the one to get the Texans where they want to get to.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
I really heard from Nick since then, but that's fine. But I will never accuse Nick Caserio of not being somebody who doesn't know football and no ball and no.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think Nick is a really good football mind.
I mean, this isn't like the
And now sometimes you just miss. Now he's missed on Kenyon Green and he's missed on Drew Scruggs and he's I think missed on Blake Fisher. Sometimes you just miss. And some of the other offensive line issues, sometimes you miss. But this would not just be a miss. Or a bust.
It's a future play.
This would not just a future play, but you are in trying to get to a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. All right, you know that your quarterback needs not just help, but also maybe help within the offense. And there were a plethora of centers that were veteran centers that were out there.
That's
not just Tyler Linderbaum of them. We saw 4 or 5 centers that were veteran centers that were thought to be good move places. From that badass guy who left Washington, Buffalo's center left. Like we saw multiple centers move places, right? The Bears got them a new center after their center retired. We saw multiple centers move places, and he did not address it because he was going to address it in the draft. And he moved up to go get his guy. And I just don't believe him going for a Super Bowl, he pass up all of that, move up to get his guy, and then Jake Andrews. will be the guy. I feel like they've moved up, and they understood at Georgia Tech he did not play center ever. But I think clearly Nick saw enough, and there's no chance. There's no way. No. Will not. I will not. And if so, and if that happens, you're not serious about no damn Super Bowl. And D'Amico, you be right. See, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to have to go there.
You got to drug D'Amico into this thing, man.
Hell yeah. He's right there with him.
We don't like that.
I mean,
no, I believe those guys know. I believe those guys know ball, and they know something we don't know. And Keelan Rutledge is going to be ready, unless there's an injury. You're just not going to move up, trying to win a Super Bowl. Move up to go get a guy and give up assets for him to go sit on the bench. Start for Jake.
What about O'Neal? What's his name?
Who?
Neil Brown? Isn't that something Brown? Evan Brown.
Yeah, Evan Brown. No.
Got
good depth. That's fine. No, but again, it's not. I believe in you.
I tell you this. Let me put it on to you like this. If Keelan Rutledge comes in and starts from jump and plays well, and is the answer to this offense's problems, right? Whatever those problems are, it'll be the best draft pick. I don't want to say ever in a long time with the Texans. Damn sure the best O-line draft pick.
Well, yeah. I mean, Ursay's been has had a pretty good start.
If you draft a plug-and-play starter at center and he solves your 3-year problems, on offense, come on. I mean, Ursay's fine, but he ain't even in the conversation. We got to go back to some of the greats.
Now, I'm not going to say he's going to solve the 3-year problem by himself. I would hope all the additions do. Now, I'm not going to put that all on him. I'm just saying his ass, as you said, and I'm even with what you said. Hey, man, we'll live with some of these.
Yeah.
These mistakes that may be made. We'll live with some of these mistakes that may be made. But his ass better be out there. Because you could have addressed the center position. And Jake Andrews, we clearly know. Tyler, you watched every game. Clint, you watched every game. There were weak spots on this offensive line last year. Oh, yeah. And hell, they moved on from other members of the offensive line. There was one person in position that stuck out the most to me, and it was center. It was center to me. One, as you said, you would think he knows the offense really, really well, and he would be a great communicator. Well, their protections sucked.
Yep.
And is that all on CJ? I don't know, but the center is supposed to be the one to help in this offense. So I would assume it would have been better with him under there. Well, it didn't. It sucked. I know Reggie's rewatching all these games. I don't need to rewatch them. I can remember just complete blunders and misses on the offensive line. And he routinely got his ass kicked, as Reggie just alluded to, 3 yards down back in the backfield. He seems like a really nice guy. And I feel bad that I've just made him Mark Andrews his brother when they're not related.
No, his brother was the other offensive line.
I just assumed at New England they were the Andrews brothers. But
the Andrews brothers.
Just assumed that. They were not. And he was nice. We talked to him last year. But it was very glaring. He was a bigger issue than a lot of the issues.
Yeah, I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back in a little spare time. I'll have to go back and watch a couple of games and see what.
Once they got that left guard situation together.
Yeah.
Once they now that was just ridiculous. But once they got to the line that they were where they had to move Titus in yet again, and then Trent Brown was on the right side and Ed was over there. It was him. Go watch that Kansas City game. It should have been. Jesus. I mean, good Lord, Chris Jones just absolutely. I mean, not just Chris Jones, but anybody on the inside just absolutely worked his ass over. And I know they're not going to let that happen again. Again, they're not just trying to win the division. They're trying to get past the divisional round. And they would not put themselves in that position. Not do it. Nope.
Hey, you talked Christian Javier into that start last week.
And he got it, didn't he?
You got it. You damn right.
He got it.
Speak it. I hope you are absolutely right, Bo.
I am hopeful after a week of training camp that, Clint, you're at least able to come off of long shot.
Me too. I'm hoping that I walk out there and from day one when they do teamwork, that he's snapping the ball to C.J. Stroud. That's all I want. I am more than happy, even given understanding that they're trying to get beyond the second round and they got Super Bowl aspirations. And this is a building block, right? I'm with that said, I would be absolutely okay with, hey man, there's gonna be some struggles, but we're gonna get better through it. And by the time this season ends, this kid's gonna be a monster at center. I'm here for that. Yeah. I think we're gonna get competition. I think we're gonna get sold another competition.
Give us some competition. As long as that joker walks out there against Buffalo. That's all I care. I don't care. Text line show you couldn't be more wrong about the Keelan conversation. They bet not start him. It only happened one time for a rookie to go to the Pro Bowl. I'm not asking for Keelan to go to the Pro Bowl. They cannot. The game plan can't be Jake Andrews again at center to start when you had ample opportunity. I will repeat. He is still on a rookie deal. You are still not paying a quarterback major money. That center situation should have been rectified. And this is how they rectified it.
This is the solution.
This was the solution. They moved up to go get him. No, I'm not asking him to be a Pro Bowler. I'm not. I know Jake Andrews can't. He better not be beat out by Jake Andrews. Just can't. All right, coming up. The news of the day with the Astros. Yes, they are in All-Star break. They got a little time off. But Jose Altuve is the lone member left from the 2017 championship team. The lone one left. We'll tell you what that means. And the trade that the Astros made coming up next.
I have no idea which center the football team's going to go with, but I do know what real estate agent you should go with if you're looking to sell your home, right? That is Orchard. They're going to make it as seamless and as stress-free as possible. We're talking about no repairs, about no showings, no drawn-out process. I'm telling you, you got to listen to this Orchard now. They've always got products that are designed to help you sell your home seamlessly. Right now, the product I want to tell you about, Orchard offers. You don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all for your home. That's right. Orchard is going to make investors compete with their cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You lock arms with an Orchard agent. They're going to submit your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They're going to come to you with all the offers, and you pick the best one on your terms. You don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see everything. Transparency, folks. Transparency is what you get with Orchard. Orchard offers also, as I said, means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Stress-free, baby. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to orchard.com. That is orchard.com. If you don't believe me, take it from T.
You better go to orchard.com.
Remembering Janice McNair, the co-founder and senior chair of the Houston Texans, has passed away at the age of 89. The Texans matriarch helped bring football back to H-Town and poured her heart into the Houston community. For that, we are forever grateful. Mrs. McNair, you will be greatly missed.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Watch out on I-45, the Gulf Freeway, southbound at the Beltway for a stall sitting in a right shoulder. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, always ensuring the widest access to the right care at the right time at the right value. Believe in a world of wellness knowing Blue Cross will forever keep your story at the center of everything they do.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by Nipsey. What's up, everybody?
Long at Shell Energy Stadium, Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Bury me in the H.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Rondell reached on a single, then the double play from Jimenez, the double by Sheets, the walk to Garcia, and now a 1-2 to Hernandez. In there, and called strike three at 95 miles an hour from McCullers.
Well, we lost Lance. Well, damn. We knew Dana was going to make some moves, fellas, but the first move they made is moving on from a guy who's been here a while. First time I ever saw and knew of Lance McCullers, 2015. He was going against my Royals, hit him with that throat slash after he struck out several. And I believe game 3 or 4, he went off, and that's the first time I remember seeing Lance McCullers. Obviously, he had many other moments there, but if you are just hearing this, the Astros, and I don't think this is official yet. Still no reports that it is done or confirmed from the Astros, but sources are saying from multiple people. Chandler Rome has reported it. Brian McTaggart, a guy who we'll have on tomorrow in the 2 o'clock hour. 2 Chainz, Bobby Nightingale. He's also reported that the Astros are finalizing a trade to send veteran right-hander Lance McCullers Jr. to the Milwaukee Brewers, who are in first place right now. Cole is also going to be a part of this deal. And what we heard in return, what we're hearing is the Astros are getting cash considerations. Bob Nightingale also reports that obviously that this is a trim to the payroll to provide clarity and to provide clarity of their muddled pitching staff, and also that the Astros will be paying a part of that contract that he is owed. He's owed $17 million this year. The Astros will pay some of that in this trade, as being reported from Bob Nightingale. But you're right, man.
Yeah, deserves it.
Man, been a while since we've had to say goodbye to somebody like this.
Yeah, come on, Wanye. Come on, Sean. Damn. Yeah, man, we lost Lance, man.
These boys was at the All-Star game last night, wasn't they?
I'm sure they were in Philly. Yeah.
They sang.
Yeah, I'm sure they were. They're still doing their thing. Yep. Pour one out for Lance McCullers.
It was time, boys. Let's be honest.
Forever in our hearts, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Yes.
Absolutely. I will always remember the greatness of Lance McCullers.
I'm glad you will.
Well, I'm just telling you, in 10 years from now, It'll be about the greatness that Lance McCullers displayed in big moments and helped us, get to and win a World Series. It'll be about that. It won't be about the fact that they gave me $1 million contract and he couldn't stay healthy throughout. It wouldn't be about all these throwing off flat ground and throwing from half the distance to the damn big league play. It won't be about all that. It'll be about it was time, boys. I don't know if I have the Lance McCullers fatigue. It's as you guys know, because we talked about it. It set in for me earlier this year. It was the audio about spending time with his family and his girls that put me in the spot of like, hey man, all right, this is where Lance is at. I'm done.
Bury me in the H.
The fatigue was real. It was time for Lance to move on, even though it is just a salary dump. We don't get anything in return. I don't know that Lance is going to do much in Milwaukee.
He's going to be in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to do much down there. It sounds to me like he wants to be home spending time and literally buried in the H. So, yeah, I don't – it was time. Appreciate you. Thank you. Tip my cap. Good luck in Milwaukee. Thanks for everything you did, Bub.
I'm glad that's the thought that you have. I don't think the majority, at least – I don't want to say the majority. I don't think some Astros fans are – that's how they – I feel like – and it's sad to me – I feel like it is a good riddance. We've got here about time. Thank God, coming from the text line.
Man,
I feel like it's that way, and I feel like most, at least the ones we encounter, and some aren't thinking like, "Dang man, he came through and he was a part of World Series teams, started games, and helped this team win a couple of championships." I don't know if that's what it's about. Like Tyler, what's the first thing you think of when you think of Lance now? Honestly,
24 straight curveballs making them Yankee bitches look silly.
That's still the first thing you think of.
Yeah, it's immediately where my mind goes. That moment will forever have Lance ingrained in Houston sports legendary moments. Man,
I'm glad to hear you guys say that, and I hope most Astros fans mirror what you two talked about.
I know some don't.
No, but I think a lot of it is tough because he is somebody like he wanted to be out there.
Yeah.
He wanted to make Jim Crane feel great about the investment he made. He wanted to get out there. Hell, it was a detriment. I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind when I think of Lance, honest to God, is he is the poster child of one of the worst situations in franchise history, and that is this training/medical staff over the last half decade. He is the poster child of it.
Unfortunately, that's accurate.
That is, and what has come off of that, Clint and Tyler, is he is taking a hit from a lot of the fan base as if he hasn't been doing everything he could to get back, or as if he just stole money. Like I don't think I think he feels I has probably struggled with not living up to the contract. But obviously, it clearly wasn't. But it clearly was. This ain't like a Harden situation.
No, that's why it's confusing. Like you're saying, I mean, Lance, of all the Astros we've seen during this run, during the era, whatever you want to call it, I mean, he visibly, at least from what he displayed, seemed to care more than most. Like he was never lacking moxie. This dude wore his emotions on his sleeves, gave you everything he had. His body just wouldn't work for him.
I mean, you could. I mean, he even gave more. He knew he was hurt.
Yeah.
And continued. Like there's no, I mean.
He refused to get surgery when he should have, when that was the better move for him to get surgery so he could get back for the last World Series run.
This wasn't a Jake Odorizzi situation.
Text line coming in, Ron is such a drama queen. He wants the panel to hate Lance.
Well, I'm looking at plenty of texts myself here, friend, of Astros fans who are hating on Lance to some degree.
I'm hoping Dwayne's joking. I don't want it. That's what I
right.
I hope it's not. I really feel bad for him. I'm gonna have a coffee in the break for him.
We should go to his spot. Spend some money. Maybe invite the Dry family.
We'll have a coffee let's have a coffee next segment for.
Let's have a coffee next segment.
It's not from his coffee.
We'll do
place.
that tomorrow.
I know it's not. Well,
that would be clutch if we could get if his coffee place was open.
I'm
and delivered.
scared. I feel like he's got some expensive coffees.
Just drinking some office black ass coffee for Lance McCullers.
Did you hear this guy?
I just do.
Did you hear him, Tyler?
You golf lover, and I just feel like he's got some.
I mean, he goes.
Maybe they have some specials.
He doesn't go. He doesn't go with I don't like them high end exotic coffees. I'm more of a black coffee guy.
I don't like coffee.
You go immediately to boy. I bet he got some expensive coffees in there.
I bet he does.
They got that adult beverage side of them.
I mean, I would think he's probably got an expensive option, but I would imagine that he's. I mean,
it's all expensive.
That's like that. That would be like going into a bar and they don't have a beer that's.
Yeah, but I like beer. I like all this. Like I'm just going in there to support. I just don't want to spend a whole lot on it.
I believe they do advertise themselves as a craft cocktail and coffee spot.
How much of these damn
what the hell is a craft coffee?
I don't know, but anytime you hear that craft word, it means there's extra cents and dollars.
I know what a craft cocktail is. I mean, they're making stuff up. What do you do with coffee? I can't even
get a menu from Maven. I can't even get one.
Coffee beans are hipster grown. Tastes a little of hippie.
I guess $4 for an Americano. I can
see you can do that, man.
Can't get no Baileys in it though.
They give me an egg bite. Dang, $5.50 for the egg bite sandwich. All right,
$5.50.
Just saying, man, that's a little.
Gotta have specials. We'll figure it out.
That better be a hell of a good one, man. Hey, man, Lance, man, I appreciate your time here, man. I feel like you worked real hard, man. I hope he has a good time in Milwaukee. Maybe he gets a role. Maybe he'll be willing to pitch out of the bullpen in Milwaukee. The only issue there. But up. By the way, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Believe it or not, C.J. Stroud makes an appearance. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, power outages, they happen. I know you believe that. Ain't no doubt about it. Power outages happen. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you get it. Extreme heat, extreme cold, and hurricanes. And guess what? We're in the middle.
854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
I can't believe it.
Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The strange, the bizarre, the unexpected.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it or not.
All right. Believe it or not, we've been doing this leading up till training camp, a couple of weeks away, as this thing gets locked and loaded for the Texans' 2026 season. Believe it or not, do you believe this or not? Texans' new quarterback coach, Jerry Slapinski, speaks about C.J. Stroud and him picking up everything, him picking up things year two. Here's Jerry talking about his young quarterback.
Really good spring so far. I would say the first thing starts with him coming back in pretty good shape. He looks good. He thinned out a little bit. He looks good. He's always, been throwing the ball really well. His footwork's been really good, all the mechanical stuff. But then I would just say his grasp of everything, he's operating a lot faster. You could see it at the line and what he's doing, the way he's able to move guys around, re-ID protections. You can just see him feel way more comfortable. I feel like he's owning everything we're doing.
All right, owning everything they're doing. I know, obviously, he's thinned out and everything. That's nice. But believe it or not, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you believe he's picking up everything. You feel and believe what the quarterback coach is saying, that he's got a grasp and a control of this offense in year two.
I do. Look, I think C.J. Stroud picking everything up. I don't think C.J. Stroud has ever had a processing problem. I think – by the way, I love the thinned out. I love the throwing it well. I love the footwork. As I've mentioned before, Shaplinski talking about that. Don't touch him with any of that. And quit talking about straight line speed. Just lean yourself up, get that baby fat out the way, and be ready to rock and roll. The processing piece, I don't think CJ's ever had a processing problem, as you hear a lot of people talk about.
Yes, they can't read defenses.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever been a problem with CJ. I don't think there's a problem with CJ, not picking up this offense. I don't think this is a difficult offense to pick up. Now, I do believe that there has been a communication piece that's a problem, whether that's him or the OC or the center, that they've all got to figure out.
When you say communication piece, what do you
Well,
mean?
I mean, whoever's going to take command at the line of scrimmage with this offense, whoever's going to take command of this offense needs to do so. They've struggled with that, and then there's a piece of that of what abilities or what freedoms does C.J. Stroud actually have at the line of scrimmage, right? Those are all, I think, deeper conversations that, frankly, aren't made for radio, and most folks out there won't understand. But I'm completely aware of the communication piece that is caused. That's been chaos at the line of scrimmage a lot of times, right? That you hear them talk about getting in and out of the huddle. You hear them talk about at the line of scrimmage, the play clock running down. Hell, we heard D'Amico Ryans talk about last year. They were just trying to get a play off, and before the play clock expired. Like, all of that stuff has to be worked out. I don't think that is a CJ can't do things, can't process or can't pick up an offense. I believe that I believe it that what Shaplinski's talking about. Now we'll see if he is a fit or not to what Nick Caley wants to do. But I believe that this offense and is a quarterback-friendly offense. I believe this offense is difficult to pick up from the quarterback perspective, and I think CJ will just be fine. I think it'll be just fine from that. So I believe that one.
Yeah, I believe it too. Contrary to some people, I don't believe that CJ is a low IQ football player. I don't think he's dumb. I don't think that by any means is. And I think year 2 in a system, you're going to pick it up more.
Yeah.
You're going to own it and feel more comfortable about it. And I do think it appears, at least for him, his mindset has somewhat changed in being more receptive to picking up everything with the offense, because it does seem like, from what we're hearing, there is collaboration on getting his input on things. So, yeah, I agree. I believe that, yeah, he is picking things up just because he's a smart football player, and it's going to happen over a second year.
Look, CJ's a smart football player. CJ is going to pick this offense up. Now, that doesn't mean that CJ's not going to break the huddle and go to the line of scrimmage, and the defense is going to do everything they can to confuse the quarterback and confuse the protection and confuse the offensive coordinator. But that's part of schematically, the offensive coordinator has to help him with that, right? Schematically, the center has to help him with that. They also have to minimize the times that you stand at the line of scrimmage and try to get the perfect protection, right? Sometimes it's good to snap the football and have answers, right? Yeah. The problem with this system is they try to have all the answers before the ball's ever snapped. They try to figure out the puzzle before the ball is ever snapped, so it results in snapping the football when you're up against the play clock, snapping the football in a rush, not moving guys around and not dictating offense the way that some teams do. If you're a stagnant offense, which this one's going to do, it's simple to pick up the offense, right? If you're not an offense that has to include all the shifts and the movements before you ever snap the football, it cuts down the verbiage significantly. Now, I'm not saying that their verbiage is minimal. I'm not saying that at all. But the reality of it is they're asking their quarterback to sit back there and figure everything out before you ever snap the football instead of snapping the football and reacting, right? That's not learning the offense. That's being handcuffed by the offense, if you will. And so that's not a picking up the offense problem, in my opinion. So I believe that CJ is going to pick this offense up just fine.
I do too. All right, believe it or not, we've been hearing this in the offseason, fellas. Caden McDonald, the second round draft pick is a missing piece to this defense. Believe it or not.
Well, I don't believe it.
I wonder if we're in the same space.
Well, I just don't believe it because I don't think there is a missing piece, to be honest with you.
I was going to say I don't believe it because not yet.
Well, look, the reality of it is I need Caden McDonald to be the missing piece after the season's over. I need Caden McDonald to be the one, the counterpunch, if you will, the 1-2 punch with Will Anderson when you can't afford to pay Daniil Hunter anymore.
Yeah,
that's what I need him to be. Now I don't know if he's just going to be a first and second down run stuffer, or is he going to be a guy that can ultimately. I would think a first round talent. I know he went in the second round, but a first round talent at the D-line position. The expectations, or at least the hopes, are that he develops into one of the better D linemen in the league, one of the better interior D linemen in the league. Now you do that, and you become the Robin to Will Anderson's Batman, and it's going to be less of a blow when Daniil Hunter is no longer here, when the Texans can no longer afford to pay him that kind of money. That's when I need Caden McDonald to be the quote-unquote missing piece. I think this year this defense is already so good. I just need him to be a rotational piece on that inside, and anything beyond that I think is a luxury and a blessing. But no, I do not believe that Caden McDonald is the missing piece for this defense.
Yeah,
I don't know if this defense really has a missing piece, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the only area where you're like, all right, if there's a weaker the last couple of years, it's the interior D-line. Maybe that's where you can maybe try to run the football. We saw Tampa have success last year doing that. We've seen some teams have some success up the middle. They don't have a lot of pass rush up the middle.
Yeah.
So I think he could potentially be a guy that is a really good player there in the interior, but not yet. That's generally the toughest spot. I think he's more of a rotational, solid player this year. Next year, once he gets his footing in there and understands the game, then maybe the expectations rise. But I don't think he's the missing piece quite yet. Maybe next year he is. All right, coming up as we continue, 1 hour down, the trade is now official, and we are seeing the Astros are adding players, not just cash considerations. They have added a prospect. We'll let you know the particulars of the trade. We'll do that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Remembering Janice McNair, the co-founder and senior chair of the Houston Texans, has passed away at the age of 89. The Texans matriarch helped bring football back to H-Town.
firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FMH2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. One sexy hour down here on a hump day. Big day for us. A little stock up, stock down. Coming up later on in the 3 o'clock hour, Brandon Scott. He will join us as well coming up at 4:40. We'll get his thoughts on the big news of the day, which is now official, fellas. It's official. The Astros, they have traded to the Milwaukee Brewers right-handed pitcher Lance McCullers and left-handed pitcher Colton Gordon, and they are getting in return cash considerations, and they have acquired prospect. He is in single A right now, outfielder Jaden Fielder. That name sounds familiar. His father is Prince Fielder, and now I feel extremely old because I remember Cecil just as much as I remember Prince. His damn grandfather apparently now is, we're in the space. Good God. Prince Fielder's been retired from baseball since 2016.
Whoa. Decade?
Time Prince played. I just think about the home run derby. I distinctly remember him going crazy at the home run derby in Kansas City, being there in attendance. It is crazy. And now he's got a kid that's playing now for the Astros in single A.
I would not have guessed that was a decade ago.
Or
the last time we saw him playing.
You know, and I'm not going to put that past him, guys. He might be in left field coming up on Friday. You just never know.
Yeah, that just because he played A ball with Milwaukee doesn't mean the Astros ain't scared to bump him up there.
To put him up there.
I'm definitely a Cecil guy.
Cecil, man, you remember old Big 45?
I'm definitely a Cecil. I mean, obviously you can't ever forget a name like Prince, but if the Fielder name, when it comes to Major League Baseball, I immediately go to Cecil. I don't go to Prince.
I feel old, man.
Well, welcome to my world, bub.
Oh, at least me and Prince are the same age.
Yeah, I think I may have Cecil.
No, you ain't 62, man.
He's still alive?
Cecil, yeah, we got Cecil, yeah. Been through a few marriages, though.
Oh, why wouldn't he?
Yeah, damn. Well, there it is. Jaden Fielder in return as Lance and Colton Gordon. By the way, real quick before we get into things, we talked about the feelings of Lance and just, memories and what people are going to think of when they think of Lance McCullers. Now that this deal is done, Clint, Lance McCullers and Colton Gordon starts for the team, and we understand the pitching is an issue from a baseball perspective. Your thoughts on this moving on from two guys who could possibly be starters or throw long relief or whatever, two pitchers moving on from starters in which you have some issues there anyway.
It's a salary dump. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of baseball and salary caps and everything to comprehend and put it all together, articulate that here. But I mean, it's ultimately a salary dump, position themselves better to pay somebody else, hopefully at the trade deadline.
That's what I'm hoping it is.
Yeah, hopefully at the trade deadline. Look, I think that the reality of it is we got to trap. When you talk about injured starting pitchers in this organization, veteran starting pitchers, we had a traffic jam. And so it clears that up a little bit, as well as gets a little money off the books, hopefully. And you get a young prospect back in return that hopefully can turn into something. We'll see.
Yeah, the hope to me is they're clearing the deck, clearing some things so they can maybe give themselves more of ability to add somebody in that rotation, right? I mean, they're now down two less options. Now, listen, I'm not saying they're great options, but they're down two less options, and I would say they got an option down there. So we'll see. Hopefully this means that they are going to add somewhere in the deadline to add to their pitching, because I hope Mike's not down there celebrating, thinking to himself, all right, there's two out of my way. The whole Homer Mike's down there thinking there's two out of my way.
Get back in there.
Get back in there, man. Let me get off this IL. I'm ready, Dana. I'm ready.
Hopefully it cleared the way for old Ron L. Blanco.
Or somebody who's not here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Money wise, that yes, yeah, but just from in the organization right now, that could potentially help us in that start and pitching, situation. Yeah. Hopefully, Ron.
Two arms out of the building. Two that have been starters this year at times. Not great, but two have been starters. All right, so that's the latest there on the Astros and their move from Lance McCullers. I would assume this is not the last thing that Dana does. I would assume this is just the first of moves, as the trade deadline is less than a month away, around the first week of August. All right, the NFL, which Jeremy Fowler is doing, where he's talking to execs and coaches and scouts around the league, they got to the wide receivers, and this one you knew would be probably heavily contested there. They get to the wide receivers, and Nico Collins remains in the top 10. He remains in the top 10 at 8, which is exactly where he was last year. He remains at, and there were 3 who fell out of the top 10, but he is sitting there at 8, Clint, and I think that is fair. I think that is right. I think it is probably what I expected. I expected him to be in the top 10, probably towards the back half of the top 10. And when you look at the names there that are around him, I know A.J. Brown is at 9, right behind him. Devontae Adams, who led the league in touchdown passes, is at 10 behind him there. And George Pickens, who had a great year with the Cowboys, directly behind him, with Malik Neighbors, Mike Evans, Zay Flowers as the next 3 honorable mentions. Your thoughts on Nico Collins right there, still in the top 10?
Yeah, no, look, as you look at that list, and I'm surprised he was ahead of Brown, but I'm not surprised that he's in the top 10. Just adds to the list of honors, if you will, or respect, if you will, around the league that Nico Collins has somehow created and developed, even though he's not used in similar fashion to the guys that are in the top 10 with him. You think about it, A.J. Brown was so disgruntled in Philly that he ultimately was reading books on the sideline, at odds with the quarterback, and forced himself out of Philly. He had, I think, one more target than Nico Collins did. So for Nico to accomplish what he's accomplished in this system, being used the way he has, blows my mind. This is just another honor that he rightfully deserves, but it's even bigger given that he's not used like some of these other receivers that are in that top 10 with him are.
And based off kind of your comments right there, Clint, I think this is potentially, unless things change, this may be the last year he's on it in the top 10. It is not really because of his ability, Clint. I'll be honest with you. I would take him. I'd take him over Pickens. I would take him over Amon-Ra St. Brown. I just think he does more. I will always take an outside receiver like Nico over a slot receiver. Mm-hmm. Those two are in front of him. I would take him over those guys. I honestly feel like he is like on par with the CeeDee Lamb. That's to me where I see, if everything's equal. If everything's equal, we got a similar coordinator, similar priority of trying to get involved, a quarterback situation, I would have him higher. I just think, Clint, based off a lot of what you talked about, I think there are going to be other players that are receivers right now that are going to be made more of a priority that potentially we see have an uptick in their production. Like Jackson Smith and Jigba have an uptick. George Pickens have an uptick. Hell, even Puka have an uptick over the last year or two. I think Devontae Smith is somebody who is off this board right now with A.J. Brown gone that may jump up. I think Zay Flowers even more may jump up. Drake London even more may jump up. And he is just in a different system, in a different space. And the direction they're going right now, what it appears, what our priorities for this offense, I think will potentially drop his production down.
Yeah.
I think they're concentrating on running the football a lot more, Clint. I think the off-script and off-schedule plays will probably come down to a minimum, and him and CJ had pretty good connections with stuff like that. So I just think the way that the direction they're going in is going to change his production, and I think ultimately will change how he's viewed.
Yeah, look, in theory, like, I love where your head's at. My only pushback is that it hasn't seemed to change much. Like last year, it just didn't. He still is able to get the respect that he's able to get in those types of circumstances. So I agree with the overall thought. I just don't know if it's going to change much. He is when it comes to that a body that's a receiver that's built like that, with that body that can go out and run routes the way he runs routes and play when it is off schedule. He seems to thrive. He's been able to overcome these other receivers. You look at them, man, they're catching screens. They're made priorities on plays. They're moved around to get the matchups that you want. They're moved around to be number one in every damn progression in the game. And he's just not used that way. And he's still found a way to garner the respect that he has. It really is a tip of the cap to what Nico's been able to do. So while theoretically I hear you, I think it's probably been like that his whole damn career. Not whole career, but since he's emerged as one of the top 10 receivers.
I think, again, I think his production may even creep down a bit more on that. You know what I mean? And he's been kind of up against 1,000 yards, the last couple of years. And again, not because of him that I think he's gotten worse, but if he's sitting here around 1,000, 1,100 yards, and then you have some of these other guys, Clint, as you said, are becoming a priority, are getting nowhere near coming into last year did we think Jackson Smith and Jigba would jump up and do the things like he did, but they made him a priority, and he is somebody who they really tried to get the ball to, and I think we have guys underneath Nico Collins that potentially could be that. And if you're running the football a lot more, and Clint, we watched it, man. We watched it start to happen. Teams were able to just kind of take away Nico by alignment. Yeah. And they didn't. Like Nico, honest to God, could have had 1,400 yards last year. Maybe even more. But we watched multiple times. Hell, you just stood a safety over there, and they weren't doing, as you've talked about, a lot of things to make life easier for him to get him the ball.
I just think Nico's numbers and his overall production goes up. I mean, and per game.
I hope it does.
No. I was not saying I think it happens. I think it goes up. Like, for instance, if they put an emphasis on the screen game, Nico Collins will have 25 more. If he stays healthy, will have 25 more catches in a year than he typically does.
Yeah, and he will break tackles.
Yeah. I mean, it makes perfect sense. But I mean, he would have 25 more catches at least, if not more, in a season. If he's moved around in formation and put in position to be the number one read more often, he'll add another 20, 25 catches. So I mean, you get up into that. Over 150, 175 targets in a season.
Oh, I think he should. I think he absolutely should have those targets.
Yes.
But I mean, I heard what you said yesterday, and I've heard what you said. Like, this is a open guy.
Yeah.
Group effort.
Yeah, that's D'Amico's words, not mine. hey man, don't know. Hey, whichever receiver's open will get the ball. No, this is we're going to build. It needs to be. We're going to build around C.J. Stroud, and we're going to get Nico touches. That's the two things.
But I
my
think,
decision. Yeah, I hear you, baby. I hear you.
But to that point, though,
loose on the camp.
It will be that way for A.J. Brown next year. I think it will be what you're talking about. Hey, we'll make sure we get the ball to him. I think it will be that way even more for Zay Flowers and Drake London. Maybe a Jamison Williams comes on even more. I think Devontae Smith is one that really jumps out. I think it may be that way for those guys more.
Well, you look at some of those guys.
Chris Olave, you brought up, could be somebody if he could. If he can stay healthy.
The interesting thing with Nico is a lot of the guys, not all of them, but a lot of the guys that you mentioned, you like the Jamison Williams kid. I mean, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown taking touches from him, and you got
Laporta.
You got Laporta, but hell, and you got a running back that's the best in the league, right? You mentioned Drake London. You got a running back that's the best in the league in some eyes. You know what I mean? You got a tight end that just got paid. I mean, a lot of these other guys that are in that top 10 with Nico Collins, they have others. Jamar Chase has got a $30 million receiver opposite him, right? So, I mean, you look at these guys and you go, man, they're getting these amount of touches and this much production, even though they have other really good players that are also getting production. If you look at like the supporting cast, and I'm not knocking anything that the other players in Houston, but if you look at the supporting cast, Nico Collins should be the most overused receiver in that top 10. He should be the guy that's used in a way. Maybe Justin Jefferson you can justify more because of his supporting cast. But you look at the rosters on the offensive side of the football, Ron, and you go, guys, I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, he better be pretty happy with what he's got, right? I mean, you look at Jamar Chase, probably ought to be pretty happy with what he's got. You look at George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb because of the other one, they ought to be pretty happy with what the hell they got.
Both of them, one had 1,400 yards, the other one had almost 1,100.
The other one you can look at, like Nico Collins should be prioritized the way that Smith and Jigba was prioritized last year with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, Puka had 1,700 yards and 10 touchdowns.
With Devontae.
And Devontae led the league in touchdown passes.
Yeah. So you can watch the Rams and see Devontae's not made priority. Puka is, right? Devontae was a recipient of Puka getting all the attention and people trying to keep up with Puka. Well, they'd lose Devontae, right? But the reality of it is, if you look at those top 10 receivers and the supporting cast, which guys in that group should have a higher percentage of their offense? Smith and Jigba's definitely one. Justin Jefferson's definitely one. And I think Nico Collins is in that group. No doubt about it, right? The problem is Nico's used as a piece instead of the piece. So, I think I say all that to say it's a huge opportunity to improve if you're Nick Caley and if you're the Texans on offense.
Yeah, I don't think the Texans offense is going to be one of the top offenses in the league. And there are guys behind him who have better production.
Yeah, so they're coming.
And I don't know that he's going to be able to withstand Zay Flowers having 100+ more yards than he does and more touchdowns.
Yeah, Zay Flowers is disciple, right? And as an OC, he's probably going to get some touch.
Yeah, So we'll see there, and he's got to stay on the field. He's got to stay. He's got to stay healthy.
That's right.
All right, coming up, it's Wednesday. A little stock up, stock down. Stock up, stock down on the Astros as we head into the second half. All-Star break is over. Stock up, stock down. Astros. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, Serta Pro Painters. Look, I've had a lot of experience with paint contractors, man. Good, bad, and different. Rental homes.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, Stock Talk right here on the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, myself, Tyler Milner with you, Drive family. Today's flavor, today's edition of Stock Talk. Stock up, stock down. We're talking about the Houston Astros as the second half of their 2026 baseball season will get started tomorrow, I believe, or is it Friday, with the Orioles coming into town for the Astros. But we're talking second half baseball in H-Town. Clint Stoerner, I want to get this thing started with you. And let's go stock down for the second half of Astros baseball, Clint.
Well, Tyler, this is not a difficult one for me. I do have some personal emotions attached to this because I think there's several folks we could pick for stock down, to be honest. I'm going with Brian Abreu, and I look. I don't need to. I know he had a little run there where he was better, and I know that
early.
There may be some stats or some advanced stats that may say that hey, he's coming around this. I mean, a year ago we were having conversations about hey man, look, Brian Abreu could be a closer. Brian Abreu is, look, I love Josh Hader, but Hader, if he goes out, boy, Brian Abreu slides right into that closer role. You may have one of the best in the league. Brian Abreu better be lucky that we've had the injuries that we've had this year, or he would be much more center of attention. So this is just a personal deal. This guy has broken my Astro heart. I thought we would be able to depend on him, and I'll be honest. When he is on the mound right now, I'm as nervous as when anybody in an Astros uniform is out there.
Yeah, so is Joe. He doesn't put him out there very much.
So am I, rightfully so, I would say.
I'm shocked of how bad he's been. I'm shocked that he hadn't shook it off and come back to who he once was. The stock for me of all Astros right now has never been lower than it is right now for Brian Abreu. That's my stock down.
Well said. That was stock down for Clint Stoerner. You are tuned into the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, Tyler Milner with you. Stock up, stock down. Stros, second half of the season starting Friday with the Orioles in town. Ron, stock down for you for the second half Stros.
My stock down is to the ace, Hunter Brown.
Diesel, huh?
Yeah, man, my expectations are different for you. I think Clint made an excellent point, his fifth one of the week. An excellent point yesterday.
We should start keeping counters for each of you.
3 days, only 5?
That's pretty good.
They're fine. They don't happen very
You're
often.
right. It was his fourth. It was his fourth of the week.
No. You don't. You already said 5. You're on the record.
He said yesterday, it's nothing if Yordan, Hader, and Brown don't play like themselves, and not just themselves. They got to play like the best of themselves, to be honest. And I think even though what happened to end the first half, Josh Hader blowing the save against the Rangers, I think Hader, since he has come back from injury, has been Josh Hader. And the Josh Hader you need. Yordan Alvarez is the best player on the planet right now.
He is nasty.
Hitter, at least, on the planet right now. So, of course, he has done his thing. Shout out to him for getting that hit. Thank God that he was on third base and there was no having to leg anything out from second to home.
Amen.
And he was able to just trot his ass on in. Thank God that wasn't him that got hit in the hands on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Take it easy on them knees, fella.
You can keep your ass in your own dugout. Don't come over here. Just stop throwing the ball 98 in my damn hands. Anyway. Anyhow. But Hunter Brown, man, since he's returned, it hasn't been awful, but it's not where they need him. He's got 11 earned runs, 11 walks, and 11 strikeouts in his last 3 starts.
My buff boy Hunter Brown.
Not ideal.
That can't be right. He's got to pick it up. So his stock 11, all the way through, walks and earned runs to go with those strikeouts. So Hunter Brown is my stock down.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. I was one to be playing in October. Need that ace. Need Diesel to be pitching his ass off. All right, we got the stock downs out of the way. You are tuned in to Stock Up, Stock Down live right here on The Drive. Stock up time as we talk the Stros in the second half starting Friday. Back to you, Clint. Stock up for the second half Stros.
I'm going to go with Peter Lambert, boys. I'm starting to believe this. You look. I believe he's had 15 starts, and I know it's hard to believe, but Ron, he's given up 2 or fewer runs in 11 of those starts. I mean, he's only given up more than 3 runs, I think 3 times, maybe 4, but I think three times.
He's labored 15. A few times, but he holds it down.
Yeah. There is with every outing, this Peter Lambert thing becomes more and more real, and we can get into the stock being high because of how bad we as Astros fans absolutely needed Peter Lambert. Think about what kind of shape we'd be in right now. Ron just gave Hunter Brown the ace. His stock down. How bad a shape would we be in right now if Peter Lambert wasn't a real thing for the Astros? So I think the stock right now, as I said for Abreu, I think there's not an Astro out there that it's lower right now on for me. I don't know that there's an Astro out there with the stock higher right now than Peter Lambert, and it becomes more and more real every time he touches the mound.
The arrow's pointed up.
No, he has been enormous for this team. And I know we've got to stop looking at the Colorado numbers. At some point we got to stop because it's being real. But Spencer Getty has ruined it because
good God,
those 8 starts were so convincing, and then he's done this. But that's a good stock up.
Yeah, I mean Spencer Getty was very much so on track to be playing some baseball on the All-Star festivities we saw last night to start this season, and now it has gone to hell. Yep. Ron, the show, put a lid on this thing for us. Stock up for you and your view for the Stros in the second half of baseball this season.
I will admit, I think this player, I can't help it, I think has a special place for some reason.
A special place where?
In old Show's heart. But my stock up is Yainer Diaz. 12 games since he's been back. Average is not great, hitting 244, but he's got 3 homers, 6 RBIs in his last 12 games, and it feels like just by watching him, he looks more confident and he looks good at the plate. He's actually thrown out a couple of runners too since he has been back. I mean, that's just going to be bad, but that's better than what he has been. But I have not given up the thought that he is still somebody that could be a dependable hitter for this team, and I think he's starting to come around on that. So Yainer Diaz to me is my stock up going into the second half, and if he could be, there's that bat that you're looking for behind the top 6 or the top 5, excuse me. You'd hope it'd be Cam. It's just been up and down for Cam. You'd hope maybe it'd be somebody else. Maybe it's Yainer Diaz. Maybe Yainer Diaz he was a couple of years ago when he was a Silver Slugger Award finalist in the American League. So my stock up is to Yainer Diaz. All right, coming up as we continue, we talked about C.J. Stroud's space and where he was on that the quarterback's top 10 ranking and honorable mentions. Let's look at overall. C.J. may not be in the top 10, but it feels like this is an interesting top 10 that I think you could have a lot of movement or disagreement with. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Remembering Janice McNair, the co-founder and senior chair of the Houston Texans.
800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint, England, that's your last team left, ain't it? You need them, and it'll be you.
Hell yeah, me versus Seth. Winner takes all.
Yeah, England leads 1-0. John McClain, 83 minutes gone by. But I'll be honest with you, sitting there watching this, and I see you, Cornbread, on YouTube. I mean, there have been several saves, especially there are a couple of headers that Argentina has had that the goalie for England has made a couple of amazing saves. They're putting all kinds of pressure on them, and I thought they were going to unload a lead soon. We'll see if the magic of Messi can continue. They have had close ones multiple times. Egypt's the last one. They were down 2-0 late in that game and had to come back. So yeah, we'll see if they can pull another one out of the fire here against England. But
that was Giannis' old lady?
Yeah, that was Giannis. Look at Giannis and his old lady. Yep. Got to really enjoy Miami. Good for him, man. What a trade. Another one. Another great save by the goal. Yeah,
I mean,
man.
look, but I'll be honest with you. Given the prize of our little pool we got going on here, I think we get to go eat there.
Yeah.
That food. I don't know that I wouldn't rather Seth win.
You want a little Spanish?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not saying it wasn't England; it was Scotland where I was. But I think they're pretty.
They couldn't get away from that one.
Couldn't get away from that one.
I mean, they've been putting all kind of pressure. Was that Messi? Oh no, 2-4.
I definitely need England to win this one so we can at least keep this thing interesting. But I don't, the fish and chips thing and good God, whatever food is in England, I think I'd prefer the Spanish. I think I'd prefer Spain.
I knew there was not a chance in hell you were going to ride past.
I mean, who was that?
You sound like you're from London.
I mean, the cutoff soccer jersey showing the midsection is a real thing, boys.
Saquon, huh?
I ain't talking about the players.
When you add boys at the end of that, I know you mean it.
I'm telling you, man. I mean, that
universal that boys.
That Argentinian there got real excited with that.
I mean, listen, it was just a matter of time. It felt like, man, this is happening every couple of minutes right now. He's happy to come up with saves. So 1-1 now. It is under review, of course. 1-1 now. 86 minutes gone by. The winner will take on Spain I think Sunday. The winner will take on Spain in MetLife Stadium in New York, New Jersey, to see who will win the World Cup. So we'll keep you updated on what's happening there. But this thing is getting tight right here. All right, Clint. We talked about C.J. Stroud and where he ranked on the top 10 and honorable mention and receiving votes rankings. But overall, man, here was the top 10. Josh Allen passed up Patrick Mahomes for the first time in a few years. Has the number one quarterback voted on by executives, coaches and scouts. Mahomes 2, Stafford the MVP 3, Joe Burrow 4, Lamar Jackson 5, Dak Prescott in at 6 for the Cowboys, Justin Herbert at 7, Drake May at 8, who finished second in the MVP last year, Jared Goff at 9, and then Caleb Williams was that mentioned for Sam Darnold, who won the Super Bowl, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, and Jalen Hurts. Those were the honorable mentions there. Anybody, first off, you got any issue with the top of the list? Do you have any issue with Josh Allen overtaking Patrick Mahomes for the 1 spot.
No, I don't have a problem. Given how last year went, I don't have a problem at all. I mean, look, if I were drafting, I would take Pat Mahomes 10 out of 10 times, but I don't have a problem with the league seeing Josh Allen and the workload that he has with his legs and his arms and his arm throughout the season, and saying he's the number 1 quarterback. I don't have a problem with that. I think, look, 1 through 6 for me, Ron. You could.
You like Dak in that 6? You're good there.
Well, I don't know how you do. I don't know how we deny it. I mean, at this point, if he's healthy, I mean, he is absolutely. I mean, a production machine.
I agree, and I'm glad he's getting the recognition from all these cats. But it just always to me feels like Dak is not believed
he gets left out.
He's
left
not
out
rated.
a lot.
Yeah. To where.
Well, look, I don't like what they do. I don't like what they do offensively. I think it's. I think it's hard to win that way. It's easy to put up big numbers, but it's hard to win that way. So I don't think that what they do is going to allow him to make runs at Super Bowls, and clearly it has. I do believe it's going to highlight the quarterback position and put you statistically in a spot where you get a lot of recognition. I like Dak. I like what Dak. I've always been a fan of Dak's. I think 1 through 6. I don't have a problem with those.
Anybody on the list you think is too high?
Drake May. I am. I know Drake had a good year last year, but number 8 in the league right now. That is a really to me. I just don't see the love affair with Drake May. I think what Drake May did last year is very similar to what, and now recency bias. Obviously, he just did it, but very similar to what. Some people may say Jaden Daniels did 2 years ago, C.J. Stroud did 3 years ago, so maybe he's just the hot name, young guy that played well kind of deal. But I don't watch Drake May and go, yeah, this is top 10. This is the truth. This is unbeatable. This is a product that is just undeniably great. I just don't see it. Where I think my first complaint.
By the way, I want to take Tyler, Justin Herbert off the board on any of these discussions that we're going to have, because I feel like both of us are geared to just go there. All right, so I want to take Justin Herbert off the board.
Confirmed.
I'm going to take Justin off the board on any of these questions.
Yeah,
so let's just keep him out. I think we could all agree for some reason he has different rules and different expectations. But so you think Drake May is?
I think Drake May is too high. I think Caleb Williams should be behind Dak Prescott. I think if you watch,
he was going to be Caleb would be my too low.
Yes, that's where I'm at. I think he should be 7. I think he should be ahead of the guys that are the three guys that are ahead of him. I think he should be ahead of.
Now, I don't love that he only completed 59% of his passes in Ben Johnson's offense, and that has to improve. And he's got to, as you would say, do a better job taking the layups. The entire first half of the season, he just did not seem to do well with that. But he is. Whew.
I don't think I will be. I tell you what, if Ben Johnson can get him to where he is a top completion percentage guy in the league, I think he could be. He'll be in the top 5. I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
He start with a 6, please.
He flies with the top. Good Lord, it happened. Argentina.
Is he offside though?
Argentina.
We got to check the offsides. They have just taken 2. What is happening to them?
Holy smokes!
Second goal in the last couple of minutes. They currently, right now, lead 2-1 over England. We'll see what the replay shows, if he was offsides or not. But Caleb to me is too low. My too high, Clint, is Joe Burrow.
Really?
Yeah, I've talked about some of the way Justin Herbert is judged is completely different than anybody. But the way that Joe Burrow should take, I don't think he should be above Lamar Jackson. And I think Joe, at some point, you being injured every damn year, and your team not making it to the playoffs since you went to the AFC Championship game in 2022 or 23, whenever that was, and even the year he was healthy, they still missed the playoffs at the end. And I'm not saying it's all him and his defense has been bad, but a lot of these other quarterbacks have deficiencies on their teams, and they've been able to be successful. I think that's a part of it. Yes, I believe when Joe is healthy and he's out there, he's a bad dude. But I think he is too high, especially if he's going to be over Lamar Jackson. I think he's a great player, but at some point, man, your team and your injuries have to be a factor in that.
I think Jordan Love should be a little higher. Big Jordan Love.
You think
guy.
Jordan? So if you were to pull anybody off of the board that you think should be on the board, would it be Jordan Love?
On the board on the top 10?
Yeah, because Jordan Love is currently off the top 10.
Yeah, he's an honorable mention.
Honorable mention. If you had to pick one of that honorable mentions,
probably, but that's just based off my preference. I think any of those first three, Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, and Jordan Love, you could replace.
I'll be honest, Clint. I thought Trevor may be a little higher on this.
My number one complaint on the whole deal is where Hurts. I get it. I know people are going to disrespect Hurts and not give him the respect that he deserves with how much he's won since he's been in the league and since he was named a starter. I'm not surprised by it at all. But to think that Jalen Hurts, what is that? If you do the math, that's 17.
Yeah.
There's not. The total package. Jalen Hurts being 17th on this list after winning a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago. Didn't they win it 2 years ago?
Yep.
And went to one the year before that or 2 years before. He's been a 2 in the last 4 years, and he's won one. And you can argue he should have been the MVP in both of his Super Bowl appearances. That is why 17th is wild to me.
Yeah, 33 total touchdowns and 6 interceptions.
That's wild. But he's going to get disrespected. But this last honorable mention, that's extremely disrespectful.
I thought Trevor would be higher on this. I'd have Trevor over Baker. I'd have Trevor over Brock right now, the way they're playing and the way he's playing. All right, what you got coming up here at the 4?
Well, I may have made a mistake, boys. I just sent my pregnant wife a IG post. You know how typically wives do that to us. I sent it to my wife, and I'm not real sure that I'm not going to be in a doghouse. So I'll tell you what that is. And then I don't typically like to give my airtime here to teammates that are talking out of their ass, but Bijani may have done something. Either I misspoke or his damn ears are flapping. I'll tell you, we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, McNair Injury Lawyers, y'all. Look, the reality of it is it's 100 deadliest days of summer, and one bad decision, y'all. One bad decision during this time can change a life forever. And McNair Injury Lawyers wants everybody out there to stay safe this summer. Look, everybody's going on vacation. The highways are full.
in the zone, AutoZone.
The Drive is live.
Who knows what the fans said? Some of them fans, you never know.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Mr. Psychologist on Instagram. Boys, I may have done something, maybe a big mistake, that all of us men, all the men out there are gonna be able to relate to. And you may even call me foolish for doing it, but I did it. Tyler, I need you to hear this one. You know how your old lady, every now and again, even if you don't have problems, even if she's your best friend, even if you're happily married, even just everything can be kosher. I think it's natural. There's one of them crop tops again. I think it's natural for you missed it. You was over there goosenecking and there teaching, and you missed it. But
on a train.
You know, I think it's normal for wives, girlfriends, significant others to send maybe a little bit of messaging through Instagram. You know, when you come across the little saying that may touch your relationship or kind of address something in your relationship, you know, you just kind of send it forward.
Yeah, maybe something you've experienced together or something you don't ever want to.
Yeah, I get those pretty frequently from my wife. Sometimes they're about her, sometimes they're about me, sometimes they're about the kids. I appreciate it. I sent one that I'm not sure she's going to appreciate, boys, and I just kind of did it a knee-jerk reaction. Wifey's been a little sensitive lately.
No.
Pregnant, 4-year-old in the house, 2-year-old in the house. Not even our house. We're in the in-laws' house. We're all packed into one home. She's sleeping in a queen size with the 4-year-old that kicks the hell out of everybody all night long.
Like sardines up in there.
Meanwhile, your boys upstairs in that extra bedroom with that 71 degrees temperature just kicked up in that cane.
What are we doing, right?
In that cane. But she's been a little snippy at me lately, man. A little, you know, I don't, you know, y'all know my tone. Tyler, you know my tone can be a little suspect.
Yeah.
I tend to, I try to watch it with my bride. You know, I want her to be misunderstand my communications. Well, she's been a little snippy at me lately, and she bit my head off this morning when I said something. Communication's not been at its best lately. So I came across this, boys. I came across this, and I sent it to her.
What are we doing?
And I'm not real sure, Ron. She did heart it on Instagram, but it may be she meant to send the middle finger. I'm not sure. Here's what I sent her.
She could just be letting you know, hey, I saw this ish, and your ass is mine later.
Well, she's not wired like that. But anyway, we'll see. Here's what I put out there to her. Mr. Psychologist. Maybe a double underscore, not sure. Not sure of his political affiliations, by the way. I just want to put that out there. It literally was a screenshot. He said, stop expecting your husband to respond like a woman. He's a man, not your homegirl. Every serious sentence is not an attack. Every direct tone is not hatred. Every short answer is not emotional neglect. He's literally just talking like a man. How you think she's going to take that one? How you boys think she's going to feel that one? Pregnant, two toddlers in the house. By the way, 2 dogs that eat all the damn food and raid the pantry all the time.
Good puppers.
Well, listen.
I mean, you think that's okay? You think that was a good idea on my part?
If it was a good idea.
I mean, absolutely not. But
I thought that tone you were going to side with me.
No, you didn't.
And they say no.
Listen, I just know that Lo knows who she married, and be annoyed by this, but she ain't shocked or caught off guard by it.
She didn't look at that and get her feelings hurt.
Well, I mean, but she ain't like, now I'm pissed.
She ain't surprised.
No.
Yeah, girl.
I don't know if you'd have pulled that one off with Courtney.
You don't know how well Courtney would have received that one.
I don't know the reaction would be there for that one to put it out there.
Don't believe it would have gone well with me.
I'm just saying. I just think Lo knows. Someone texted huge tactical error, Clint. Yeah,
look, man. We got a lot going on, man.
Yeah,
she's working. I'm working. We're out of pocket. We're trying to buy furniture. We're trying to build a house. We're trying to. I mean, we've got some different stuff that she's
pregnant.
Yeah, that too. There's a lot of things that I could probably do by myself, for myself, but I choose to include my wife, and so there's going to have to be some conversation. Like it would be real easy to be in a marriage where my wife is not part of any of my business dealings. Like, I'm gonna build a house, I'm gonna get these plans figured out, and I'll circle back to you and let you make some adjustments. Like, it'd be real easy if it wasn't like a true partnership in everything we do outside of radio, really, to be honest with you. But I choose to include, so that requires maybe some uncomfortable communication from time to time. And but
that wasn't just uncomfortable communication to just her. That was uncomfortable communication towards her for everyone to see.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, no, not everybody to see it. I sent it privately.
Oh, you just sent it to her? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I sent it privately to her. Right now, maybe I just told everybody about it, but I didn't post it on Instagram for everybody to be like, "Whoa, Clint's pissed at his old lady." No, I didn't know. I did not.
That personal message.
I did not do that. No, yeah. I did not do that.
I just told you. Now you did. But yeah.
But the world, the radio world knows, but the Instagram world doesn't. So anyway, we'll see. I'll leave my bride alone, and I'm going to move over to a teammate here. Sometimes I got to come along and clean things up, Ron.
Get that broom.
I mean, I appreciate everybody listening. I really do. But sometimes I got to clean things up, and when maybe I misspoke. Maybe I misspoke somewhere along the way. I don't know. I don't think I did. Maybe Bijani's ears are flapping. Maybe he just didn't understand exactly what has been said. I feel like this is a topic that we have really over-talked, which who doesn't over-talk the quarterback in whatever market they're in. But here's Bijani from Area 45. By the way, you need to be listening late night with the fellas. They do a good job. Just wasn't accurate on my take here. But here's Bijani on Area 45 last night on Stroud and whether he agrees or doesn't agree with a take that I've had over time here.
People want to have the conversation, like Clint always wants to have this conversation of like, well, this offense doesn't need to have CJ, be the dude. He just needs to kind of put things on cruise control and, game manager, that whole thing. It's like,
my problem with that is,
I don't even mean like it doesn't work like that. That's not the blueprint. That is not the architectural plans that you go into a Sunday game with and you say, okay, here's what we're going to do. Sometimes your quarterback needs to go win you a football game, and we know from what we've seen in NFL games against NFL players, CJ Stroud has the capability to do it then, and I think he can do it now with all of these things working in conjunction.
Damn it, Bijani.
He could have left that working in conjunction off. That right there.
Well,
there. That was a punch.
I'm not. He clearly is higher on the supporting cast and the moves that the organization's made than I am. Yeah. But I look, guys, I don't think I've ever said that this offense, in order to win a championship, that this offense or the Texans organization doesn't need C.J. Stroud to be the dude. I think if they're going to win a championship, they need him to be the dude. I don't think I've ever used, which is a very popular phrase, by the way, on a national level now, that C.J. Stroud just needs to not mess things up. In fact, I think I've disagreed with they're not going to run the ball or don't mess this thing up to a Super Bowl. They're not going to do that beyond the second round. So I think I've said the actual opposite. I don't think I've ever said that C.J. can't put it on cruise control, or I'm sorry, that he should put it on cruise control. I've never said I don't believe that C.J. is not capable of putting the team on his back and winning a game if need be. Hell, we've seen him do that. We saw him do it again. Was it last year or the year before against Kansas City? We saw him do it against Tampa Bay year 2.
Last year was Kansas City. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen him do it multiple, capable of doing all those things. I want to make sure, I want to clean up a little bit there. Have I said those? Have I said those things?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't think those are things that you have believed. I think you've maybe shaped it in a way that the organization may go about how they would do
now that part I absolutely agree. Like I believe that this offensively, this is a difference between what I think should happen or what I think needs to happen to win a Super Bowl versus reality. Like I think the reality of it is C.J. Stroud is being asked to play in a box. C.J. Stroud is going to be asked to not make mistakes. He's going to be asked to not turn the ball over and not take sacks and ad nauseum is what I'm talking about. When you take a quarterback, you want to play free. When you constantly preach into him, find completion, don't turn it over, don't take a sack. When you constantly preach that into him, then all of a sudden you potentially get a guy that defers to the less risky throw or the less risky holding of the football. He makes the easy, quick decision to get the ball out of his hands, and he takes as little risk as he possibly can, which I think by nature that is a less aggressive approach. That is a less explosive offense. It's a less the quarterback doesn't put up the highlight reel that a lot of quarterbacks do, and so I think offensively scheme. I think Brass with the Texans is gonna put C.J. Stroud in a box of make the right play, not the great play. Don't worry about let the game dictate when you get aggressive and when you don't, when you take risk kind of deal. And I think that's ultimately the team, the Texans, I think, are going to do that. It's not a capability of C.J. Stroud's. I think C.J. Stroud would be and will be, if the day comes, whether it's here or not, I think C.J. Stroud will put on a highlight reel for somebody that's in a more aggressive, we're going to build around the quarterback role. I just don't think that's going to be the group in Houston right now.
Yeah, I think you've said, can he play ball with that?
Oh, that's
I think that's kind of that's what I've maybe he has heard something else.
Man, I'm not above misspeaking. I'm not above 4 hours a day. I'm not above misspeaking. I may have misspoke, but this is the reality of it is I speak in reality a lot of the times and less about what I want to see or what I think. Like the reality of this situation is absolutely, and they've told us this. This isn't, can C.J. Stroud fit into what they've talked about ownership, they've talked about buy-in. In other words, here's our offense. You need to take ownership. You need to buy in. They've literally said we're not building around one guy here. The system, if you will, is bigger than one guy, and ultimately the most important guy in that system is going to be the quarterback, and whether he can hold it to and own that style, that approach to offensive football, I think is ultimately going to determine how far this team goes. The ability, I don't think you, like Tom Brady was able to do it. He's really the only one. I don't think you just pick and choose when all of a sudden you want to get aggressive and be this explosive football team. Like it's going to be tough to do with anybody, but definitely I think C.J. Stroud has struggled with that.
Two things I took from that. Clinton Tyler was one. Like he needed to get that off his chest. Well, he said that.
Me?
Sean sounded like he needed to get that. He's been needing to get that off his chest.
Yeah, that's
and second, good. He needed to get off his chest so much he wasn't going to let PC get in.
Yeah, he did.
He ran his ass over. Shut up! I'm still going.
The problem with that,
he went in there and he no, I ain't. Like I'm not done. I'm gonna talk right through this. Damn it, I'm still going here.
You're getting me football horny.
I had made my point.
Hey, there you go.
And then, like a great co-host, I think PC could see. All right, well, we gotta let him go ahead and cook. He got his spatula out, stirring and everything. So then
let me know if I misspoke. If I misspoke, let me know. I'm not above it. I've done it many a time and had to
let him cook.
Had to answer folks on social media, but let me know. I don't think, like, I've not even played into. I think where he was going, what he was referring to was the thought that, again, I think you hear nationally more so than here, but just that if CJ just doesn't mess it up, like I couldn't disagree more with that.
Yeah.
Whether we're talking about his ability or what the Texans need.
All right, the big news of the day, the Astros, they have made a move and the Lance McCullers era is over. We will let you know the latest on what's happening there. Remember, Brandon Scott, he joins us at the bottom of the 4 o'clock hour, and we'll actually hear from Lance McCullers as he has spoken. We'll let you know what he had to say about his time in Houston. That's coming up next.
All right, fellas. Look, Lance has been around for a long time.
An accident? Call Mocaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
It's your primitive and yet them.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The World Cup finalists set. Spain will face Argentina as they will look to win another World Cup. Messi, it is not over for him yet as they come back yet again. This is third time having to pull things out of the fire. They were down 1-0 late, like 83 minutes gone by or so. And they come back and they score 2 goals in the last couple of minutes and win to meet Spain. So that's coming up Sunday from New York, from MetLife. They will face off against each other. And the other news of the day, and want to give a little bit more context. It's official. The Astros they trade Lance McCullers Jr. And then the left-handed pitcher Colton Gordon, who has made some trades and cash considerations for Jaden Fielder of the Milwaukee Brewers. He's in single A. Yes, he is the son of Prince Fielder, but that is the trade. Jaden Fielder goes from Milwaukee's farm system to the Astros farm system, and the Brewers acquire Lance McCullers and Colton Gordon. That is the latest. Here are words from Lance McCullers on his time in Houston, according to Brian McTaggart. I have a job to do in Milwaukee and help them accomplish their goals, but no doubt I'll cherish all my years that I had here in Houston. The things that always stand out to me is just my teammates and how much I care for them and the lifelong relationships that I have made here and the city and
how they and how much I genuinely care about the city of Houston and its fans. I tried to do all I could in the community and left it tenfold out there on the field every time I took the ball, good or bad. So that is...
Bury me in the H.
There he is. That is Lance right there. Lance McCullers Jr. is now a member of the Milwaukee Brewers. So that is now official, and we heard from Lance too.
It was time. It was time. This is obviously it's a salary dump, I think, for the Astros. But the reality of it is, man, the fatigue. I think the Lance McCullers fatigue was real. It's been a long, rough road over the last couple of years. I mean, as tired as I am of hearing about it, Lance has got to be absolutely exhausted from dealing with it. And so it was time, man. It was time to move on, and greatly appreciate everything Lance did for Astros Nation. And it will not be taken for granted. And I, for one, will not when I hear Lance McCullers Jr., I'll think of the good, not the bad. Even though we did have to talk about it on these airwaves consistently over the last couple of years, I just greatly appreciate what he brought to Astros Nation and the World Series window, not just the year, the individual World Series, but all the great wins over the years when he was healthy. Man, greatly appreciate it.
Yep, Lance McCullers, the Lance McCullers era is over here in Houston. So hear from that, we'll let you know if there is any more to hear from that. Curious to see what his role is going to be in Milwaukee, but because he was really not about pitching out of the bullpen here, but yeah, we'll see that moving forward. All right, before we talk to B. Scott, who will join us here at 4:40, is the Keelan Rutledge situation we talked about a little bit earlier in the first hour of the show. Is that by far the number one thing that you're watching for when training camp starts, when they get started here in a couple of weeks and we're out there? Is that the number one thing that you're looking at, Keelan Rutledge, and how he's used, where he is, and how the Texans are going about him?
No.
It isn't? I think it is for
me. It's not. I mean, heck, I give me a minute to think about it. I can probably give you two or three things. Right now, I'll give you one. Jalen Noel.
Really? Even more than the center situation?
Absolutely. I mean, look, the offensive line situation is, I mean, it's, yes, I'd like to see the first rounder be the center, but it's also about them guards and the tackle that we re-signed as well. That hadn't gone real well for Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans at that position, whether it's signing veterans or drafting players. Neither have gone real well. So that's about to me, that offensive line is more about three or four guys than it is just one. There has to be an answer at this wide receiver position or slot receiver position in order for this offense to hit. There has to be a slot receiver that really steps up and shows out, and I think that's going to have to be Jalen Noel. And so I think that is a big the Jalen Noel piece is the unknown. That if he does not answer the bell the way that we need him to answer the bell from a pass catcher perspective out of the slot, it could be a problem. It could be a big problem because you don't have anybody coming up behind him that's going to take them snaps. So I think the Jalen Noel piece is probably number one for me, not Keelan Rutledge.
See, it's definitely Rutledge for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Sounds like it.
One, it's like how many – I know they talk about competition, but how many positions are actually up for grabs? Like, how many positions do we like? Is there another position?
Not a starter. I don't think there's a starting position that.
I was going to say on the offense, but now to think about it, I mean, maybe Caden McDonald pushing somebody there is the other one. But offensively, I think we probably have a pretty good idea where the receivers are and their roles.
Yep.
Tank Dell, maybe we'll see. Maybe that's another kind of a thing to watch too, to see how he looks. But this is maybe the one real who's going to start competition, and I am really watching to see, how far away is he? Like how far off is he? And a lot of that will be judged by how they see him. Like we bring up this comp because They thought Kamari Laster was ready right off the bat to take on that role. There was no easing him into it. Mm-hmm. There was no having to beat out C.J. Henderson. There was no having to beat out Jeff Okudah. He immediately was there. And I think by that, it showed us that they at least believe he is ready to go. And to me, that's to me the big thing.
It happened pretty fast with Ariante Ursery also.
Yes, yes.
It wasn't. Now that may have been because big boy Cam Robinson may have got a little banged up or something along the way. Veteran play and veteran, reps and that kind of deal. And but it happened pretty quick with Ariante Ursery as well. It happened not as quick, but it did end up happening year one for Kalen Bullock. So we've seen it happen pretty quick for Jaden Higgins. At the wide receiver position.
And you're naming all guys. We're naming all guys that are second round picks.
Yeah,
this is a dude that's a first round pick that they moved up to get.
That's right.
So again, like I said, that may be the only position that we don't know who will probably for the most part start against Buffalo.
Yeah.
So that's the one I'm watching. All right, coming up, Brandon Scott. It's 4:40 as he always joins us on Wednesday. We'll get his thoughts on Lance. We'll get his thoughts on a lot of different things as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Yeah, they had a problem area. They moved up in the draft.
I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive here on a Wednesday. That means at 4:40 we hear from our guy, Brandon Scott. He joins The Drive every Wednesday around this time. And a lot happening around the city. The big news of today is coming from the ad, that is Lance McCullers, as we talked about it, feel old, man. Lance McCullers, Colton Gordon, they are moving on, and Prince Fielder's kid.
Prince Fielder's kid,
his kid, his 21-year-old kid. Prince's kid could drink. His 21-year-old kid.
There's a lot of people probably riding in their car thinking, man, Cecil's grandkid.
I told you I'm a Cecil guy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was thinking. I remember Cecil.
That's where we are now.
MLB Fielder, I'm Cecil right away.
I got to tell you, man.
I go to Cecil right
Prince
away.
Prince got started early.
Yeah.
Just thinking, me and Prince are 42. We're both the same age.
He's got a 21-year-old.
My oldest is 12.
I've been there.
You got one that's 20 years younger than you?
Yeah, I'm 37. My youngest or my oldest is 16.
There you go.
So we'll hit the club together at one point. I'm pretty sure.
Mine is close, B. Scott. My oldest is 15. All right.
Yours isn't allowed in the club, Chief.
We're just praying, man.
Yeah, that's a different club.
You take yours to the patio. That's it.
I'm sorry.
Y'all hear that, Drive fam? That silence is hatred for the pups.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I just didn't know what to do.
No, it's fine.
Man.
No, it's fine. They're just
I've
man's
got
best
one.
friend.
I got one that's up for adoption.
15, man. I'm proud of her.
I got a really pretty one that's up for adoption. If anybody wants
Khaleesi?
it. Absolutely.
What?
No
She's
way.
not
Lauren's letting that
for
happen.
adoption.
Lauren would let it happen right now.
Really?
The dog is turning into the Tesla.
Hey, so up
The
for
dog
adoption.
and the Tesla.
The
Those
dog
two
and the
things.
Tesla.
Two things I've inherited. I inherited in my marriage.
No, that means up for adoption is the kind way of putting it. They giving this dog away.
Hey man, it's about a $2,500 dog.
What'd Khaleesi do?
What does she not do?
Sorry to get us off track. This pepper thing just very
it'll start with this right here. My father-in-law cooked. I mean, what are those cowboy ribeyes or whatever? I mean, they're $100 a piece. He cooked two of them. Spent all day cooking two of them for us up on July 4th. We literally 6 or 7 of us ate one. That's how much meat was on each one of them. He wrapped it up for some reason, left the other one, pulled the other one out the next day, and left it sit on the island.
Khaleesi got her some lunch.
That dog ate $100 worth of meat, and it could have fed all 4 of us, and that dog sat there and ate every bit of it.
She was hungry.
Yeah, dog was hungry, man.
Came home a couple of days ago. The Hawaiian rolls were drug out of the pantry. The whole thing was gone. That was nothing but a plastic bag.
She just needs her own home again.
Got to push things back
she needs a new home. Without me in it.
Did you hear how he said Lowe would let it happen today?
Right
Imagine
now.
you giving up your child for
She
adoption.
had that dog before you.
It.
Absolutely. She had the Tesla too.
No, imagine
Not
that.
before me,
So and so is up for adoption. My wife would get a child up today.
Right now.
I'm telling
You would never talk about a child like that. There's the difference for you right there, Tyler. You want to know the difference between a child, a human child, and a dog? Clint's wife is ready to give up that dog today.
Right, I'm sorry. I think Lowe just got caught in a bad moment.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Lowe, if you're listening, call. They ain't now. My in-laws, they wouldn't let it happen. But
even after that, I thought they were the ones that would after he ate the Cowboy steak.
That other dog they got snatches food out of your hand too. That's it's not $2,500 dog. It's an Alaskan Klee which is a little bitty. I don't know. I'm saying that's what we paid for.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not gonna. I would not ask somebody to pay for it. I mean, I'm not. It's house trained.
Now, I will say, to Clint's point, I do agree with where he's coming from.
Oh, man.
I do agree it's an unforgivable.
Coach, you can't leave the house. She jumps up on the island, and she got some hops now.
No, it's an unforgivable offense. I will say that.
I was just going to say, we used to all have dogs on this show.
And I keep my
I think she'd be great for the Hughley family. I mean, great. So? She won't snap at nobody.
Nah, we're good right now.
She won't chew nothing up in the house other than food.
You like to smoke meats.
I do.
Oh, she'd tear your meat up now.
I know she would.
Whoa, leave it out on that island, boy.
She will be right there. Tear all the meat up in that house.
Facts.
All the meat.
I think she'd be great. In fact, I think I may even get the in-laws to accept that one.
Yeah,
going to a good family with kids that'll love her.
I think we'll still think it through.
Okay.
Your thoughts on what?
Look, I'm gonna miss Lance.
What comes to your mind with Lance? Yeah, what comes to your mind with Lance?
One of my favorite Astros to ever do it. Period. Point blank. Period.
I feel so much better hearing the three of you. Now I don't need to read the text line because I look at it.
Look,
Lance
I get
was stealing money.
No, by the end of it, it did feel that way. But I think he also earned it on the front end. I think he was a part of some of the greatest moments in Astros history. Not just a part of it, but a big contributor. We think about the curveballs in 2017. We think about just the honestly, man. I don't know if there has been, from a pitching standpoint, if there has been a competitor quite like Lance McCullers, man. He's built that one in the very beginning. Now, did he have some poor injury luck and some poor injury fortune there toward the end that made it feel like
staff to deal with?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a lot of bad there toward the end, but he was a part of literally all the good and all the fond memories of Astros baseball that we have to reflect on. So I'll only reflect on it fondly. Of course, you would have liked for him to be more useful with that contract by the end of it. He was not. Kind of chalk it to the game and tip your cap and thank him for the memories. He is one of my after Jose Altuve. Like I probably got like a Mount Rushmore of like Altuve, Biggio, Bagwell, and as a little kid, Ken Caminiti of like the Astros that really made me Astros fans that I really hold dear. He is somewhere right after that Mount Rushmore, along with Carlos Correa and George Springer and Michael Brantley and any of the other favorite Astros all time.
Oh, that's great. I'm with you. There's it would be different if he got fat and happy when he got the contract and just lost focus or whatever happened. It would be different. The way that went down, it's hard to be angry at like personally. I get the sports hate from a standpoint of you were stealing money and you didn't do much for us the last couple of years. There were a couple of huge opportunities for him to come back and even change the trajectory late on the backside of his career. It didn't work out. It ended up in more injuries. And so I'm with you, man. The level of respect that I have for how he approached the game is through the roof, and it's as high as any player out there.
See, even with me, like that's hard because, like, you can tell it was killing Lance as much as you that he couldn't fulfill what he needed. Hell, you said it in our pre-show or earlier. I don't know. We talked so much, but you said at some point, like, man, he came back injured or even hurt at times, or came back not getting surgery when he should have gotten
That's
surgery.
the pushback against the stealing money argument. Like, even if you want to, I get the logic behind that because he wasn't pitching and he was making this money, but it's like he wasn't really stealing it on purpose, right? He was owed the money.
He was trying not to steal.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
He wanted to play, and you never questioned that Lance was built with the right stuff, that he always wanted to compete.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the week or 2 weeks that he pitched for the Astros recently, that it came out afterwards that he tried to pitch through some pain that he just wouldn't.
He's kind of got this to a fault. This is like part of his issue.
I think we should all go get a coffee at his place sometime this week.
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I checked the prices were good. Like he pitched, he stayed and pitched in that postseason, the last championship run when he should have gotten the. He had the
You're talking about in 2021.
Had an old bone spur or whatever?
Spurs in the elbow.
Yeah, the one that they lost, but he was a part of the reason why they were able to get there.
He was a part of the one they won. Yeah.
2022.
He waited. I remember he went 6 innings in the long 18-inning game. He went 6 against the Mariners first. Then he was the one that just for the Philly, he took it for the team.
Yeah,
he took all those runs for the team and stayed in and gave up innings so he could. So the bullpen. Anyway, the point was he avoided surgery so he could get back in time to help this team in the postseason.
Yeah,
that's the deal with me of the
he's kind of been his worst enemy in some ways,
and people allowing him to do that.
Yeah, but I'll also say, for today's Astros, it does help answer an awkward question that I've been asking for a couple of weeks now. what do the Astros do with Lance McCullers? Because there was really no spot for him, it didn't feel like. There was no spot for him in the rotation. We've gone down that bullpen rabbit hole before, and that's just not something that he either seemed interested in doing or capable of doing or whatever the case may be. It just didn't seem to be an option ever. And so what do you do with a guy when you've got maybe one rotation spot left and no less than 3 guys coming back between Lance McCullers, Ronel Blanco, Hayden Wisniewski? Mike Burrows is obviously his own issue, but like you've got a surplus of starters, and Lance is one of them, and there ain't nowhere to put him. All those other guys, Christian Javier, Ronel Blanco, you can put in the bullpen. Lance is almost like you got to shoehorn him or pigeonhole him to that starting spot, and there was really just no place for him. So it helps me answer a question that I've been asking about the Astros for probably weeks now.
We discussed this earlier this week, and I want to get your thoughts on it. Does it concern you that LeBron is not even considering the Rockets, and then you see the other teams that he is considering, and you think about what the Rockets have, and he doesn't, and it appears, for whatever reason, it appears he doesn't want to come here or doesn't the way he wants. Does that concern you at all about where the Rockets are, that he's not even considering them?
Yeah, I would say that whatever stages of grief that you would be, I've long past gotten to acceptance. So, like, when we first found out that LeBron was leaving the Lakers, that he wouldn't be returning to the Lakers, obviously as a Rockets fan, I'm like, hey, come on down. Let's do it, especially for that price. Now, we've gotten
That's the other part right there. It's the price. Everybody could probably fit him.
That's exactly it. But once you get, I don't know, a week into it and you realize, hey, even that list that comes out that Rich Paul put out himself, his own guy put out, and the Rockets not on it, well, I just kind of long got past the fact that they're just not in the mix. But to your question, would I like LeBron James for $25 million a year on this basketball team? Absolutely. Do I think he could help them? Absolutely. And again, especially at the price. This is unprecedented and probably something that we'll never see again in our lifetime.
But granted, it's
somebody
crazy.
This good at this price, at this age, has not never happened.
But it's just crazy when you look at the other teams that are on his list, and you then out loud you look at what the Rockets have, and you're like,
well, I would prefer some of the teams on his list over the Rockets as well.
I get it right now. We're in it. But if you look at it, you just say it. All right, man, we got one guy who's a 23-year-old center who's a 7-footer who's been an all-star the last 2 years that goes over 20, 10, and 6 assists. We got another young one who's 23 who may be one of the most versatile defenders in the game, whose offense is actually, from a production standpoint, improved. Oh, yeah. AD was second team All-NBA, and we got young guys to go. It would scream if you go play with Draymond and Steph. It would scream like they're not even in the thought.
Yeah, he makes sense on any basketball team, and any basketball team that's trying to be serious would make sense in at least going down that road or entertaining the idea. So I think it makes sense. I know a lot of other people who don't necessarily love the idea. Maybe they don't want LeBron and what comes with it. But I would take it. Here's what I hate the most when we talk about this. When people start talking about how Ime Udoka and LeBron don't get along. I would send Ime Udoka out of here on a rocket ship, on a spaceship.
No pun intended.
No, literally.
He needs to do whatever the version of him getting on his knees and trying to talk this thing out would look like.
In the face, Craig.
Look, I'm not a killer, but I would send him into outer space to bring LeBron James to this team.
Hold on,
so I want to hear that.
Real
into
quick.
outer space.
Real quick, because I know we got to get to 5 o'clock fire. Do you think if there was another coach here that the Rockets would be considered on his list?
I think they'd have a better chance. Maybe not, because look, because
he did play them head to head, and so I beat
exactly.
Luka.
He's got more information on the Rockets probably than anybody, right? But I do like Philly better for him. I do like Miami better for him. I do think that the allure going back home to Cleveland and what they have would be better for him. I could even see going over there and doing the AARP thing with Golden State over this, because at least they've got Steph and an infrastructure and order leaving. So there are no less than 4 or 5 teams I could see over the Rockets. The fact that the Rockets aren't even in the top 10 or even mildly in consideration, that does bother me.
Rockets don't have a infrastructure or organization to
none of the above.
No.
It's basically what
not the ideal one. No,
I thought you was going with that old The lyrics, man. I'm not a killer, but don't push me.
No, because I'm really not a killer. I'm not trying to kill nobody, but I would send him into outer space.
5
to sign
o'clock
LeBron
fire
James.
coming up next as B. Scott is sending Udoka to outer space. We'll continue as we do right here live on The Drive.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Remembering Janice.
Z's. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is a lot here. A lot. If you are just joining us and rolling in, Lance McCullers, the Lance McCullers era is over. I believe, Tyler, you expressed to me in my ear earlier that Jim Crane reached out to Lance McCullers, who did have a note in his contract, reached out to him to see if he would waive it. Thank God he didn't send Dana to do that.
Right.
Jim went out there and asked to see if he would waive it, and clearly he agreed and did so, and the trade is done. Lance McCullers and Colton Gordon, both guys who had starts this year for the Astros, they are going to first place Milwaukee, the Brewers in the NL Central. They're going to the first place Brewers in exchange for an outfield prospect, Jaden Fielder, son of Prince Fielder. Get old, folks. Grandson of Cecil Fielder, who will be coming back. He was in Single A with the Brewers, and he'll fall into the farm system as well. Also being reported, cash considerations are going back to the Brewers as well, saying that they would pay down some of Lance McCullers' contract. So that is also a part of this. Bob Nightingale, who will be on the show with us live tomorrow on The Drive, said a lot of this move was to trim payroll and provide clarity to their muddled pitching staff right now, as they had many in the rotation. McCullers was a part of 2 World Series championship teams and started some of the biggest games in franchise history, including Game 7 of the 2017 World Series. His biggest moment was throwing 4 scoreless innings, close out to the 2017 ALCS. First, from the baseball perspective of what this means for the Astros, your thoughts. That's 2 starting potential arms, guys that could be in the mix, that are out of here in exchange for somebody who obviously won't help you this year, but hopefully down the line. Your thoughts of the move now and where it puts the Astros from a pitching perspective moving forward?
Yeah, look, I mean, you had a log jam, if you will, a traffic jam in that injured starter category, and the reality of it is Colton Gordon was never going to be a serious contributor here, and I think it was a long shot if Lance McCullers ever got back to the level where the Astros needed him. And I think it was a salary dump to create a little bit of room for a trade at the deadline, or to pay somebody for that matter. I think it was more of a salary dump, getting rid of a contract, than anything. But from a baseball perspective, I think you no longer have that traffic jam of injured starters and guys that, the truth be told, it was going to be a long shot if they were going to be able to help you this season anyway. And so from a baseball perspective, I think it just cleared up the path. You got a couple of guys out there. Wisniewski still out there. I think you got Ronel Blanco that's still out there. You got the Pecco kid that everybody's high on, I guess, that's still out there, coming back. And so we'll see what it looks like. But I think you had clearly a traffic jam, and that hurt from an option perspective.
Yeah, more from Lance McCullers. He said, "I didn't want to be in a situation where me kind of being selfish was going to hold the organization back. I love the organization. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Crane, and out of love and respect, I told him on the phone that I would waive it," meaning his no trade clause.
How do you think that conversation went? Hey man, how you and the girl, you and the wife and the girls doing okay?
How much small talk? How much small talk you think occurred before he got right down to it?
Yeah, you think it's a hey man, can you slide by the office real quick?
Think you can open one of them coffee joints up in Wisconsin?
I honestly think it's probably a deal where the agent maybe got a heads up and knew this was coming, and probably set up. I don't think Lance was probably shocked by the call or shocked by the nature of the call.
You don't think Crane was a cold call? You think it was a warm lead? It was a warm lead.
Lance, quick question.
Hey man,
quick question, because I paid you $85 million for nothing, man.
I'm not going to talk to your agent, man. I'm not talking to your agent. Waive this.
You waive this, man. Let's keep that gravy train going. I think it means a lot, especially Lance. And now Altuve is the last remaining, from the heydays, if you will, I believe. So, or was it 2017, or what was it? Lance and Altuve are the last two remaining.
Yeah. Currently on the roster. Obviously, Correa is here, but not on the roster right now. But yeah.
So there's probably a little different relationship with those guys, with Jim Crane and some of the younger guys. So. Tip the cap to Jim Crane for doing it that way. But all joking aside, man, I as an Astros fan, I don't. When we're in it here doing radio and talking about it every day, obviously it's being critical of the last couple of years is part of our job. But for me as an Astros fan, man, I agree with B. Scott. I mean, when you like unbelievably likable from just how he attacked the sport, represented the city, wore the uniform. Nothing but respect, and I'll forever think about Lance McCullers in the biggest moments and helping us create memories that we'll remember forever, more so than ever the negative part of the fall off, if you will, or however you want to couch Lance's injury problems.
Yeah, it's hard for me to get there just understanding that, like, you think you were mad? You thought he was stealing money? I think he probably felt 10 times worse than you did.
Bury me in the H.
5 o'clock fire.
Now, of course, maybe Dana didn't talk to Lance, but we've heard from Dana on two things. One, he spoke about Jaden Fielder, who they got in this trade. He said he will most likely play in the outfield in the Astro system. Good bloodlines is what Dana Brown said, stating the obvious. And then Dana Brown spoke about Mike Burrows. Said he should be thrown off the mound in the next days.
Some reports I'm not real interested in.
Yeah, oh yay, Dana. Thanks, bro. We were all waiting, bated breath.
What? He said he should be thrown off the mound soon. He's feeling better.
Burrowhead.
He said he is quote coming along nicely, and isn't in any pain.
It sucks to suck.
They expect to get him back on the mound.
Good.
7 to 10 days.
I mean, look, it's
there's a spot for you over there. It's
Sugarland.
I'm telling you. Go by Talyards first. Take your. You've got some cousins, some kids, or whatever. I don't know if you got any youngsters. Go by Talyards. Got some great craft beers there.
What was the stout that I had at the end of the? It's the namesake, isn't it? Isn't it the?
I can't remember.
Oh, it's good, man.
I like the Daisy. It's like a blonde beer. Yeah. That's one of my favorites there. But yeah, go ahead and take a stop there, and then got a bullpen session waiting for you over there in Sugarland. He's going to be back up here. He's going to start again,
and he'll give up 3 to 4 homers.
He's going to start again. Dana won't give it up. What do we need to hear about him? I ain't heard about J.P. France in 2 years.
Well, his spot still ain't been filled.
Yeah.
I don't even think J.P. France is with us anymore.
I don't know, man.
I'd rather get an update on Forrest Whitley.
Okay, I'd rather hear about Wisniewski. Where's Wisniewski? Let me hear about that. Give me Blanco. Let me hear that. The hell, I don't care.
They're coming. We hadn't filled that spot yet, though.
Yeah, okay.
Is there still Christians?
I don't know. You're right. Who knows? It may be a bullpen game the next time we see him. But yeah, that is Mike Brown, guys. Reinforcements on the way. Homer Mike is coming soon.
5 o'clock fire.
Well, last night, Dylan Cease and the bullpen, they went ahead and shut down the National League. They only had 3 hits in this thing and struck out 15 times. To be honest with you, it was a lot of strikeouts. They had double-digit strikeouts on the AL side too, but they win 4-0. Only, I believe, the 3rd time that there has been a shutout, or 4th time there's been a shutout in the All-Star game. But Yordan Alvarez, the lone All-Star there, started. They're still doing it, man. They are still doing it. They booed the hell out of him when they did the starting lineups. And he ran out there and he kind of laughed and knew it. But it is still like I get the Yankees get booed, and then in Philly I get the Braves and the Mets get booed. I felt bad. They didn't boo none of the Marlins, so that means they don't even really give a damn about you in Philadelphia. They just know you're the Marlins. But the Astros thing, it's just never going to stop. Like it is never, ever going to stop. But he got 2 at-bats in there. Clint got a base hit, got the first hit of the game, and scored the first run. And again, as I said, he was at third base. And old Cody Bellinger got a solid hit that allowed him to just trot his ass on into the home plate, and nothing happened. But the AL, they win 4-0, and Yordan gets a hit and scores a run.
Nothing like a shutout in the All-Star game. Make a even worse. I
remember last year they had the swing off. That was fun.
Ron, they didn't have an extra base hit until the home run was hit in the 8th or 9th inning.
Yeah, it was.
It was.
They teed it off. Yeah.
That the National League had 1 hit in the 8th.
Yeah. You know what? And I will say, man, I'll give them, boy. Fox baseball. They're trying. I don't know. I caught a few. I didn't hang in there the whole time. I caught the at bat that Kyle Schwarber tried to do while he was talking, while he was at that one. They got to lay off of. I like it when they have the guys in the field, like Pete Crow. Armstrong was in center field. Bobby Witt was wearing one at short, which is cool.
Pete Crow didn't handle it well either.
His reaction to the home run. His reaction, he said, "Whoa!" As soon as that. But they had Kyle Schwarber at the plate. In the middle of his at bat, he's trying to talk to him.
That's how serious this thing is.
But every time he swung, anytime he did anything, it just kept popping out, and he kept trying to put it back in, and he's trying to talk every. That one, I give him an A for effort. No, he hit a bullet to second, and the whole thing popped out as he was running and grunting all the way down the line. And he popped it back in and tried to talk to him, but he's completely out of breath. Trying to talk to him. Sorry, guys. I thought I'd get it. But it was, I give him an A for effort for trying. But, yeah, that was, I'm not saying, like, hey, boy, what needs to happen to fix the All-Star games? That's stupid. I don't need that conversation. I don't take the All-Star game that serious anymore either. But I would say probably not the best of the All-Star weeks. The game, as you said, was boring. The home run derby had a good drama at the end, but I feel like it lacked star power to get people in. This probably wasn't the best. I don't think they need to make sweeping changes because, I just think it kind of happens that way. But this was probably not the best All-Star weekend to really celebrate.
It definitely wasn't for me.
That was a cool tribute
I didn't
in the
get
fifth
much
inning.
out of it, Bum.
Yeah, it's a cool tribute in the 5th inning where Ray Charles played. But other than that, I
think I saw Boys to Men when they played. They 7-inning stretches. Is that when they played theirs? Is that when they did theirs?
I don't think so. I think that was.
Or was that a replay?
I can't remember when they played. I know Patti LaBelle got a lot of hell for her rendition of the national anthem.
The national pastime.
5 o'clock fire.
Thanks, Eddie. And then for you, Clint, rough go of it. Looks like Seth Payne's going to be our champion, as England was leading the entire match, and they were stunned late. They were up 1-0 with, I think, 83 minutes to go, or 83 minutes had gone by, and getting close to stoppage time. And not only do they lose the 1-0 lead, they end up losing the lead altogether as Argentina, with a dramatic comeback, they scored 2 goals in the final closing minutes to win, and they will take on Spain Sunday in New York for the final. As Messi has a chance and Argentina have a chance to go back-to-back and win the World Cup 2 straight times, but it almost, Clint, feels like destiny right now with this team, as they have had. I think they've won all of their matches, but they have had about 3 that have gone down to the wire where it almost felt like they were dead, including their last 2.
Yeah.
Or 2 of The one against Egypt, the one against Switzerland was tight too, but the one against Egypt and then this one, they were absolutely down.
Well, I'll give them this. I mean, the skill when they get to this level and this point in this tournament is unbelievably impressive. I mean, these guys are the ability to pass and receive passes and kick that. I mean, to avoid the pressures is wild, man. So. Yeah, well done, man. I hate it. I hate that my squad didn't go on and I didn't win because I'm a sore loser. I hate losing. However, I think I would rather have eaten food from Spain than England. So I'm good. I'm here for it.
Clint, every time you watch these cats, you just think, my God, the United States wasn't anywhere close.
Nowhere close. It's like watching the NBA playoff, the NBA, the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals, and thinking about the Rockets. They ain't nowhere close.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It is so obvious how far away they are. Yeah, no, it ain't it.
Yeah. People thought they may be able to do something special with Spain. That did not happen. All right, coming up as we continue, Nico Collins. Does he remain in the top? Nico Collins remain in the top 10, voted on by scouts, coaches, and executives. Is he still a top 10 wide receiver? We'll do that next.
All right, y'all, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. I tell you about it all the time. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. You want to fight Father Time your best, you better get that sleep. You better get your breathing right. It's a pretty simple concept, man. Look, if you're out there and you're dealing with them breathing problems, allergy, sinus, sleep problems, snoring issues, I got the solution. Right, it's Dr. Matoran. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures, and most importantly, he'll do whatever it takes to get you back to sleeping your best nights and living your best life. Anything from the neck up, y'all, Dr. Matoran is the guy. Call him now, 713-665-8887, 713-665-8887, or you can always get more information at drmatoran.com. That's drmatorin.com.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about them being buyers versus sellers? I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just ability. A lot of your talent in your farm system is low. And then you look at the Astros team and you just go, what do you have to sell? It has to come from what
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on The Drive. And Clint, if you had to say one spot on this offense, as we understand and we'll see defensively, the Texans are about damn near have somebody on every single one of the position lists, and safety comes out tomorrow, and I'm certain they will have people on that, maybe multiple on that list. Offensively, as Jeremy Fowler of ESPN goes through and does his ESPN top 10 honorable mentions and other names that received votes in which they conduct by talking to executives and coaches, the only place on the offense, Clint, that I think you could feel real confident and comfortable with to be on the list would be at wide receiver. Right. Nico Collins would be the one that you would feel most confident in. And Clint, he does make the list again. He actually stays exactly where he was last year. He is now, he was 8th last year on the list. Excuse me. And he is 8th this year on the list, where he maintains where he was. One personnel exec in the NFL said Collins has the traits that you would draw up to build a receiver from scratch, a combination of size, strength, speed, and route running, hands, and ball skills, the executive said, can make plays when contested and is a physical issue after the catch. So that pretty much describes what he is and how good he can be. And to me, I look at it, I think he should get extra thoughts and consideration and points just because there's an argument of the entire list that he is at near the bottom in terms of working with the most to help him get more production, to help him be doing the best that he can potentially do.
For me, Brian, I got two things. I think one, tip the cap to Nico Collins. Congratulations, first and foremost. But I've got one. First of all, it's the amount of respect that Nico Collins has been able to garner, whether it's Pro Bowls or it's top 10 at his position at wide receiver, while being in an offense that doesn't feature him in any way, shape, or form more so than they do anybody else. Is it's unbelievable, to be honest with you. It's hard to believe that a receiver can go out there and without being prioritized in any way, shape, or form, become the 8th best receiver in the league, and some would say, as you just mentioned, should be even higher, could be even higher. So number one, well done. crazy to think that this can happen, given how he's prioritized the last 3 years. Really, if we're being completely honest, it ain't just a Nick Caley thing. Hell, Bobby Slowick wasn't real interested in doing it either. Number two, I just mentioned Bobby Slowick. D'Amico Ryans, if you're listening, there is not another wide receiver in the league, damn sure not on this list of wide receivers, this caliber wide receiver. There's not another receiver that you could justify and should justify prioritizing them over any other player on your team or any other player on the list. There's not another player that ranks higher than Nico Collins in terms of your team, your offense should prioritize you and do everything they can to get you touches.
It's my decision.
There's some that are in the same category. You can say Justin Jefferson. You can say Smith and Jigba. You can go down the list, and there's a couple of them on the list that are right there neck and neck with Nico, but none of them are above Nico in a sense of the supporting cast, the just sheer explosion that's not there on the offense, the speed and twitch that's not proven on this offense. It screams Nico should be the most targeted player in football. Jamar Chase had a $30 million receiver opposite him. I mean, Puka Nakua's got the number 10 wide receiver on this list on his team with him. You look at some of the other guys, I mean, the supporting cast and how the ball has to be spread. Amon-Ra St. Brown's in the top 5. He's got another receiver out there that's an honorable mention on this list. He's got a tight end that was in the top 5. He's got a running back that was in the top 2 or top 3. I mean, there is no D'Amico, if you're listening, tell Nick Caley, I don't care what terminology he uses. I don't care what offense he's trying to run. D'Amico, tell Nick Caley his ass better feature in every sense of the word, in the phrase, his ass better feature Nico Collins.
And to me, everything you're saying right now, Clint, is why I think this is a strong potential to be his last year to be recognized in the top 10 on this list.
The inability to do what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't even want to say it's an inability. I hope it's not. I just think they feel very strongly about how they want to have this offense run.
Yeah.
Well, I think
there's a lack of desire to do that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think what they're saying, like we can say like lack of refusal, as I've said, or desire. Honest to God, I think they look at it and they say to themselves, this gives us the best chance to win. I think that's what they have committed to themselves. This gives us the absolute best chance to win, and they're going to go about it. I think now this is going to be a team, Clint, that I think will be able to run the football more and better, and which I think will cause them to want to run the football more because that's what they want to do to control the clock and play towards their defense. I think a lot of the plays that CJ and Nico would make would be sometimes off script. If you go one game that comes to mind, if you go look at the Kansas City game, there are multiple like leak outs and where he's got to escape the pocket and he hits Nico for a big one that leads to a touchdown in that game. He hits him for a big one later on in the game that gets him a first down that keeps them possession in the second half. Clint, I think they are going to coach and hope to avoid less of those type of situations, less off-schedule situations. And Clint, I think you've for years, and especially even more last year, about the screen game. I mean, hell, he got more screens against Bobby where they would just throw wide receiver screens that would let him get yards out of the catch more than he did last year. And I know you didn't think it was enough then. I don't know. I hope they make that a bigger part of the game with him in particular. It doesn't seem like that's a part of how they want to do things. And so I just feel like his production has the potential to really drop down some.
Yeah.
And I think we've got other players that are going to be coming behind him that are going to be looked at and featured the way that you're saying that Nico should.
Here's the interesting thing is it's always going to be convenient to say, well, we got to load manage Nico because of the injury issues. Look, that's the last thing you can do. I mean, you're in a situation where, of all teams, nobody in the NFL can justify pushing their star player to the limits more so than the Texans can with Nico Collins. I mean, it just has to be. We should watch a game week 1. And again, I don't care what scheme you're running. I don't care what film you're watching. I don't care. DeMeco Ryans should command. When I turn the film on Sunday night after the game really is when he's going to watch it. After week 1, I want to have seen Nico Collins lined up in multiple different positions. I want him coming out of the backfield catching swings. I want him in the slot. I want him out wide. I want him left. I want him right. I want him in motion. And then Nick Cayley, you're getting fined on Monday. Like that
you want to find him?
Yeah, it's all joking aside, it's that necessary with any time you have that level player, but it's even more so tenfold more necessary with this particular supporting cast. I mean that just has to be part of the plan for this offense to take the next step, because you don't have to be great. You don't have to be great. You just have to do the simple things, man. And that is one of them that the offensive coordinator ultimately could do. Your quarterback does less. It's the obvious throws. Give him the football. It's the 100% completion stuff that we're talking about. That's where the offensive coordinator has to make that happen.
Yeah. I just unfortunately think most times they're going to go in with the priority of David Montgomery in the run game much more than Nico Collins touches.
No question. And to your point earlier, I think it's a great point. Like they're gonna emphasize so much stay on schedule that it's gonna limit where these guys have been really great, and that's off schedule stuff. Not that you want to plan for off schedule stuff. Yeah. That's a risk reward. That's a risk reward deal. But they're going to minimize risk to a point where those guys don't see much of the off script stuff.
All right, coming up as we continue. I wonder if you believe what you're hearing from the Texans' new quarterback coach, what he's saying about your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. We'll let you hear what he had to say and see if you're buying this. We'll continue right here live in the 5 o'clock hour of The Drive.
6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, all right. Welcome back in. Sorry, I got a little fired up there.
Hump day got you feeling a certain kind of way?
I mean, you know, I stay nasty, but
true.
But no, it's a good fun day here on the drive. Coming up behind us, the fellas, Mark and Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, coming up behind us. Texans All Access. So stay tuned as they follow us at 6:00. Should be some fun there. Area 45, H-Town, it's best late night sports talk show, and I'm wondering, maybe Sean Bijani will address your ass since you addressed him.
Sarah Jessica Parker, man, she's always done it for me.
That always is odd. Like Sarah Jessica Parker's always done it for me.
Always done it for Bada Bing.
I mean, I'm not saying like that's just not one you think, oh man, that's it.
Like she's Sydney Sweeney or something.
SGP. Come on now.
Bijani likes what he likes.
Come on now. But Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Colin, Mid-C, Seabass, whatever you want to call him. Shampooed Colin.
Lego hair.
Take it apart, put cowboy hats on it.
Interchangeable.
Snap it right off.
Yep. They got Area 5 for you coming up live and local until 11 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 610. Bob Nightingale will join the show tomorrow in the 2 o'clock hour. He had some comments on the Lance McCullers trade. Again, if you're just missing, Lance McCullers and Colton Gordon have been traded to the Milwaukee Brewers. Prince Fielder's son, Jayden Fielder, has been traded back to the Astros from the Brewers. He's in single
Cecil's
A.
grandson.
Cecil's grandson, that's right. Cecil's grandson. Boy, Cecil got up and been 62 years old on this. Good Lord. I guess we all just keep getting older.
I'm falling, and I can't.
It's called living right there.
It's called living, baby.
I'll tell you, man, pass it on Cecil. So Cecil had old Prince when he was 20. Got it on in there.
Yeah.
Got 20 years on it.
Left it in, didn't he?
Well, I mean, in that time, man, that's what Cecil's did, man, in the mid-'80s.
That's right.
Everybody.
What did Baby Billy say? We threw caution to the wind.
Go outside, nerd.
Hey, man, we threw caution to the wind. Definitely. So that's what they got back in the trade, and I'm sure we will hear the fellas from Area 45 discussing that. But Bob Nightingale, he will join the show, and we'll get other thoughts on what the Astros could be doing over the deadline. So be ready for that in the 2 o'clock hour tomorrow. All right, Jerry Slapinski. God, dog, man, I just rolled through it with confidence.
That sounded good.
It didn't. It really didn't. It was just Jerry Slapinski, the quarterbacks coach who took over for Gerard Johnson. This is what he had to say about his young quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and where he is coming into camp, coming into things this year 2 in the system.
Really good spring so far. I would say the first thing starts with him coming back in pretty good shape. He looks good. He thinned out a little bit. He looks good. He's always, been throwing the ball really well. His footwork's been really good, all the mechanical stuff. But then I would just say his grasp of everything, he's operating a lot faster. You could see it at the line and what he's doing, the way he's able to move guys around, re-ID protections. You can just see him feel way more comfortable. I feel like he's owning everything we're doing.
All right, a couple of things there. Do you think he said he looks good multiple times just to really emphasize how good he looked, or do you think it meant two different things? Like he looked good throwing the football and how he has looked coming in, and looked good from a physical, like, attractive standpoint? Like when because he said,
I think he wanted to drive home how handsome he thinks.
I don't think he was commenting on his physical attraction.
You don't think so? Because he said he looks good. Then he said something else, and then he came back and said he looks good again. So I didn't know if those two. He looks good. One was, man, he really looks good throwing the football. And then, man, guys, ladies out there, he's single. He really looks good.
Yeah, I don't
looks
I think
good.
it'd be a bit of a gamble. Even in today's world, I think it'd be a bit of a gamble.
Maybe he just meant he looks good throwing the football
Yeah,
around.
he just looks good spinning a rock.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, he looks good.
Usually when you say it twice, man, he looks good, you usually back-to-back it. You don't usually say, man, he looks good, and then come back and say how he looks good or he does something else, and then come back to the he looks good for a second time. Like, to me, it almost felt like, man, guys, and he looks good.
Well, sometimes you think you might be saying it multiple times to oversell it. I don't know. I mean, that does
but his overall point being that he looks good, do you buy the fact that it seems like his QB coach seems very confident that he is kind of grasping what's going on and he's picking everything up, and not just picking it up but owning it is what he said. Do you believe that?
I don't think C.J. Stroud is going to have a hard time picking up this offense and being able to understand kind of what they want done and how they want doing it. I don't think it's a C.J. understanding or a C.J. processing question about this offense. I think is
even the protection.
I think it's I think the protection thing. I don't think there's many guys out there that time after time, really every pass play for the most part is one of those where you're up there trying to figure out the best protection for the defense. And by the way, these defenses are so good in today's football that they're going to disguise and they're going to manipulate and they're going to cause problems for you. And the reality of it is, it's impossible to not get caught up in all of that when you're on a play clock. And so I don't think the answer is CJ's got to be better at that as much as it is I think the offense has to protect him from having to do that as often as they asked him to do it last year. And they got to protect him in critical situations to where every time it's a third down, a 3rd and 4 plus or 3rd and 5 plus, that he's sitting up there the majority of the play clock trying to figure out who the hell's coming and who's not, and trying to Tom Brady this thing, right? I mean, that at the end of the day, there's got to be an effort from the play caller and schematically to put him in a position to where he doesn't have to do those things, right? There's got to be the ability with our receivers and how it's literally the first bullet point when you talk about Texans receivers. They better be able to block. We should be able to throw a screen on 3rd and 3. We should be able to throw a screen on 3rd and 4. If we're going to run the football as well as we thought we were going to run it, we should be able to throw a screen on 3rd and 6 and go get 5 and on 4th and 1 converted. Like they got to take some of the pressure off of C.J. Stroud and not add a critical situation to do that, because the better defenses you're going to play, they're going to disguise. They know if they move around and they disguise, they're going to hold you up at the line of scrimmage. They know that. And whether it's the quarterback, the offensive play caller, the center, whoever it is, it makes their job significantly more difficult. Just because one guy had a crazy amount of success doing it doesn't mean it's the best idea for C.J. Stroud. They got to find the happy medium there and protect him in a lot of those situations, in my opinion. So I don't think, back to your original point, I think CJ's going to be fine from a picking up the offense perspective. I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think. I'm really, not that I'm surprised, but to me, based off what CJ has shown in his 3 years, the majority of the time for his 3 years, you would think year 2 in a system, understanding it more, working on it more, being around it more, the terminology, all of that he would be better at it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah, he turned the ball over 7 times in the playoffs. That doesn't mean that he is a dumb football player.
Yeah.
I mean, he had bad turnovers, couple of bad decisions, some things happened, but does not mean that he's a dumb football player. He's the same player that was smart enough to understand, even though he didn't have all of the power at the line of scrimmage. scrimmage, but he, as a rookie, never playing in the league, he caught it pretty early of understanding where to go with the ball, where he's supposed. So he is not a dumb football player. So it's just makes sense that he would get better being in the system more and more. So I'm not surprised to hear that.
Pump sling at 7.
Whatsoever.
No, I think he'll be fine, man. They've got to they got to put some pieces. Now look, he's got to.
Now everybody's got to start being on the same page.